BeatStars.com.
Niggas tryna put me on the game, but niggas know that I got it. Yeah. Haters be looking over this way, they thinking that I'm a hot topic. Niggas thinking they can play the game. Oh my gosh, please better stop it. I'ma take off in this game. I'm taking off just like a rocket. I'ma stay strong for my team, cause I'm always keeping it solid. I live my life like a beach, cause I wanna be in the tropics. Whenever I can't get them keys, just give me the keys to the Mazda. Then show up to the party in the Mazda, then you know we just getting it started. I won't go, diamonds froze, life is cold to be cold. Rats told what they told, I gotta stay 10 toes. Homies calling tenfold, gang always trainer. Go when I go, they go away. Drip out the stove. When I get my first deal, I'ma buy my family a cribbo. I got an S on my chest, so they making me feel like a hero. Summer be hot, but life so cold. I'm thinking I'm like Sub-Zero. Finish him. I'ma go get a bag and turn the cash straight into euros. Yeah, they on to me. Yeah, I be up in the coop doing the dash. Now they can't catch me. I be up in the kitchen cooking it up like give me the recipe. People be acting like we friends, now we ain't friends. Y'all boys my enemies. Niggas tryna put me on the game, but niggas know that I got it. Haters be looking over this way, they thinking that I'm a hot topic. Niggas thinking they can play the game, oh my God, please better stop it. I'ma take off in this game, I'm taking off just like a rocket. I'ma stay strong for my team, cause I'm always keeping it solid. I live my life like a beach, cause I wanna be in the tropics. Whenever I can't get them keys, just give me the keys to the mosque. Then show up to the party in the mosque, then you know we just getting it started, yeah.
BeatStars.com.
BC the Noisemaker.
Dripping water, H2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, where we chasing every day. Run them over, if they tryna get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. I see they glare, but they know to stay up in their lane. Smoking moon rock, cookies only, Ella take to the face. Niggas wanna rock, Cyclops red beam will make a shake. Now the block is hot, oh well niggas dying every day. 20s, 50s, 100s, want all of these in abundance. When it comes to the women, these hoes know I can't love them. Only chasing, chase the back, just for the head, can't get enough of it. Try to take my money, S&W, leave you suffering. Why they wanna kill me for the cream? Only thing I'm trying to chase is my dream. I'ma stack it, stretch it, flip it. Hating on me cause I'm different. They won't have to get the digits, yeah, I mean. Dripping water, A2O in my timepiece, VVS. A blinding light make them look Chinese. In the form motor, pick me up, be my dime piece. Don't start no trouble, 2 Glocks, them bitches Siamese. Blue bills, what we chasing every day. Run them over, if they try to get up in your way. Tell her hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake. Hustle hard, I want the cream, I get the cake.
Welcome, everybody, to a new week of UEL, week 14, day 1. We have a matchup here, the Ravens and the xGODS. I am Speedy, joined here by Strix. Strix, how are you doing today?
Pretty good. I'm always excited to see these two teams especially play. They're really close in the standings as well going into the end of the season, so I can't wait to see how this game plays out.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good one. I haven't been able to commentate a game for the xGODS since they had rebranded, so it's been a long time since I've been able to watch these guys play, and I'm excited to see what they're doing now that they have rebranded. One thing that's really exciting about this team is that they are in the number 2 spot right now for their conference, so they are really fighting for a great playoff standing.
And it really is important because, funnily enough, these teams played 2 weeks ago. And if the Ravens manage to take this, they can fight for that second place spot, especially if they clean up and continue to improve over the rest of their season.
Yeah, there's definitely an opportunity there. There's a lot of really close standings here in this conference in the middle of the pack. So this is a heavy game for both teams. But after this, the xGODS are done until playoffs. This is all they got left. They just got to pour it all out.
And that's a really hard sell to think that playoffs are going to be starting all the way in May. You get a chance to see your opponents, but at the same time, do you really want to sit for a full month? And even the Ravens are starting to pull out some of their cards. KIC, a player from the West Coast, actually lives in California. We don't see him very often, but usually he comes out for those make-or-break games that the Ravens need him for.
Yeah, hopefully he will be a difference maker here today because the xGODS are going to be a difficult opponent for the Ravens, just like the Ravens are going to put up a very scrappy fight against the xGODS. So we're going to have a close one here today, I have a feeling.
Yeah, and it's always fun because I love the games where you can't guess going into, who's going to come out showing. Both sides have a lot of strengths. I'm especially going to be looking at the fighting games coming out of the Ravens because I look at the xGODS and all we have is TLG. A lot of trust and a lot of growth from him this season, but definitely I think it's going to be an uphill battle for him in that category.
Yeah, and just like other teams that only have one specialized fighting game player, he does try his best to train up the rest of his teammates. You've seen quite a few of his teammates now trying to step up and fill roles where they can, like Psycho. So there's places for them to fill in. Havoc as well, making attempts to really step in. But there's nobody on the team quite like TLG for them. You want to have them available for as many fighters as you possibly can.
Yes, and a wide variety. I can tell you, having talked with the players before the game, we got across the board. From some racers, some fighters, some shooters. Everybody wants something a little bit different. So I think everybody kind of has their game that they're eyeing to come out. Most notably, and I want to bring it up and throw it out there, KIC said everything but KOF. He's sweeping every fighter but KOF today.
All right. That's a lot of confidence. I don't know if I would quite be that confident in myself in a game against such a difficult team, but I guess that just tells you, this is one of those make or break games that you were talking about where he comes out to be like, hey, when I'm here, I own this arena.
Yes.
So we will see if he can live up to that. It would be quite a showing to put on, especially against a team like the xGODS. So I think we should take a look at the standings because this is crunch time towards Michigan right now. We've got Eclipse at 7-0 in this conference. The xGODS trying to match that 7-win record here in the game against the Ravens, but you can see that the Ravens are right behind them with not only this game, but another still left to go.
And it really ends up being big because in their previous meeting 2 weeks ago, the Ravens were able to take that game and already showed like, hey, we can match you. And we are looking not just to compete in the playoffs, but even maybe take that road to Michigan ourselves from some of those top 2 teams in the South.
Very much. I think people right now in the South Conference are having the conversation of Eclipse and xGODS, but like you say, the Ravens having already taken a game off the xGODS, this is more than a 2-pony race, you know.
Yes.
There are teams that are still fighting to be in this one. We've seen Gorillas have had some tough games towards the end of their season, but they are still fighting. It can be a serious wear on your mental to take the brutal or close losses that they have and still keep fighting. So I would consider them to still be one of those teams that's in it for the fight to Michigan in the South Conference. They are just clawing at trying to grab some more victories here at the end of the season. But the way the standings are, they are guaranteed to at least have that wild card game.
And for everybody at home, if you are interested in joining us in Michigan, there's a QR code right there in the middle of the standings that you can go ahead and scan and get tickets for yourself from Ticketmaster. Feel free to join us out in Grand Rapids for a amazing showing in finals from whichever teams from each conference make it.
Yeah, we want to see you there. We're going to be hype. It's going to be a great live event. And, you know, you never know who's going to actually be there because a lot of people like to talk confidently that the 2 teams that you see at the top of the standings are what you're going to see, and there are no guarantees.
That is what is so amazing about the league. 33 games, 5 different genres. In a 4-hour match, you cannot predict it because it's beyond just, oh, well, this guy looks great in this game every single time. Well, how about all 33? Where do they stand? And what do they hope to accomplish ultimately? The game comes down to a lot.
Yeah, there are many factors, and we will see that plenty here today. We're going to jump over to rock, paper, scissors to see who is going to get first setup and choice on whether to defer. And it looks like it's going to be the Ravens.
Yes, Herb managing to take one over Bosif there. I think we'll see the 2 of them actually match up in a few sports games today, so maybe a little bit of foreshadowing, or maybe Bosif tries to upset. We got to wait and see. First game, let's see what we get. StarCraft,
what a way to start.
I think that very outspoken about it, Havoc to your face from the xGODS, considers himself and is one of the strongest StarCraft players, having won time and time again. But the Ravens haven't shied away from playing it either all season with players that understand the game. Sometimes that support matters, and it looks like the Ravens said, not today.
Yeah, they want to defer that one. When you're going up against Havoc, you want to try to avoid that game as much as you possibly can. So we're going to head over to MK instead. We're going to start with a fighting game with everyone available. Not the fighting game that I was expecting to see, like that I was thinking of hyping up for these 2 players, TLG and KIC, but it's a fighting game nonetheless. So
and I like it because it will hopefully set the tone. For me, I'm also going to be paying attention to rotations. For people at home, our rotations work a little bit like baseball rotations. You have to use everybody. So in a 2v2 situation, you have to be considering it. Who you're going to send in and who you want to leave out. And at the Ravens, KIC made a statement. Do you want to send him and Herb, another strong fighter, kind of the pillar of the Ravens, or do you hold him back? Are you really willing to bet on the confidence of KIC's, I think this is his 3rd, 4th game playing in the league?
Yeah, I mean, when you talk about how he lives on the West Coast, it's not quite easy to make every game for the season, but he's making an effort, and I'm really, really excited to see. It almost feels like we have a guest performer on the scene right now that we're kind of waiting to see in action. We might get it first thing here, so I do like what you said about setting the stage here, because this is going to be an intense matchup already. So the fact that right off the bat, we're going to get such a heated game that these 2 have been hyping up on each other.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is a big deal. This is a way to start right here.
Ooh. And now that setup timer, I know we do a lot of things different. The setup timer will always be the scary thing to me at the beginning of the game, because no matter how comfortable you are as a player, I think when that first 4 minutes comes on the clock, the first game, first day of school, first day of a new job, whatever it might be, those jitters come up and you kind of got to like, okay, do I remember how to do all this? And you sit down. And if it's one of your games, I think you're usually happy to get it all out of the window. Like, oh, yeah, I do this. This is just another day in the office.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people, playing video games is kind of sitting down at the TV and just turning on the Xbox and, letting the stress go. But for these players, that's not how this feels. They don't show up here to just relax and have a good time. Think of any sports event that you've ever had or any kind of concert that you've had to perform. That's how these players are feeling right now. They are fighting for a playoff position. This is no joke to them. They've got the nerves going right now, and they have to get them all in check before this game starts, especially since we're heading into a game that both of these teams, I think, would tell you they're going to take.
Yes. The xGODS, again, you briefly touched on it. I love them as a team because the Trolls prior to this had a history. They rebrand, they reemerge as the LA xGODS, and they've kind of put the whole league on notice, really rising up in the South. And so, again, I hope to continue to see that, but you can never quite count the Ravens out.
Oh.
There's a little bit of magic with that team that I feel like they always find a way to challenge. And it looks like we're starting to get those lineups to go in. And you called it out earlier with the fighters, TLG and Psycho sliding in. And it looks like at least KIC is going in along with him.
All right. Oh, this is going to be an intense one to start already, man. This is... I'm not even playing in my heart's racing. Yes. What's going on? This is...
And MK is so different. It's such a different fighting game compared to all the other fighting games on the wheel. That all of these players, I know, they feel very confident. They feel very on point, but I don't know who I give this to. Do you have any thoughts?
I have no idea. I would believe both of them. If the Ravens came in here and said, hey, we're going to win, I would be like, all right, Ravens. And if the xGODS came in and said, don't listen to them, we're winning, I'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, I meant the xGODS.
Yeah.
This is going to be a tough matchup. And I'm really excited that we're starting off with this one because there are so many games we could have started with that wouldn't have been so much pressure maybe for these players. So there's so much expectation for both sides. One of these players, KIC or TLG, or maybe Psycho or maybe him, one of these players is going to come out of this one a hero, and the other one is going to be in a bad mood. So.
Yeah, and that first game, a gift and a curse is how I'll phrase it. A gift and a curse of winning it, you feel on top of the world and ready to take on anything. And from the rest of the game, you might feel on the back foot and you need to make something up. 20 seconds left on the setup timer. We don't have a whole lot of time left. Let's not burn a time on the first.
Yeah, really. We don't want to burn a timeout on the first game. But at the same time, you got to wonder if these players are like, hey, give me another minute. Give me another 2 minutes. Let me get my thumbs ready. Let me make sure my controls are in check. So, but we might have them sitting down at the setup already. Here we go. We are heading in. We're going to go ahead and spin the wheel. We're starting right on time. They took every possible minute. So,
and here we go. We have Raiden versus Scorpion, and it's going to be him versus Psycho, with him being on the left side as Raiden. And it looks like him is already cooking. KIC made the claim of wanting the sweep, but him getting off to an early start before the combo is broken. And now it looks like Psycho's starting to find his footing. And the difficulty here is going to be who really gets their game plan. I always watch this from different players, and him, once again, showing this consistency we've now come to expect from, sorry, the pun, him in fighting games. He is usually able to come up with the exact game plan, how he wants to handle things. And when he has his combos, he takes the first life, the first round from Psycho. For those at home that don't know, we play a life system. Every round is one life. When you lose 2 rounds, 2 lives across any number of players, you are out. And it looks like him is saying, Psycho, you don't even get a chance to start. I want a shot at TLG.
It's a really, really tough situation to be in, because when we talk about the fact that KIC and TLG are going to be such difficult opponents to go up against, it really is the other player that they decide to bring into this 2v2 that matters so much.
And it is surprising. You mentioned that about TLG being the only fighter. That support is sometimes the make or break. It can be a few hits that are the difference between you winning a game and losing the fighting games here in the league. And so having that support does end up mattering. But Psycho has done a great job to take this second round and kind of equalize it out. But him still not giving him too much space, too many opportunities to play his game. And one more hit will end Psycho's run. A nice grab to keep his chances alive.
He's got to play perfectly from here, and gonna probably want to use that. Oh, not gonna happen. He's gonna get finished. That's gonna be 2 rounds straight.
And we saw him say, you're gonna press a button, you feel the pressure, I'm willing to challenge, I'm gonna go ahead and take you out, give me my shot at TLG.
Yeah, I found a perfect opening for it, and he just kept that game so fast-paced when that's not how Psycho wanted to play at all. Psycho was thriving in that slow poking play style, and they just did not leave an opening for that. So the faster the game went, the quicker Psycho seemed to fall. So at this point, TLG gonna have to jump in, and he's gonna have to play almost perfectly. He will have 1 life to spare. You talked about that life system earlier that we use based on rounds, so he'll have 1 to spare. But I have a feeling he wants to save that one for this next matchup.
Yes.
Maybe not throw that one away on him.
As a fighting game player myself, I can speak from experience. Going into a matchup on even lives is very different from knowing that I'm one and done. If I make any mistakes here, the game is over. Him looking to put out his pressure and play his game, but against TLG, that's a much bigger task. One of the most consistent pressure fighters, I think, here in the league. He will get in, start to play his game, and then you're playing at TLG's pace for the rest of the round if you are not careful. But it looks like him is prepared, always bringing it back to, hey, let's slow it down, and I'm going to pick when we fight, not you.
Yeah, he did get a little bit repetitive there and became readable, which is something you maybe can get away with Psycho, but you are not going to get away with against TLG. TLG is going to turn this into you sitting in a very dangerous territory with your health bar, so being able to just juggle these for so much longer. He does drop that combo, unfortunately, but still him not in a great position. 1 hit from depth here. 1's all it's going to take. It's not going to let it happen quite yet. Going to keep using this support backup. That combo gets broken, though, and he has to play on the defensive again. Presses a button, leaves an opening, just like we talked about with Psycho before. Every single press of a button becomes so dangerous at that point in the match.
And TLG starting the round off, immediately running forward, saying, you don't have any time to breathe, but I'm still impressed with him's gameplay. He has done this time and time again, fighter after fighter, where people expect him to be good now at Street Fighter, but maybe not something like MK. I know that he's been working at it, but really putting on a great show, showing that TLG is taking this match seriously from the beginning.
Yeah, both of these players going at it. You have to wonder if this is what him has in store. What do they have in the backup for KIC? And he's going to take that first life that TLG absolutely didn't want to drop. Not only does him take that round, he takes it decisively.
Yes, he shows that, okay, your first round, just like you had time to watch me, I've now had a chance to watch you and come up with my game plan. And we've seen this starter time and time again. He goes into the combo and is going to pick up some of his damage. Both of these players, each time they touch each other, they get 30% life, and TLG jumping, thinking the move was done, getting himself caught, and is now on the back foot. I think we're only a combo or 2 away. There are no more drops. A drop could mean the difference between the game ending. A nice block. TLG, can you finish it here? Punishing these wake up.
Combo at the same point.
Oh, into the super. This could kill.
No.
This could kill.
This is going to be very close.
Just watch that health bar, everybody. See how close it gets. And here we go.
It does. The last hit connect.
And that is the round. And it looks like him started off the day saying, Cassie, I know you were going to sweep, but I'm here to do it. He is him.
He earned that one. He kicked this game off big time. He was like, you guys should have been saying my name back there a whole lot more than you did. And we apologize, him. You will be mentioned from this point forward.
Yes.
That was an extremely impressive showing. Of course, the fighting games that we have in our wheel are all very versatile, like we talked before. So TLG didn't seem too upset about that one. Fist bump at the end of the match. I think he knows that there are plenty of games on this wheel where he's going to have a much larger advantage in terms of experience and play style. So him showing that Mortal Kombat is quite a bit different from these other anime fighters that we have on the wheel. Some of these classics like Tekken and Street Fighter. Mortal Kombat's getting serious these days, and him decided he was going to pick it up when nobody else really is paying attention to it.
A lot of respect for the player. I've known him since last season when he came in as a rookie, and watching him over the course of the season really develop as a fighting game player. He's always someone to reach out to good players looking for matches, looking for games, saying like, hey, what can I improve on? How can I get better? Oh, this person's really good at Mortal Kombat. Let me go talk to them and maybe get some ideas on how to improve. A great showing right into Football Company 24, though. And this is going to be a matchup for the ages, looking at Pastor Herbs and Wonku going up against QWERTY and Bosif.
Yeah, once again, they're putting in their specialists. I mean, these lineups are going exactly how both teams want them so far. This is going to be another really tight game. Another 2v2 as well, so we're kind of seeing the category specialists just take it to each other at the moment. If we get a shooter next, I might laugh a little.
Oh, and it's really interesting because the synergy between both of these, I think, for both of these teams, Herb and Wonku versus are kind of a known duo. Same with QWERTY and Bosif. Both of them, as players, are known to play really well off of their respective partner. And the Ravens have pulled quite a few upsets, especially with this duo in football company, that people might not expect. They're like, oh, okay, they're good, but how good are they? And then you see the two of them score one goal, and it quickly snowballs from there.
Yeah, FC24 might be the most synergistic sports game that we have on the roster. NBA is up there,
Yeah.
but I do think that FC allows for some really high-intensity scoring plays that just, you can make highlight reels out of FC. NBA, you're looking for that big moment, but it's usually paced a little bit slower.
Yes, definitely. And we are, again, console to console, so it's a 4-minute setup. We do get a little bit of a reprieve. We haven't gotten hit with one of the patented 2-minute timers that really start to put the pressure on. And I want to see where both of these teams stack up. I believe last season, looking at QWERTY and Bosif, I think they had something like when they're together in for sports games, like a 60-70% win rate. And to go into the game being like, hey, this is someone I've been playing season after season after season with. You kind of start to just that quiet confidence of just like, yeah, I'm going to kick the ball here and he'll be there to kick it in. Oh, wait, they're moving there. Okay, cool, kick it back. And you see that dynamic play that you're talking about come out of FIFA.
Yeah, unspoken synergy is one of the scariest things to go up against, because when you're sitting next to the duo that you're playing against and there are no call-outs to counter, it becomes a really tricky, scary situation. So
you sometimes look like they didn't say each other. They didn't even look at each other. They just made the play, and
yeah, they've just practiced it so frequently that they know what's coming. So
everybody at home, if you are looking for teams in the white jerseys, you will be having the Ravens. In the black jerseys, you will be having the LA xGODS.
Ooh, all right. And that's going to be xGODS.
With a quick score to open up the game, maybe setting the tone, saying that, hey, y'all got MK, but now you're in the sports game genre, which is our field.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't think of anybody more than Bosif right now that wants to absolutely dominate this one, especially since Madden just rolled and he won't be available for it.
Oh, that is so sad.
All right. Not quite able to find an opening, shooting into defense. Oh, I wouldn't call that an own goal, but great job capitalizing there from the xGODS.
Maybe showing a little bit of QWERTY and Bosif have been playing together so long that maybe they're just a little bit more comfortable, and maybe the Ravens are a little bit slower starter just to get warmed up and to play the game. They look like they're getting a little bit better control with one another, but not able to start these attacks and really put any pressure, I think, on the xGODS.
One really tricky thing about this one for both teams is going to be the fact that actually we just saw it utilized really well is the walls being played here. There's an option to play with or without walls, and there's going to be not an equalizer, but a chance for a comeback here for the Ravens now as they go up 1. We're in a 2-1 situation, so playing with walls here means that defense is going to become a lot harder. When this ball ricochets off the wall, it's oftentimes going to be heading right back to the offense.
And you have to immediately respond. Any moments in just a fraction of a second is the difference between the ball going in and possibly popping out. And I am interested. So setup was on the LAX guys, maybe making that decision, that synergy that you brought up before, along with the walls, can give them that edge that they need to take the game away from the Ravens.
Yeah, it's all about play style. If you know, just able to get that one past. I mean, the goals from xGODS at this point, I would say they should honestly be up by 2 more than they are. They have missed some open opportunities, I would call them. Trying to get control here for the Ravens. They keep sending it a little bit too deep into the xGODS defense. That time, it worked out for them. So forget what I said. I'm not an endgamer. They are. They know what's going on. They know how they like to play, and they're going to try to capitalize on those deep offense opportunities with one player. So
challenging maybe the aggression. What we don't always get the chance to see is the fact that the xGODS love to bring up that third man occasionally just to get in on the play and continue to put the pressure, and maybe beating them out by using these long passes. Wasn't able to get an opportunity, but using the wall exactly like you quoted to bring the defense to him before swinging it back around to his teammate to just knock it in.
Really, really intelligent
And
play.
an
What a shot.
Follow-up coming out of the Ravens, going up by 2 now. It looks like the engine is ready, revving, and going. They are fully into this FIFA game, ready to play.
You said it before. They needed a warm-up. They just needed a little bit of extra time to get going. They started off on the defense to get their thumbs warmed up and ready, and now they're on a streak of 3. Defense coming out again. We have an attacker versus a goalkeeper here. Puts it to the air, but just off the wall.
And the best part about the Ravens and some of the changes they made this season, but always still kind of true, is they're a loud team. We can hear them from the floor, cheering each other on, getting louder and louder every single moment. Each one of these goals, using that to put pressure onto the xGODS to say, what is your response? How are you going to stop us? This game is fully in our control.
Yeah, and that'll be the end of the first half there. So we are halfway through this game. The Ravens are up 5-2. They're looking to take a second game in a row here against the xGODS. Right now, they're on pace, but the teams have switched sides, so we will see the xGODS now attacking the left side of the screen.
But immediately coming back, you would not believe me if I told you only 2 people were playing into the 3 of the xGODS backfield, consistently finding these opportunities. Another close goal.
Another opportunity, but taken away from the ball in the air just a little too long. Now there's an opportunity for the xGODS with the goalkeeper in the way.
Both teams fighting, and the control goes back to the Ravens, looking to maybe use these lob passes once again to get over and get behind the defender. Who almost was able to make a big play there.
For some skillful aggression at this point.
Oh, that's
my goodness, right off the crossbar. But the Ravens utilizing the wall so well. That was a deflection from his own teammate. It doesn't result in a goal, luckily, for the xGODS, but the Ravens want to get another attack going. You can tell, and they finally nail the shot they've been looking for.
And Wonko Herb, hearing the cheers, laugh and talk to each other. You're playing our game now. You thought FIFA was your opportunity to tie the score up, but it was really just another game.
Oh, just slips it between the 2 defenders when they thought they were going to turn an offense.
And maybe a little bit of a caster curse coming out there. The moment I want to give the Ravens more credit there. The xGODS managed to find an opportunity to just bring this game back in. A minute and a half is still a long time in FIFA.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of the I was almost about to get another compliment. I have seen some of the top teams in the league play FIFA at this point, and I've seen nobody with higher ability than the Ravens right now. And honestly, the xGODS as well. Both of these teams, I would say, are the top 2 FIFA teams I've seen, but the Ravens just putting themselves above and beyond. Both teams are in great control. An answer right back from the xGODS. What is going to happen here at the end of the second half?
And we saw just how quickly the momentum flipped early in this game. The xGODS could find 3 goals of their own and immediately tie us up. There's a minute left. They're going to have to keep the pressure up. They have to find these plays. And for the first time, the Ravens look to maybe not just be looking for those 1-2 quick shots, but playing the ball a little bit more strategically, recognizing the clock and realizing the only way they can lose is if they give the xGODS an opening. Get it out.
The control was handed over. Oh, the Ravens finally capitalize. If they hadn't, that would be quite concerning, but they are able to finally capitalize in front of the net. QWERTY, a little smile on his face. I think he knows how silly that goal really ended up being. Yeah, some interesting passes coming out from both teams. It seems like the players really know how to control their characters in-game. They can be so slippery because this game is so quick. And with an open net, the Ravens are going to put another one in. They've practically closed the game at this point.
Once again, we saw both teams have this opportunity with the xGODS coming out to that early lead, and the Ravens were able to find that moment to make the game their own, while at the same time, every time the xGODS seem to start to get started, the Ravens are right back in position to stop that. This has been a clinic.
Yeah. I think it's a showing that a decent defense is sufficient to a hyper offense. So they have just been finding all their scoring opportunities that they needed to. You can see the aggression is picking up here because these players are fouling so frequently here in the end game. The xGOD's going to walk that one in. So now only down by 3, but with only 10 seconds left in the game. At this point, the Ravens are going to play a hard defense. That's not even going to leave them enough time on the clock.
And the foul there pretty much seals the deal. There's no more opportunities for any more shots. The second half ends. Fist bumps coming out from both of the players, recognizing like, hey, difficult game. And we're going to be moving right into Madden. And looking at both of these teams, I think both sides are pretty happy with what's all going on. I spoke with Stars briefly before the game, and he mentioned that he was excited to see his teammates play some Madden today. So I'm going to guess that we're probably seeing Vape and Genghis possibly go in. And on the flip side, Loki Brent has always been to me this consistent sports player that you can always throw in there, and you can throw him in, I think, with Havoc or Rafiki, either one. So again, another good Madden game, another good sports game, I think, right on the horizon for us.
Havoc would be an interesting player to see go in because a lot of times Madden almost qualifies as half a sports game and half a strategy game. So it is common to see your strategy players go in as quarterback and determine what plays are going to be run and just leave it up to the dedicated sports player or teammate to make the skill checks out on the field.
And one of the things that I will always give kudos to Havoc for as a former teammate of his, former GM of his as well, is he plays everything on the wheel. It doesn't matter whether or not it's in his proverbial category. Like, oh, he's a shooter, he's a strategy player. No, he will have touched it. He will understand the game and be prepared to play it. So, yeah, we might be in for a surprise there, too, as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight matchup, but they all have so far. So is there really any surprise? Once again, this is going sports to sports because of the way that we have our roster set up. We will see that some of the preferred players that both teams might have wanted to go in as their first string, per se, for this Madden game will be on the sideline still. So we'll see other players getting to shine now in the limelight of sports games, and only one player going to be left on either team after this.
And this is a very real possibility that I think we didn't touch on, but both of these players, the Ravens, having picked up stars from the Gorillas, stars known to be this kind of anchor, you build your team around him player. Always great to have him as the last person left on your roster. And Havoc, I cannot speak to how good of a player he is as well to say whatever comes next on the wheel, he'll be prepared to go, calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, what the most interesting outcome here would certainly be for one of our 1v1 games to roll and
F1,
finish up the wheel right now. And
F1 would be a lot of fun, I think, right now. If we could get an F1 game, that'd be amazing.
I'd love to see as many perfect roster resets as we perfectly could. Just over and over again, having these open opportunities to see the best players, the preferred players for each game going in against each other. I want to see the most even matchup that we possibly can, not just for the overall matchup between all these games, but every single individual game.
And we're going to see, for me in this Madden game, how a little bit of experience plays out. Over on the LAX gods, you have Rafiki as well as Low-Key Brent. These two players were rookies last season for the Trolls, but are now still on the squad. They've developed with the team, gotten a few more pieces. While on that flip side, the Ravens' two newest pieces, Vape coming in, a very strong and outspoken sports player, has shown himself in strategy, along with Genghis, who defines himself more as that shooter racer, but two rookies going up against two sophomores. I want to see how maybe a year in the league or a season in the league really does help to maybe develop the xGODS players.
Yeah, that's curious because as I'm also a freshman here in the league, I'm actually really interested. Almost, I don't want to say that I have any kind of bias here, but now I am leaning a little bit towards one side over the other, wondering if maybe these rookies can show up big time for this one and take yet another one for their team.
It's always fun. It's always fun because I think to anybody that's possibly joining the draft or ever playing in the league, some of the most fun is when rookies are outspoken. And Vape, he's not the loudest in the room, but if you ask him about the games he plays and what he does, he will very confidently tell you, yes, I'm ready to play, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to show off. And looks like we might be getting into it soon because the setup timer has now run out. And again, Madden's not a complicated game, but a few little settings that you got to make sure that you get right.
Yeah, and the game goes for quite a while as well because of the way that we have it set up. We are going to see a timeout come from the Ravens here, so looks like they want to take a little bit of time. So we're going to go ahead and run over to the standings real quick and let you see how our league is shaping up once more. You can see so many of these teams coming up on their final games, one of them being a little-known team called the Cobras. The other ones being the Ghosts, Wolves, Bandits, Reapers. I mean, at this point, the only teams that haven't completed 9 games are the Bots, the Ravens, and the Bucks.
Yes,
and the Eclipse.
And funnily enough, the Eclipse and Bots have a makeup game because of some snow. So that's one of those games that is outstanding. But every single one of these games still has huge implications for playoffs from both conferences. Every single week, every single day, the games have a lot of meaning, whether personally for records or legitimately where you play and who you want to play. Do you want to play Eclipse in the finals, xGODS? All right, cool. Make sure you hold on to that second, third seeding so that you don't necessarily have to see them round one.
Definitely want a playoff warm-up before you have to go into the Eclipse for sure. You want to be on the same level as them. You talked at the beginning of the game about the way that some teams wrapping up here, like the xGODS, who are going to be the first team to finish and have their official standings for the regular season. That's not always ideal because you go into the playoffs not as warmed up as everybody else. But the Eclipse have the opposite problem, which is almost an advantage, where they had a huge gap in time where they had not played any games. And they came back into it, were able to not only scrape up, but take some pretty defining wins and show that they're back and they're ramped up to full force again. And I mean, I can't think of a better makeup game to have for our makeup week when we've only got one at the moment. It'll just be a single day out of the weekend where we have to play a game, but Eclipse and Bots are going to make it feel like we get an entire weekend of UEL.
Be a beautiful game. I cannot wait. And my brain was just going through it as well. The other implication of this game is we are very likely to see these teams play for a third time coming out of the South. And whether you went 1-1 or 2-0 in a matchup really does matter for a lot of things, especially the mental side of the game.
Yeah, depending on what happens here, the only possibility where we don't get that is honestly a Ravens loss here and the Gorillas being able to take a final win. That would be the only situation. We would have to see the Ravens lose twice, I believe. And we're going to get Smash Bros.
And I know TLG is happy about that. If there's a fighting game that TLG, more than anybody else in this building, is super confident and ready to play, he's done it before. He's down to run some Super Smash. But first, they got to get through this Madden game and see where everything lands. So the 49ers will go ahead and be the LA xGODS with the... I just realized they're both 49ers.
The Ravens are both.
It's so hard when talking about Madden to have a team named the Ravens because my brain just wants to go, okay, cool. And the Ravens, all right, the Ravens are on the left side and the LA xGODS are on the right. So the white and gold jerseys will be...
That's the xGODS.
Yes.
Which will be easy to keep up with because of the fact that the xGODS are gold.
Oh, yeah. That works great.
Yeah, so just think of the lighter color is the team with the lighter color, and the darker color is the team with the darker color.
All right, let's see here. We always see the first few, and I think the first set of downs we ever see in Madden are both teams kind of figuring each other out on offense and defense. What can I get away with? How aggressive can I play? Am I playing a team that maybe is really good at defense and can hop on those mistakes I make or some of those risky plays? Maybe I have to play a little bit safer going forward. But already good ball movement coming out of the LA xGODS.
Yeah, and there's so many ways to play this game, whether it's a short passing game or trying to go long and optimize the time on the clock. Just barely not going to get a hold of that one, so not going to get the first down here. But clock play is something that we see so often in Madden, just utilizing your time, whether it be rushing to get as many attempts up the field as you can. If that player was set, that would have been an interception.
And that would have been, I think, an interception into a touchdown because there was no one really in a position to stop him.
Pretty open field.
And unfortunately, that run is the end of the xGODS first drive down the field here. They're going to punt it away, and we get an opportunity to see with maybe what these two rookies are cooking up here in this game of Madden.
Yeah, so this first turnover going to be all the way out to the end zone. So we're going to start off here at I believe the 25-yard line now is where it starts. Always used to be the 20, so gets me a little bit mixed up. But
This small little
no,
thing.
we are at the 20. We are at the 20-yard line. Okay.
All right, let's see. What is your first opportunity? We saw a lot of kind of short to middle range passes coming out of the LAX guys. I want to see if they don't follow suit, starting off with a run and play, not getting able to pick up a big gain, but kind of setting some precedence and maybe making your opponent aware that, hey, I am willing to put the ball on the ground.
I think both teams are probably going to play a minimal way. I don't think they're going to try to put all their chips on one thing. I don't think they're going to go for long plays and try to get as many drives as they can. I don't think they're going to go only for the running game and just try to get repetitive first downs. I think both teams are going to have to counterplay each other here if they actually want to get around each other. Otherwise, both of these teams are smart enough to figure out what the other is going for and try to stop them. You almost see a first down there. It's going to be 3rd and 2. So possibly a last opportunity here to get this first down.
And this is also something you definitely see out of experienced Madden players using the no huddle as an opportunity to test how well do you understand the audible system and shifting your play on the fly, recognizing the little subtle changes someone might do from a single player moving to the opposite side, telling you exactly where this play might be going and what you need to keep an eye out for. I'm really liking the play here. I'm going to take a guess that Vape is really willing and ready to look for a play. And we see them going up the field, unable to pick up the first down, but 6 yards is not anything to shake your head at.
Yeah, first play, not keeping the ball on the ground, and it fairly successful. Gets to 2nd and 4, which is better than they even had on their first attempt, first set of downs. So right before our first quarter ends, we're going to get the ball snapped, and we're going to get another first down.
And a great job breaking. Oh, I thought it wasn't a dropped pass there with how quickly the play ended. Yeah, they managed to get that first down, and that allows them to keep it alive. And this goes back to that time management. We're already in the second quarter. We play 3-minute quarters, and it feels short in theory of like, oh, you only have 3 minutes. But if you are using the run game well and really thinking about how you want to manage this clock, you can choose exactly when you want to score and how much time you want to give to your opponent.
Definitely. And we see this short passing game going well. We see often that when teams open themselves up to too many long passing plays, they often get intercepted. So I definitely agree with the Ravens' decision here to keep it to short passes on the outside or ground game, which I do think we're likely going to see another running play here to try to pick up a first down on 2nd. But it's not going to happen. In fact, we're going to lose a couple of yards there for the Ravens.
Great defense. I'm really already happy with what we're seeing. It feels sometimes, you mentioned that Madden is kind of this 50-50 of sports and strategy. And sometimes we see people lean really heavy into the sports, but having, I think, a few players in the game that all really know Madden very clearly means that we're seeing those little strategic decisions of, oh, I'm going to maybe make a move here or make a move here to try to get a response, but I'm not going to just fall for that.
And I think that's our first solid counter play that we've seen. And this one is expecting the running game on a 2nd and 2, knowing that with that few yards to get, you're not going to risk putting the ball in the air. Not in a game like Madden. I mean, interceptions happen in the NFL, sure, but they happen a whole lot more in the game. So it is really, really easy for some of these 98 overall defenders to just get their hands on the ball and run it up the other side of the field. So we are going to see it take to the air this time. Probably the longest pass we've seen. Did he hang on to that one out of bounds? Either way, it won't be an interception, so we're going to go to 4th and 4. But sending that one that far, put right in the hands of the defender, showed that long game is not the wisest option here.
And I think the big thing here, that talking about confidence, whether so yes, we are. Yeah, we do have him correct. And what I wanted to get at was some of the confidence coming out of those rookies that we maybe started talking about at the top of the game. Willingness to look at a 4th and 4 and say, I can convert this, especially before the end of the first half. I want to get this touchdown in, put some points on the board, and allow me to dictate the pace of the game going into the second half.
Yeah, an impressive showing so far. Adaptability from the Ravens has really gotten them here. They're not afraid to go for anything. Even these long passes that have been so risky, they may not have worked out, but their willingness to go for it opens up the mind of the the mind of the xGODS to have to even consider the fact that it might come out. And it just makes it more difficult for them to play defense. So while you risk it early on, it does help open up the field later. And we're not going to see a first. Oh, we are. He rolled over the defender. He rolled over the defender and just barely got himself a first down. But we are down to the final minute here. And with how slow this drive has been, this is likely going to see the last few. This is likely going to be the last few plays that we see. So the Ravens. Oh,
but a big sack putting him at 2nd and 21. He looked like he was considering scrambling and maybe not, instead of stepping forward where he had a little bit more space, trying to step back. His line unfortunately fell apart and ultimately set up an opportunity. Now you have to go for this long play. The defenders, you have to kind of televise it. You have to show it. You have 14 seconds. You want to be as close for this possible field goal. And it looks like...
Again, it's going to be incomplete. Not a sack, but incomplete is not what you want to have coming out as a ruling when you have 10 seconds and about 40 yards to the end zone. So once again, in a predictable situation, although you don't see the defenders playing very far back, so maybe going to stick to these receivers as they run up the field towards the end zone. And it does look like that's what they're going to go with. That one's not going to be caught in the air. So with 5 seconds left, we'll be at 4th and 21. There are a few reasons to go for it here, honestly.
Yes.
I do think that with it being Madden, this is a possible field goal. And we're going to see them set up for it here as well. It certainly could be a miss. This is no guarantee. And that one
looks like it was
just barely makes it through.
Managed to put some points on the board. And at 3, we've seen it time and time again be the decision maker between a game going in favor of one team or the other. I like the decision to take risks, but recognize right here at the end of the first half, take your guaranteed points. Even though it's a little bit scary, take your guaranteed points and take a lead in a game like Madden. We only have one more half to play.
Right, and this will actually be the last second of our first half. Oh, he's going to get away with it. They're not catching him. He's making it to the end zone. 3 points doesn't matter anymore. And 3 points is nothing compared to the 6 that were just scored by the Ravens.
The LAX God said, you left me with 1 second too many in the half. If you give it to me once, I will show it to you. An incredible run back to go ahead and go into the second half saying, actually, we're in control.
Wow. The xGODS already caught back up and some.
What I want to highlight, though, something we saw very quickly on screen. I love that Vape leaned over to Genghis and was like, hey, maybe cut here. You shouldn't have been there. It didn't look like it. Any argument, just being like, we're still in this game. That's confidence I want to see still coming out of a couple of rookies, is that willingness to be like, made a mistake. It happens. Everyone is going to make a mistake. How are we going to recover? And it looks like the Ravens will get the ball back to start the second half. And that's the bigger heartbreak. I think you could have gone in with the ball, being up by 3 with that opening play, but Vape might just take it back himself.
No way. No way. Vape is going to return it all the way back. He's going to showboat a little bit. You can see everybody smiling down there. They all understand how comical it is to see back-to-back.
Anything you can do, I can do it better.
Wow.
Did he miss he missed the extra point, though?
The extra point comes off of the uprights, and suddenly this isn't a field goal game. This becomes a safety or a 2-point conversion that could really make this one. A field goal can be a win at this point.
And maybe, just maybe, a little bit of that. We're not going to have 3 in a row.
We're not going to have 3 in a row.
But maybe, just maybe, that is a little bit of the experience there of maybe, you mentioned a little bit of showboating at the very end. Just maybe feeling yourself and not following through on that extra point. But we got to see how the game plays out. I want to see what these drives look like. Unfortunately, both teams have only had one drive down the field. We haven't had the opportunity to see the back and forth of the offense and defense of each team.
So as a reminder, since we... Oh, my goodness. Almost a turnover for the Ravens, but just barely not able to get his hands on it. Becomes an incomplete. We're at 2nd and 10. Wow, that was close to being... it might not have been 3 touchdowns in a row, but it would have been 3 huge plays.
Back to back to back. And I think maybe the players might have heard you talking about the explosiveness of FIFA. Tries to step up here and ends up getting taken down and wanting to show it off of Madden, maybe to say, hey, no, we have a highlight play of our own, and quite a few. And especially when you get some experienced players in here, like the Endgamers in the building, you can't ever really guess exactly how a game is going to play out.
I mean, watching these two teams, it's hard to even imagine that there are teams in this league with better standings at this point. And when these two teams are clashing head-to-head, so just powerful in every single game matchup against each other, it is hard to imagine. But we are with 2 minutes left here. The Ravens will certainly get their hands back on the ball at some point. We are still not even halfway through the third quarter, so it's not really an option to just play as slow as possible. That was a really nice cut for an extra yard or 2.
Yes. Both teams, though, I think I like their management of the ball just in general. We sometimes see teams really lean into either their pass or their run game, especially if things start to go wrong. But because they're utilizing both, we don't see... Sometimes the game can feel very much step by step, but I think running out, managing to get this first down, better recognition each time I'm seeing him realizing. First time we saw him step too far back, get sacked. Second time, started to go forward. Unfortunately, another sack. Finally finding that angle where, hey, I can go ahead and get this yardage for free and keep the drive going.
And you have to appreciate his ability to recognize that he can't get too greedy with the yards. Although, as I say, if that would have connected, that would have been yet another highlight. But sadly, just past the fingertips is going to end up on the turf. So an incomplete, a dangerous situation, certainly. But on the previous running play where they had, where the xGODS had their quarterback Purdy go for the first down, it was really responsible not to get too greedy and let yourself be tackled for an extra 1 or 2 yards, because getting greedy and going for an extra 1 or 2 yards with a quarterback can result in a fumble.
Yes.
So much more often than you'd like. And we see a lot of players getting greedy for those extra yards and making the biggest play possible, and it just isn't worth it in the end. xGOD's very confident in their ability to just move up the field gradually and end up with points in the end of it.
My brain is hitting me now with a very scary idea. Each one of these drives have taken about a quarter in length, meaning if we have a drive here where we have a score and then we have another drive coming back, the immediate thing I think of is with the missing of that extra point, the xGODS can always play that last drive out and just get a field goal. And the difference of it being tied and going to overtime and that being a 1 game could come down to this, but they have to make sure they score on this drive before we can even have that conversation.
Yeah, and I think the xGODS are setting them up really nicely for already being in field goal position is huge. So the fact that they have so much time to get even closer is really a way for them to nail in a minimal win condition for the Ravens. They can play this clock to put the Ravens in an uncomfortable position where they have to go for bigger plays than we've seen out of either team so far.
Yes. Once again, getting a little bit more yardage time and time again. We are officially in the final quarter of play with the clock still ticking down. The ball hasn't gone out of bounds. There's no incomplete passes. So the clock is going to keep ticking away. And now my question is, how well can you control this clock, xGODS? How well are y'all able to maybe take 20 more yards, but take maybe another 2 minutes to do it and ensure that you're giving the Ravens as little time as possible? A nice spin move there.
Yeah, one of those defenders just left in the air. Got nothing out of it, but...
Fourth down, are they going to opt to go for it here? Are you just going to take your 3 points?
They're going to go for the 3 points. They want to extend this one. Yeah, they have to take at least a 1-point lead here, and then I'm not certain if I would rely on the defense here or not. Both of these teams have a really solid offense. What scares me about the Ravens offense at this point is how little of it we've actually seen, despite them being in a winning position right now.
I
Well,
didn't want to say it when I saw the meter go up because I was thinking, I'm not the greatest sports player. Maybe I was just off. But that kick was premature both as it went up and came down the meter there, leading to a wide right kick. And you've given the ball back to the Ravens under the 2-minute warning. You will have to basically burn every timeout as long as they're just basically willing to keep the ball on the ground. They get a few first downs, and this game can be over.
yeah, turnovers are absolutely possible here. It's what they kind of have to rely on this point because this ground game that you talked about is going to be what the Ravens rely on at this point. They don't want that clock stalling by an incomplete pass or by going out of bounds. They want to just keep this clock rolling, and you can see how much is being taken off. I mean, we were almost at the 2-minute warning. We were just past the 2-minute warning when we started, and at this point, 30 seconds off the clock after a single play.
And that's what's huge here. Because they still, I think they're trying their best to hold
He
on.
might get away with this one. No, he's not.
And that is incredibly smart. Now, he can score there and give them the ball back or ensure that he retains control of that clock. Exactly what happened in the first half. I believe it was the xGODS got incredibly close. They got the ball back with 1 second left and ran it back. 1 more second off the clock was the difference between the ball going directly back to the Ravens for another set of downs and the score being as close as it is right now. So I think him making the decision to say, I could score, but I give them another minute to play the game versus me dictating from this moment forward, you have to keep using timeouts. They're down to their last timeout left in the game. So if I get 1 more first down, I get 2 plays. That might be just how the cookie crumbles. A nice wide sweep is able to pick up that first down, make sure to run into the center of the field to not accidentally get knocked out. And there we go. This should close the game up. An unfortunate set of circumstances, unforced errors from both sides, but maybe that rookie magic being just what was needed to go ahead and take another win here for the Ravens. And again, this isn't over. We've seen fumbles in the final seconds. We've seen wilder and wilder options happen. But I'm just saying, I would kneel the ball twice and wouldn't even risk it. I don't need the points here. 10 seconds left on the clock. We see a kneel come out, and that'll go ahead. Unless they want to call the timeout, but you know another kneel is going to immediately come out. Might be just accepting, we see him stand up. And we see Madden go over to the Ravens.
Not the start that the xGODS wanted to have, and not the start that I think the xGODS expected either.
Yes, the xGODS actually came out to an early lead, but it looks like this is following the tail of that second half of their last meeting. The Ravens picking right back up where they were, winning game after game, showing like, hey, we're really comfortable, we're ready to play. We've been expecting this game just like y'all have, and if you want to be amongst the top of the Southern Conference, we're a team that's always there. We're a team that's always competed. They got 3rd last season, making a few trades, coming together with a team right at the end of the seasons. I think this is the Ravens saying, if there's one team we want to be in the conversation with, it's Eclipse. And xGODS, you're in the way.
Yeah, right now these two teams really are fighting for a similar goal. It's funny to see them bashing heads against each other because this isn't even the end goal for either of them.
Both are saying we want the Southern Conference, and it's great to see because I think one of the conversations that is brought up is that the Southern Conference feels a little bit more like there's gaps between the teams. There's a few towards the bottom, some in the middle, and then kind of Eclipse up at top. And seeing this really makes me feel like all of the teams have been making these moves to get prepared to say, we need to challenge the best. How do we do that?
I think that the teams at the top of both conferences right now are going to see their toughest competition that they've seen in several seasons. I think these are some of the most optimized rosters to really take it to the what we're calling the big dogs in the league right now. But when you have teams running around being as competitive as the xGODS and the Ravens are right now, it's not just two teams at the top. There is a huge competitive atmosphere here in the top half of either side of the conferences. So, yeah, these teams are all going to be brawling it out in the playoffs, and I'm really excited to see what they bring. Ravens and xGODS kind of playing like they're already there, and like you said, it is most probable that these teams will face each other again in the first round of the playoffs.
And that's the wildest thing. We see TLG going in there once again, looking to come out swinging. We know that in Street Fighter Smash, our other 5v5 fighter here, you get a little bit of life back, a little bit, but you still have to go through 5 players back to back to back, and it really can put some stress on any singular player with items included. I think that's the thing that adds more on, is those items have a lot of different effects. So I can tell you right now, on the right side, we do have the LA xGODS in blue, and on the red side on the left, we're gonna be seeing the Ravens.
Well, what did you say?
Maybe today might just be my day. Street Fighter. It looks like the fighters in the sports games heard that the Ravens and the LA xGODS were playing and wanted to show up for a few matches.
Now, this is a really interesting map pick because I understand wanting to play on an only horizontal map, but choosing Hyrule Bridge here instead of Final Destination is a really interesting option because it means that there is no opportunity to fall off the map.
And it shows that the LA xGODS maybe have done some research and maybe really having a map that they like and they enjoy. And we saw early a very scary situation where Stars had been shrunk and was in a position to be knocked off, but managing to maintain his composure. We see Spring Roll sitting down there with him, coaching, helping throughout the game, but using that maybe as an opportunity to take back another life. And the LA xGODS, they got to stop it. I've seen way too many games of Smash turn into a waterfall really quickly when a player is able to get 1, 2, 3 kills. But a classic matchup here of QWERTY versus Stars, 2 of the younger players in the league, both looking to be leaders on their teams.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult here. I like this Bowser pick from QWERTY because on this map, Bowser is going to be an extremely difficult character to launch. Almost makes contact with that Mr. Freezy there. But Bowser being so difficult to launch means that this is an optimal stage for him to play on. And unless that is a Pokemon that's going to set up on the field, it is actually. It's going to be both players getting one of them. So Alolan and Mimikyu made that dangerous threat slowly making its way in. And there are two.
Can I talk about how scary that was?
What is happening?
This is the craziness of, and that is the mask boy from Majora's Mask.
That's
they're invisible. Oh,
they are invisible right now because of Skull Kid from Majora's Mask. So you can also see that QWERTY's assist trophy was invisible as well. If this star, if that star made contact, that would be a launch. That would be the end of it. But QWERTY wants to get one more grab. This move, he's been very reliant on it, and it's a really strong one for Bowser. And now we are going to get the ex-CEO of Nintendo making some faces and numbers for us.
Yes, it's time to do a little bit of math. Hope everybody at home and the number is saving.
Stars, no! Stars, no! Oh, and he's still not off. Now that Smash Ball, I believe that's a real Smash Ball there. So that can be taken by maybe neither player confident in the fact that
it's real or
real
not.
One they might not know because it's inactive, so they're not certain. But no, the lines line up correctly.
QWERTY's asleep though. It looks like Blossom said, Stars, if you need a little bit of help, I'm right here. Stars, are you able to find the opportunity?
Oh! And there he does! And Stars is over 200% right now.
He managed to survive hit after hit, throw after throw, and found the combination of items to get him that round.
Havoc on this little Mac has very little to do. Just start throwing out some side Bs, and you'll make contact eventually. Going to start off by taking a little bit of damage. You can see that.
And
a single neutral A is going to send Stars off of the stage. So.
And I will say, the xGODS having set up here, picking the map, knowing you have a little Mac that has to go in, I think that has to have played into map choice.
Absolutely, yes.
You mentioned FD before, and I'm like, do I want my little Mac on FD or
Yeah.
anything with a ledge for that matter?
Absolutely not. So this is a great pick. This Marth going to be a good counter, though, because simply one move in his kit, that down B that he has, all of these close contact moves that are going to come out from Havoc's Little Mac can all be countered. So we will see if Genghis can take advantage of that. Right now, he's using a few moves that you don't... Those bombs are dangerous. He's got one in his hand.
Oh!
He's going to put it up in the air. Gets another one off to the side. So now we're going to see no more items other than now double wielding swords here. Genghis is going to try to make some contact for some extra damage. Very good timing for Havoc to let go of that one. Tanuki Leaf going to be sitting there. That beetle can take a player off the map. It's not going to make contact, though.
But Havoc just now controlling the middle area of the map, really threatening these horizontal attacks, saying,
Another real one.
If you are willing to challenge me where I can't fall off the map, we have to play this left-right game for kills especially. You're going to jump towards me, and as long as I time it right, I'm safe. Havoc starting to claw back that lead, is now taking out 2 players on his own, evening it up at 3 active players remaining for each side.
We're going to get another close combat matchup here. No projectile characters coming out for either team really yet since we saw that link. So the blue shell on the field, get a little bit of pressure, just make him have to move around a lot. Making contact with that side smash, the shell does not connect, but the side smash does, and Havoc's going to, honestly, the easiest matchup he's had so far.
And Havoc did this last time, by the way. Last time they played Smash, the LAX gods, Havoc managed to take out mini Raven upon Raven upon Raven with this Little Mac. And people that know Smash, you know, there's a lot of reasons why Little Mac isn't seen in maybe traditional Smash esports. But here at the UEL, our rule set opens up the game. It gives a lot of opportunities for characters that you might not be familiar with the shot. But we see Wonku with the patented Incineroar. Who wins, the grappler or the boxer?
Yeah, it's a very good question. It certainly seems like a MMA fight, and we haven't even played UFC yet. So, but at this point,
that electrode,
not going to be able to explode and ruin anybody's day. And it seems like Wonk knows how dangerous it was to have it out there in the first place. So, Wonk able to take out Havoc. Now Psycho coming in, still using that GameCube controller, likely the setup that the entire team is trained on.
And I've been really happy with Psycho. Psycho has really leaned into this Palutena pick, using it to really control the items, which are the unique part of our game here in the UEL. The addition of items and using Palutena to make sure he's always the person that has the greatest chance, regardless of the situation, to be able to get in, maybe pull it towards him, grab the item, and play off of it really does help. Oh no, Luma, run away from the bees.
Yeah, and Luma does not get threatened quite as badly by those bees as another player would, because they don't do much launch, so Luma's not threatened to be knocked off the stage. And actually, you can see once again why the xGODS have opted for this map pick, because Luma, no chance of falling off the map here unless she's smashed into oblivion. So this is about the 3rd pick that I'm seeing that makes it clear why these characters and map were chosen together. Palutena going to go ahead and get rid of the sword and opt for a flower. Make love, not war. But that flower certainly does hurt, so not what they want to see. We haven't seen many assist trophies or Pokeballs, so both players having to opt.
Speaking of, asking you shall
one.
receive.
Pokemon with a Pokeball, but I believe... Psycho was able to catch the Pokeball in the air and sent it right back out. So when the Snorlax came out, that made contact with Wonk, and Wonk is out of this one. No more Incineroar. The Ravens down to, I believe this is their final player.
And if you don't know, one of the top players in the league is Herb. Fighting games especially. And what is his best fighting game? Tekken. So why not just bring the Kaguya into Smash and go ahead and play from there?
Fennekin's going to come out. It's a good day for Fox Pokemon.
Yes.
Waluigi brought out to counter. Not doing great.
What happens when Waluigi meets Kazuya?
Yeah.
Oh, never mind, apparently.
Apparently a beatdown? And not on the side you would expect. Psycho gonna wrap that one up, or rather, I should say, Waluigi apparently had a bet on the xGODS because Waluigi is gonna go. Who says Waluigi's not in Smash?
He got trapped. Not only was he dealing with Luma and Palutena, but Waluigi was just like, I'm just going to keep stomping on you. You're going to die eventually. It's over. The map is handled. And to go from here to immediately needing to go into Street Fighter. It's just because we were sitting there, I'm like, okay, Waluigi. And he just kept going. And then I feel like in a blink of an eye, I wasn't even able to keep. I'm like, oh, Waluigi. Okay, Waluigi won.
Yeah.
Even Psycho stuff, like, okay.
I'm curious if that was possibly the first ever Waluigi clutch in professional esports, because it certainly may be.
Somebody get this man his own spot in Smash. Yes, he's in Smash. I have a special love for Waluigi. The Y is always fun to see, to hear. And again, it helps the xGODS, but to me, that speaks to the xGODS preparation. The map, character choices. Both characters that are maybe on a more traditional FD-like stage could struggle in what people consider to be normal Super Smash Bros. But here in the league, because you have that flexibility, because of understanding of maybe what your game plan is, they gave themselves a great situation to come back from what was a scary Stars start of taking out a couple of xGODS himself.
Yeah, absolutely. This is proving to be an extremely tense matchup every single time we jump into a game. I mean, this scoreline is going to stay close. I have no doubts about it. I really can say confidently that this one is just going to be back and forth games being taken between these two teams. I don't think anybody's going to run away with this one necessarily, but one of these teams has to find a foothold to be better than the other more consistently.
And I'm already thinking about how the numbers on the wheel. I'm a very big proponent of paying attention to what's left on the wheel. Fighting games, which are usually the biggest category, we're now 3 gone in the first hour of play. It is in line with now the shooters, the racers, the strategy games. All these other games can immediately start rolling, and you kind of can sometimes get comfortable being like, okay, I know fighters still haven't rolled. There should be a big number of them still out there, and we really haven't played any of the PC games either,
right?
Which is huge. Again, that 2-minute timer, I think it sneaks up on so many teams, but we're getting into Street Fighter V. We mentioned that we play Smash with items, but is Street Fighter the same or maybe a little bit different than people at home might be expecting?
Yeah, I think Street Fighter is going to be slightly different than people at home are expecting, but I think when you see 5v5 for the most part, you get the idea. The interesting thing here is going to be that unlike some other fighting games, Street Fighter has a built-in system for team play. So when you go up against a fighter that just came out of a fight, they will be missing whatever health they lost during the game, give or take a little bit, because they will receive a little bit of a bonus for winning their matchup. So, but you will oftentimes be going in against an opponent that does not have a full health bar. So that is the one difference that I think people probably don't expect when they see this 5v5 Street Fighter.
I'm super excited to see how this plays out. One of the stronger fighting games, I think, for TLG that is on the wheel, Smash being another one of them. Getting those back-to-back, especially with the xGODS, the momentum is going to be something that I think tells the tale for both of these teams. If the Ravens can continue to build up that momentum, we might see this game similar to the FIFA game, but we saw the moment the xGODS found their footing, Smash swept the other way. So I want to see who is going to build that? Who is going to maybe take Super Street Fighter 6?
That was a long time ago.
We have the naming Super Smash and the Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Street Fighter. But who's going to maybe find this as their next foothold as we climb up over the course of this game?
Yeah, the xGODS probably feeling pretty good heading into this one since they just came off of Smash. They're feeling confident in their team's abilities now, which is huge because there are still some 5v5 games on the wheel that you have to go into, the likes of Gears of War, Overwatch, Forza. We have quite a few games where these teams are all going to have to play together really efficiently and show that they're not just individually talented players, but a cohesive team. And Street Fighter and Smash give a little bit of leniency for that because it's one at a time. But there are some games where that's not going to be the case, and I'm really excited to see how those.
And here we go. We get to see it. KIC finally on the sticks here on the loop.
And another.
And 2K rolling
We're only
immediately
getting 2 categories today.
Sports and fighters, but KIC, very experienced in the fighting games, is able to go ahead and break that drive impact, getting in 3 hits to go ahead and break it. But understand KIC is one of the biggest proponents in this league about labbing, about playing, about grinding out any and every fighting game. And he's already lost a lot of health and manages to get the throws to close out against low-key Brinch Jury. Next up is going to be Bo Seif calling a button check here. And I want to note the difference here. For the last few games, we've seen a lot of coaching. We've seen people sitting in, people working to ensure that everything works out, again, going into this button check. And KIC is sitting there, and he's just like, yeah, I'm fine.
Oh,
good.
Yeah.
No, I don't need, thank you, I appreciate it. Let me just focus. Let me just drop into my zone. And the big things here are going to be how much health can he maintain. And on the flip side, xGODS, chip away. Water can bring down a mountain over time. It doesn't matter. Just make sure you're dealing some damage each and every single time, so he can't really get comfortable. And by the time he maybe fights some of the more confident players in Street Fighter, it feels really bad when you're 1 hit away and realize you can't get literally can't get touched.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the strategies that we see played that makes a lot of sense is to put your most competent players towards the end of your lineup. So with the Ravens putting KIC at the start, it opens him up to just being chipped repeatedly by the xGODS until they bring in somebody who could possibly take him head-to-head, but only has to take him when he's at 50% health.
And Bo Seif with a great drive parry there to protect himself from being knocked into the wall. But KIC looks like he's found his footing and takes out another player.
Yeah, 2 is a big deal, but now you're going to see Havoc coming in here with his setup. Buttons and stick, not going to opt for the controller. Psycho disconnecting the controller, being a great team player, letting these things get through efficiently. You don't want to stall the game. So these button checks and these control setups, it definitely does hamper a player from going on a roll and just getting into a groove and going back to back like you would usually see in a team matchup. The ability for players to come in and swap out their controllers and do these button checks and pause the game, TIC now kind of has to sit and wait and just be, or sorry, KIC has to just sit and wait and I'm getting him in TLG. I'm getting their
it's
names
really funny
combined together.
I've told people all the time, there's so many people with like 2-letter names, 3-letter names, things that just sound very close with one another. And you can see he's trying to stay locked in, but you can see him cracking a smile and just trying to get back to what he knows he has to do, because he knows the sweep is going to be incredibly difficult, but he's already done a lot more for his team. I think having both KIC and Herb, for people that don't know these two players, by most fighting game players, especially in the league, would recognize 2 of them as both singular threats on their own, let alone together. Instead of kind of using that usual style of maybe putting a stronger player later, what you're able to do is put a strong player like KIC, and now you have to get through him, through a team, and then still get over to Herb. But it looks like KIC is still willing to play, taking his opportunities, gets a throw. Havoc, though, still doing his best. We're showing some patience. And KIC with the reaction
my goodness,
to get a bunch of damage. He's not playing modern, ladies and gentlemen. Those are purely his willingness and his just grind to always be ready. Nice job dodging out on the drive impact.
and he'll close that one out, and he will still be above half health at this point. The Ravens, I mean, at least have somebody sit next to him for confidence.
Yes.
They've left the guy on his own at this point, and he seems to have no problem with it. He's the he's the slightly antagonistic protagonist of this one here. Leave me on my own, I'll do it myself.
Especially when it comes to fighting games, he is somebody that he's just like, just bring me your strongest. I just want to fight.
Yeah.
There's not necessarily malice behind it, but just you know who I am. You know why I'm here. Let's handle this.
It's definitely more of a stern confidence, more of a Vegeta than a Goku, a Sasuke than a Naruto kind of situation.
I love that.
So, yeah, definitely a stern confidence in himself. He doesn't need to display it to anybody else until they are set and ready to go. He doesn't need to talk himself up. Almost.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
I thought
yeah.
he was going
I
to
was-
not go for the fist bump. I was like, listen, I know I said you were Sasuke, but don't go that far.
All right, and we see the Ed, the newest character to join
Yeah, very
Street
interesting.
Fighter 6, once again still on the modern, and KIC picking up right where he left off with an immediate combo, but traded back by Psycho. Psycho, you mentioned, has been working on these fighters and is willing to challenge a good DP to challenge the start, a nice throw. I know Psycho's been working on his fighters. He really wants people to recognize that he has coverage across the wheel, and this could be the
Close this one up.
And I think
He's got it.
He's
got it.
a nice, an amazing job closing out of that round, showing a confirm of his own, getting the hit, and managing to go ahead and take him out. KIC has gone down. He has taken 3 of the Ravens with him, though. Or LAX
The
guys,
LAX
excuse me. These two teams, every fighting game, I feel like it's so back and forth where
Yeah.
one player stands up and starts to really show out. All right, Star sitting down.
Psycho is going to be a really tough opponent for the rest of these Ravens here, because when you come to a point where TLG is in the back as the anchor for this team and the most capable player, but before you even get to him, now Psycho has trained himself up to be the wall that stands between teams and TLG in fighting games. It's a really impressive position that he's risen to, even since I've been here commentating in the league, just starting in the middle of this season. I've seen Psycho improve from a competent person to rely on for some extra damage and turn himself into an extra player to possibly take out the number 1 on the opposition.
Yeah, another former teammate, player of mine from time on the Bucks. He's incredibly hungry. He is another player that whatever you ask of him, he is willing to do, put the time in to grow, recognizing that maybe his team needed some more help in the fighting department, has really shown off this season. And unlike I feel like the calm, cool, collected game that we saw between him and KIC, I think this match between him and Stars is a slugfest with both sides looking to get as many blows in as possible. Stars pushing him to full screen here with the fireball, and Psycho saying, hey, I know the mechanics of Street Fighter 6. This parry will just keep refilling as long as you keep throwing fireballs. A DP, this could be big damage, isn't able
he
to
drops
confirm.
Had just a little bit too much distance when he started, but closing that distance here now. Oh, and he's got that one web in his kit that just always helps him continue his combos. It's really been crucial for him.
Ooh, maybe Stars catch them, but he's able to follow up behind the ball to continue his pressure, and with
good
the anti-air.
connection. Great connection in the air. What a good spot. He doesn't wait for him to land or try to find his positioning.
But I will say, longtime Raven, quietly in the background. And I need you to understand, for people that maybe, are the players comfortable? You see everyone in our arena looking at the game.
Oh,
Everyone
yeah.
is watching, smiling, laughing, going back and forth. And Psycho putting on a clinic. But I have to press to people, Wonku is not to be trifled with. Don't just assume like, oh, okay, she's here. She's been on the Ravens for a very long time. She's learned from fighter after fighter. She's worked with many different players. And if you just assume that she doesn't know what she's doing, you will get blown up really quickly here. The level 3 isn't going to connect. Psycho, what's your punish?
Yeah, he does capitalize with his bread and butter. Gets a throw there that's going to put a little bit extra damage, but it seems like at this point, it's pretty readable when he's going to be dropping his combo. And while he's good at confirming it, it's short, and it relies on him to connect many times throughout a matchup. And that's going to be the end of that one. Wonk is going to go ahead and knock out Psycho.
And that is huge. So looking left, we have him, who started off the day with the MK1 sweep coming in. And I think that quietly they had KIC to start it off, and you still have to go through him to get to go ahead and get to her. TLG is the last gamer standing.
Mm-hmm.
And I say this time and time again for the people at home, if you are ever wondering how a round is going for TLG, if his character is moving forward, if his character is swinging, it's a good round for TLG. TLG is not the person that is going to sit back and play super safe and calm and patient the entire game. He's going to look for his opportunities to go in, as we can already see here, immediately getting his strikes in. A throw, him getting out without taking much, if any damage at all, will be huge, but manages to get caught on his jump in. Nice DP. One more hit will close it out for him. He's probably going to use his fireball. And that DP should spell the end of Wonku. But I think taking out Psycho is going to be huge. Yeah, having two people versus this one, TLG has to get through every fight with minimal damage.
Yeah, and the lineup strategy that you see here is maybe going to go in favor of the xGODS at this point, because right now the Ravens, who sent in their top fighting game player first, he's already gone. TLG doesn't have to worry about him, but there are still some consistent players on the side of the Ravens that are really going to take it to TLG and make him struggle to get through 2 on a single health bar.
All right, let's see here. The Kimberly's a pretty scary character. A lot of speed, a lot of ability to get in and to deal damage. Him has been learning this character for a while. A nice use of drive impact to go ahead and get damage out here with TLG. TLG knows his combos. He loves to catch out and see the big chunks of the health bar come out. But can him repeat his performance in MK? It looks like even TLG is saying this is not the same game, but he gets a drive impact of his own.
He's going to carry this one through as well.
Into level 3.
Yeah, this is going to be big damage coming out. This puts TLG in a scary position for this match, and if he even makes it to the next one, that one as well.
This could be
one
it.
more connection is probably
and a nice job. And once again, having his number. Him has TLG's number today. That is Street Fighter 6. Also going over to the Ravens.
Yeah, that was a really close matchup. I mean, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to say it every time at this point. It's so annoying to have to say it every single time, but when we see sports games and fighting games both where they could just go either way. I mean, the most dominant game we've had so far is Mortal Kombat, and that was just a warm-up round for our players.
Everybody was just getting started, and it seemed like everybody now is ready to go and to play. I have to commend all of the players in that Street Fighter game. Everyone came out and was able to perform, and I think the biggest boon to the Ravens was their depth, and that depth should help them on this road to Michigan. Both of these teams fighting for the South. We've touched on the South time and time again. Each and every single team pulling out every card they have in their sleeves and trying to get just that bit closer to the DeVos Performance Hall in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yeah, and to swing it over to the Northern Conference, just to put a little bit of attention on the teams that we haven't talked about as much, because there are no implications in this game for the Northern Conference, but this week is going to be very big for that side of the ladder. So we will see the Reapers obviously still in a very dominant position. Only have to take one more to come close to that perfect record, finishing up with only a single loss to Eclipse on the other side of the league there. Bots here still keeping it very competitive. A lot of talk been going around about whether they might actually be in the conversation of that top tier with the Reapers and Eclipse.
Everybody quietly knows the bot's strength. Since I've been here, I've always seen people be like, yeah, you always have to be worried about the bots, regardless of where you might think they are. They always have that upset potential.
And the question is whether that wild card top tier team is going to be more dangerous than the evil that the Reapers and Eclipse already know. The bots is a team that they're still trying to figure out, where is this strength coming from? What is their advantage? Whereas Reapers and Eclipse have been taking it head to head for 3 seasons in a row. They know each other. They've been countering each other forever. Bots are coming in here and saying, we know both of you, and you don't know nothing about us. So.
Exactly. And if you there at home are interested to see how the story ends, who will be in the championship, go ahead and scan that QR code in the middle of the screen to get your tickets for the championship in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Pull it out, go ahead through Ticketmaster and join us there, because I think whoever gets there, it's going to be an amazing, amazing show.
Yeah, there's a really good chance, I think, this season more than any that we've seen in past from, as I've gone back and tried to get myself caught up on this, on the last few seasons of this league. I think this season more than any, there's a really big opportunity for some upset players to show up in Michigan. It's not so clear cut this season. We're seeing, there is a 4-4 team playing right now from the middle of the ladder, showing a performance that would make the Reapers eclipse bots and are making the xGODS right now pull out every stop they have.
Yes. I think that I have noticed this, and especially this season, every team is not willing to settle with this is where we are. This is okay. I might not be the best. Like, how do I become the best? What pieces do I need to move? We've seen the Ravens make trade after trade, get player after player. We saw the xGODS not just rebrand, but go out, get this talent, and continue to build this competitive roster so that ultimately a game like this exists. There have been 5 games played in the first hour and 15 minutes. And we both can say, like, this season, games are usually going to 20, 25 points in our 4 hours. And so a game to only be sitting with 5 played after almost an hour and a half really says to how much each second in each one of these games matters.
Yeah, we saw 9 players play Smash. I think we saw 9 play. I'm sorry. I think we saw all 10 play in Street Fighter. So these ones are going down to the wire. And I don't think too much of a surprise here from both teams coming out for NBA. Cordy and Bosif, we very much expected to see. We are going to get a timeout here. I don't see a timeout taken from either side, so this may be a technical.
Yeah, and funnily enough, I'm laughing because the consoles here at the league, and sometimes those consoles, they run a little bit hot, and especially with all of the games that today, if you are just joining us, we started off with MK and immediately then went into FC, followed by Madden, and then Smash, and then Street Fighter, and now 2K. The consoles have been seeing use after use, and the teams have been playing their lineups incredibly well. And just to continue with it, if you remember Madden, you remember FC, some of these duos, Vape coming in as a prolific 2K player, once again a rookie, not seen very often, KIC as well as a 2K player, but one of the dynamic duos, one of the pairs that people know in 2K are Bosif and QWERTY. And so I think we're in for another banger to see which one of these teams can get the edge early.
Absolutely. This is going to be a great matchup here between these two duos. Bosif and QWERTY, we've already gotten to see in action, but Vape and KIC, we didn't get to see yet. We saw
Vape in
Herb
Madden.
and Wonk. Yeah, we saw Herb and Wonk in FC, which was against QWERTY and Bosif.
Yes.
So now we've got QWERTY and Bosif in again on a different sports
And I think
game.
that synergy is going to once again show up. Yes. We keep being nice to everybody about Corsif. They have a synergy that is incredibly difficult to beat. They've played together on the Trolls. They understand each other on a completely different label, and maybe they weren't able to find it in FC, but 2K is a very different game. One of the biggest things I have to look at the Ravens and say is, can you just stop QWERTY from scoring? QWERTY has taken on some of the best players and always manages to find a way, and if you aren't able to slow him down, your chances of winning are pretty slim.
Absolutely. Yeah, slowing people down seems to be a little bit difficult when you have two hyper-offensive teams like these two, where their strategy and the way they've gotten this far is brute force. We saw it in FC. We saw it in Madden, in fact. We didn't see a single defensive turnover in Madden. All of our scoring plays were offensive, and we never saw a defensive turnover. So we saw a couple of sacks was the best that we got, but no interceptions, no fumbles. They weren't playing for the defense. They were playing for their scoring opportunity. And I'm wondering if NBA might be our quickest game yet because of the possibility that it could be played like that.
All right, here we go. Everyone getting their shot set up. This is something where you can a lot of times tell those 2K players, those little settings that you see.
Right.
And we get our first shooter. We hear cheers erupt from the floor. Both of these teams want to play Valorant. They are excited to see Valorant.
Finally, a game I really know.
Hey.
Sports are an easy one in here because it's just a sport. They've been around for 80 years at this point. But
And fighting games can
Fighting games are tricky, man.
I love the genre, but they're definitely, every single one has its little nuances.
Mm-hmm.
But sometimes there's just something special for me as well about Valorant. Valorant is and the shooters just in general, they have a nice special quality to them.
Yeah, I think people know that I oftentimes will joke about Overwatch 2, how I always have high hopes of it rolling. It seems to be the game that avoids our matches more than any other is Overwatch, whether it gets forfeited or just not spun at all. That game seems to never show up.
And the funniest thing is, you would not believe me if I told you, it is one of the most contentious games in the league area. If you ask any team, we're good at Overwatch. But the amount of times you just see it like, not going to play it today.
We're not going to play it.
And it's like, you're saying you're the best in the league? Come on. I hope actually Overwatch rolls today. I think that'll be amazing. But it looks like we're going to be jumping into some 2K. We'll be getting the players. So,
yeah, so we've got our Kobe and Kareem is going to be our xGODS, and Joel and Jordan is going to be the Ravens. So Ravens going to start off.
The big things for the people at home, it'll be Bosif versus KIC on the big men, and then the 2-point shooting guard players are going to be QWERTY and Vape. So Vape with the MJ, QWERTY with the Kobe. And we see it immediately come out to a quick start with points being on the board.
Oh,
KIC in the corner drops the bucket here. And that could be a really big difference between both players looking to pick up the man. And it's shot after shot, but with a 1-point difference, it's going to be a matter of who can pick up these defensive plays.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's going to be a really fast game. These teams have to start playing defense if they want to make anything happen. Team defense, not just throwing two guys at the ball. All right. So we finally get a foul that slows the game down a little bit.
I'm going to let you know,
there.
They're not going to slow down for too much. Once again, another pick set up into a shot.
Wow, what a quick release on that one.
QWERTY has been doing it season after season. You can know it's coming, but can you stop it is always the biggest question. But Vape said,
set up again on the outside for another easy sink to tie up the game.
And I think that's going to probably be the big and almost steal there by KIC. Nice job living in the passing lane. But that's going to be the tail. If KIC is still knocking down these 2-pointers from the outside, we're going to have to see Bosif start stepping up. Once again, contesting.
Oh, right. Oh, he's going to send it back out, but finally we see some good defense sticking to his man. So
But QWERTY gets some daylight, and we see the ball.
I believe the Ravens got in each other's way there, if I'm being honest. I think they might have set a pick on each other. So, once again, that same setup on the outside is just going to keep the Ravens in this one. And they're QWERTY and Bosif talking to each other like, dude, we have to stop that. Oh,
able to get these big plays. And I think they're figuring out this matchup. I love the identification from Vape to say that even if they double team me, but a good steal gives possession back on over to the Ravens. Excuse me, onto the xGODS.
Oh, doesn't find the connection there.
Ravens now with the ball.
Loses a little bit of control, but gets it back. He's not going to be able to get under the net, so he's got to find a pass. And you can see Hempelid just standing on the outside right now.
Beats him with that first step and takes it in, really showing that even if they lean off, they don't double team Vape in that situation and give Cassie the easy shot. The Vape is more than confident to take the one-on-one with QWERTY, but QWERTY immediately answering back saying, I can do that too. This is absolutely going to come down to whose defense picks up first, who can get more stops, who can get more turnovers, and where they can make a play from here. Once again, willing to give up a 1 over, possibly giving up a 2, I think is the right decision, going ahead and stepping back in. And QWERTY with a little bit of daylight.
Another quick release into a basket. I mean, QWERTY is finding everything he needs. He's unstoppable right now. This defense, a little bit slippery, giving a little bit too many openings. So, but they will still be up by 1, the xGODS. So, slightly more reliable position for pushing the game ahead.
Tried to maybe get a sneaky block there, isn't able to. The game is still a 2-point difference. And it looks like in the 1v1 situation, ooh, Vape looking to make his plays. manages, almost loses the ball, but gets a step on the inside.
Wow, turns a loss of ball control into a drive for the basket, and still a 1-point game, but a 1-point game where the team in the lead has control of the ball, so you can consider that kind of a half possession difference.
And QWERTY with another 2-point, making this lead
Biggest
a
lead.
3-point game.
Yeah, it's the most we've had so far. Jordan's going to step back and not go for the 3, make a pass, but into a guarded Embelid.
Nice pick. Has to pass out.
Another pass.
Oh, and a big block from Bosif, ensuring that it stays as a 3-point game.
That's the defense that's going to make the difference that we were talking about. In a game with such high offensive plays, just getting a single defensive block can really change the scoreline. And when they're already in the lead, that's not something you want to be giving up as the Ravens. See another approach under the basket.
And an accidental step out of bounds.
He did step out, okay.
Giving the ball back over to the xGODS, and QWERTY picking up right where he left off with another quick dunk. The lead is starting to balloon out. Maybe, just maybe, they figured out the defensive plan to start. I like the idea. If we keep putting points on the board, we can keep pressure up. Yes, you sometimes can feel like you have to respond now, but by forcing these 1-point plays, they're going to have to start shooting. They only have 21 points, and they're 4 away at this point.
4 remaining. They really just let Bosif have a free approach on the net there, and Bosif's going to get control, send it right up to QWERTY. I don't know why he didn't shoot, but he's going to make the second one anyway, so 2 points remaining, and honestly, seeing the way QWERTY's been playing, he might be able to close this one up in a single play. So 1 possession, and they could have this one.
All right, they're going to have to find a shot here. Not willing to take the 1. They're looking for these 2. They want to stay in this game a little bit closer. Buying a little bit of space. Wasn't green, so that's off. Going to kick it back to QWERTY. I think QWERTY's going to try to end this game with 1 shot. Looking for the pick to come off. The roll here.
Oh,
and we
my goodness.
When the xGODS are in motion and really feeling it, the alley-oop start coming out. And I think they're saying this game is locked up in a way. Y'all don't have the time anymore to play with us. A nice dunk coming out. But QWERTY on this Kobe Bryant.
Oh. Possession for the Ravens.
Big
They're
shot.
going to put up 2. And once again, doesn't land it, but he will get another opportunity. He's not going to bring it up to the net. Maybe give a chance for
Hoping
pass.
for maybe a
He
jump.
does.
They're trying to find these 2-point plays where possible. Sets the pick, is too wide, isn't able to go around, but this should be a good 3.
Very nice connection with the net.
All right, here we go. 4-point game. They have to stop 2 more possessions, each one being a 2, any singular basket. And I think the foul, if you don't see a good opportunity, go ahead, reset the situation, and try it again. But that should be enough space for QWERTY. QWERTY giving it to Bosif for Bosif to end the game, and that is 2K going the way of the xGODS. I'll say it once, I'll say it twice, I'll say it 3 times. QWERTY is a player in 2K that will say, this is how I play. Go back and watch my games from last season, this season. It does not matter. If you know what I'm going to do, you have to be able to stop it.
QWERTY, by the way, in that game, out of 21 points, 18 of them were his. So I think they had a game plan there, and I think it had something to do with QWERTY shooting 3s.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe.
It just might have been getting those positions, and they found great opportunities for those openings. At the beginning of the game, it was honestly almost too easy for both teams, and that's why we saw the scores racking up so quickly at the beginning in the first half.
I think great adaptation coming out of the xGODS for Bosif to realize, wait, I can't just give him this corner for free. I'm going to have to be willing to leave QWERTY in that 1v1. Yes, he may get beat, but I trust my teammate. That synergy between the two of them. QWERTY can outshoot almost anybody. I can hear Bosif saying that and was willing to say, cool, as long as I am sure that KIC isn't making his shots, I get the ball back to QWERTY and we go ahead and take the game. But Valorant is up next, a 5v5 swift play match of Valorant. The first question we got to answer is, do we have an open agent pool?
Yeah, that is very unlikely. I think a lot of teams are really, really comfortable with what they've set up with already. Even a team that's comfortable in Valorant, at this point in the league, you have a team strategy with the release operators, with the 1.0 operators in the game. You're probably wanting to keep that closed.
So this is something that's very specific. I think it has to do with lineups.
Interesting.
And so the lineups ultimately putting them in a position where maybe they can't field their best lineup possible.
Right.
Into the F1,
F1.
and Havoc to your face should be available as a great option. QWERTY as a great option. Psycho Flame as a great option for them to be able to stick in and to play with this game. So my big question here is going to be, who are they going to play out? Electing for Psycho and TLG to have gone into that Valorant game, but that still leaves you some freedom. Low-key Brent also is good at F1. There's a lot of options, but on the other side, I'm looking at Stars. I'm looking at Pasta Herbs. I'm looking at Genghis, who is a racing game player. Any one of these players could easily go in and I think provide a competitive race.
Absolutely. I'm really excited to see our first 1v1 game of the night.
I just realized
Yeah, so we're half an hour out from halftime, and this is going to be our first 1v1 for the night. So this is a lot of pressure being put on the shoulders of somebody here in this really tense matchup. I think the xGODS know that as this game goes on, they're going to have less opportunities to forfeit. So save themselves a little bit of time in the early game. Sure, the score is getting a little bit further than you'd like it to be at this point, but it's only going to be more dangerous to use those forfeits later on.
And one specific word I want to lock in on that you said is pressure. In this situation, that to me says the xGODS look towards Havoc to your face. Calm, cool, collected is Havoc, regardless of the situation. He's going in confident he can win, not worried about what anything else is, just what can I do in this situation to perform my best. And I think that's who we're going to see out of them. The Ravens are a lot harder to call. Do we maybe kind of combat that calm and cool with the explosiveness of a player like Stars? When Stars gets in and starts going, Stars will absolutely, to me, demand all the attention to be on him. And when he starts to find some success, he truly becomes the biggest bird. But it looks like a veteran of the league in his own right, one of what many consider to be the original Endgamers here in the league, Pasta Herbs, is going to be going in. Having played this game, having competed with some of the other top players in the league, I'm interested to see how this plays out.
Yeah, obviously on the side of the Ravens, there are a lot of players that I haven't been able to see them step up fully this year into a role that they specialize in. So knowing that this is a trickier game for that team to figure out who to field for, I do want to see if this is the player that they're really relying on. I want to see why. I don't just want to see him go in and try to crash Havoc off of the course, or maybe strategically get him to mess something up. But I would like to see Herb say, no, this is why I'm stepping up for this 1v1. This is why, when everybody else is just as confident as I am in their mediocre abilities in this game, here's why I step in.
And that is a lot of times what I can even take from top players in the league. You hear them talk about Herb as a player, when you realize he's in the building, you have to pay attention to. He will have an impact, and this is one of those moments that he can really show that. I think this season a lot of people have questioned. He hasn't been as hands-on, as in the game as a lot of people have been saying, but this will be a moment, especially coming up on playoffs. Which Herb are we going to see? Are we seeing that Herb that everyone knows and kind of fears as an opponent? Or, maybe the Herb that's expanded his horizons a little bit, maybe isn't as prepared as we might normally see. And I will let you know, if you're not prepared, Havoc will crash you in this game. Havoc has no qualms about how he wins. What he cares about is that point first and foremost. Absolutely. If you force him to race, he will do his best to outrace you. If you give him an opportunity, you might, for those that don't know, meet the guardrail real quick. And it's... I don't know how to explain it other than this game is both the easiest and hardest game to DNF in I have ever seen. It is There are some situations where you'll be like, oh, he ran into the back of 3 cars. Of course he crashes out. And the game's like, no, you're fine.
Yeah.
And the other situation is a singular car like touches what seems like a blade of grass. And it's like, all right, the wheel's gone.
Yeah. You make a tiny scrape against the wall, and it's like, we're not going to let that fly at 180 miles an hour. So you just lost a wheel, buddy.
It's so interesting. You mentioned that we are half an hour before halftime. And that really tells me that both of these teams are prepared. Because a lot of these games that have rolled, I think you mentioned it before, that MK was the biggest just one-sided event we've had so far today. And we haven't, neither team is willing to budge on that. Even down to that 2K game, yes, we found QWERTY. We saw him get his the momentum from the xGODS, them showing why they are second in the Southern Conference. But even still, it wasn't like this was like, okay, we won 21-5, 21-10. It's like, no, they still needed to hit those shots.
Yeah, at a time that game was 9-8. So there was a time where the pressure was being applied, and it was simply their experience in the game, their adaptability, able to play more than just one play style that got them through. So after a timeout from the xGODS, we are going to be heading down onto the track for this 1v1 in F1.
Picking their downforce. And I know my co-commentator is incredibly happy to see Pokemon.
I'm more of a Digimon guy, but it's...
see, I need to commentate with you more.
I'm lying to you.
See. I love Pokemon. I am very much a Digimon kid, but I have to respect Pokemon for what Pokemon is. And we're getting started here with both players.
And
moving
Havoc will be on the top, Herb on the bottom here.
Okay, so Havoc already getting a little bit of damage, aggressively taking his position here in the race.
Yeah, Herb comes out of that one in a really nice position, though. Cuts the inside while everybody is almost slowed to a stop after that collision. And now he's sitting in a 4th place position where Havoc is going to have to fight his way back in from 10th currently from the middle of the pack.
And this is really going to be important because Herb is taking these corners and he's not giving up placements to the computers, which does present its own danger. But what that means is Havoc still has the pressure of having to get out. And it's almost like Havoc is conceding and willing to say, like, hey, can you maintain these tight lines, this formation, and not accidentally crash yourself out?
Yeah, and the actual space between them at the moment isn't that great, despite their positioning being 7 apart. There really isn't that great of a difference between where they are at the moment. They are still all in the same line. There's probably about 15 of these cars still in the same line together, sticking together. So I do like what Herb is doing right now, because I've noticed when he'll take a turn onto a straightaway, he won't know exactly what position on the course to take. So he'll watch ahead of him like he's doing right now and attempt to follow the driver in front of him, because he may not always be 100% certain on what position to hold on to. But what he does know is that when all the computers are doing the same thing, there must be a reason why.
Yes. And
so he's just trying to maintain position, not overtake anybody.
Yes, and I think that that's really the smart way to play the game, even if you're uncomfortable with the game. If you can just have somebody in front of you to be like, okay, cool, this is what I should be doing, this is where I should be placing myself, it does wonders for you. Still maintaining that 4th place spot is just happy to sit here and stay just at the end of like this front of the pack group.
Yeah, Havoc has fallen back to 12th at this point, so slightly consistent, but on the lower end of it, where he's just every half a lap or so dropping a position. I imagine as he drops back a little further, he's going to take a little shortcut here. He'll lose time for that for sure. Actually, I'm sorry, he doesn't get any sort of warning for driving off the course, so he's driving a little wild right now. I think he needs to take to Herb's strategy and maybe just follow the line of the car in front of him, stick to the outside here, and then cut in toward that inside on the left. Right, just like that. So, yeah, follow along with that driver ahead of him, and I think he'll find more success that way, at least holding his position and then trying to find an opening to pass.
And I'm still looking. Every time I look, I'm always worried when you're in that front of the pack, when you're in the front of the race. The AI in the game are ruthless. They will take you out. If you're on their line and you don't move, does get a 2-second penalty, and we've seen that before be the difference between a win and a loss in a game, so those penalties will add up.
Even more crucial than that is he just lost his front wing, which is going to give him so much less control over his vehicle now. He's going to have a really difficult time taking this turn, but you see on the bottom, Herb's going to take some body damage to his vehicle.
And all of this is adding up slowly, and I wonder if maybe Havoc's idea of playing the race maybe a little bit slower can maybe find a little be a boon here, be an opportunity for him to be able to again force these mistakes out of each player. We are on lap 3. There are 2 more laps, and any more interactions like that can really change, like how you mentioned, with control of your car. These small little minute details can lead to a crash in the split second.
Yeah, Havoc's going to have a really hard time catching up now, so ideal situation for him is at this front of the pack race where there's so much more tension to hold your position and a lot more opportunities for other vehicles to pass. He has to rely on Herb running into a tricky situation where he DNFs at this point. With Havoc will take an 11th position, so he will move up a little bit here. It shows that he's gaining some ground in comparison to the rest of the racers. Maybe not always taking the tightest corners here like the CPUs, but really, who does? Nobody plays this like the pros. So we will see if he can maintain himself on this course, because I'm sure he's having a really tricky time missing that front wing there. Now you can see, if you look at the mini map on the bottom on Herb's screen here, he's currently leading a line of racers that is about 5 or 6 racers long. And it's okay to let them pass him at some point, but if one passes you, you really lose your inside turns and your angles, and that can end up turning into 4 cars getting by you all at once.
And that is, honestly, again, it's a 7 car separation between the two of them, and I think giving up like 2 or 3 spots becomes really scary really quickly. Each one of those spots that, especially if Havoc is able to make up the distance, they're basically a turn apart at almost all times, can end up coming down. And all Herb really needs to do is play this race out, recognizing I have a 2-second lead. As long as I finish with no penalties, I should be okay. It's one of the small details that Herb is doing a great job. I think he's let the front of the race go. Ooh. And I mentioned about the computers saying, yeah, no.
And there's the second, and here comes the third that's going to try to pass him as well. It can really spiral out of control. He doesn't have those inside turns anymore. Suddenly in 7th place, while Havoc moves his way up to 10th. And Havoc is driving like an insane man, but it's working.
But I think he's realizing with 1 lap left, he has to catch up to Herb if he wants any interaction and to be able to maybe DNF him, maybe put him in a difficult situation. He has to be within range. And maybe that's the pressure that's starting to get to Herb, of realizing like he's right there. I can't let another 3 cars pass me. Then I'm sitting right next to him. And that opens the door to a loss, ultimately, of what feels like a guaranteed win at this point.
Yeah, Herb needs to focus on the car in front of him, and I think that's something that he needed, the guidance that he didn't have before. He was at the front of his line trying to not let cars pass him, losing a little bit of sight the fact that he was in 4th and his opponent was in 11th place. The only person that it actually matters to beat in this one. Their positions are very close at this point, you can see that, but Herb following this line of cars that was ahead of him, oh, he's going to take some damage to his car. Nothing significant enough to show up.
But now there's only 1 car between the 2 players.
No, Havoc is going to lose plenty of position, almost overshooting the course there. And now he's going to close in.
That was a great... I thought he was coming into that turn incredibly fast. He's going to
try to pass here on the inside. He might DNF.
Gonna cut this corner, not really caring.
Playing a little dirty, but it's working for him.
And this is the last lap. He has to find an opportunity at some point in the race to get in range of Herb. He's gonna maybe have to cut a few more corners, recognizing that you don't really have the time to play anymore to maybe get in range. You have to get there as soon as possible.
Oh, that's going to be a DNF on Havoc. So Herb is going to be able to take that one. Havoc coming into the last lap and being down. He started to play a little bit sloppy because he was honestly required to. So Herb, they're going to take yet another game and extend this lead for the Ravens by 4 games now. Not a unsurmountable lead for the xGODS to overcome. But
in fact, I think something similar happened in their last game. These two teams, the xGODS in that case, springing out to the lead. So I'm definitely interested to see if, as this game continues, are they able to find that same insight, that same focus that the Ravens were to be able to get further ahead. And now we see Pokemon come up, a very coachable game. Pokemon is a special game, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
I think that was personal. I think that forfeit was definitely a personal forfeit. Interesting for them to forfeit Pokemon. I do know that Vape, now that he came from the Gorillas, is definitely one of the more comfortable Pokemon players here in the league. And I know you're very clearly not the happiest with the forfeit. NHL coming up next.
More sports. Let's go, guys, right? Let's skip Pokemon, the fun game, and go into hockey. All right, anyway.
That is the thing I've learned. If you're ever at home watching UEL, the game you most want will somehow not. I don't understand how it happens. I was incredibly happy StarCraft was the very first game to roll today. I would love to watch some StarCraft. That got put back on the wheel. Speedy, I know Pokemon is a very special game.
Very like good Digimon game. Now.
LA xGODS, you've converted him.
We have a better chance of having Digimon played, I think, at this point, if I'm being honest.
Only because I think less people would know the extent of Digimon play. And
I'm pretty sure it's going to roll next.
I'm very interested because Pokemon playoffs are going to be very interesting for people that follow competitive Pokemon at all. We might start seeing maybe some diversity in strategies, but that apparently will be for a different day.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting meta that you're not going to get to learn about today, and you can blame the xGODS. So if you have a team that you really want to see in grand finals and you would love to see Pokemon played, make sure you root for someone who's not them. Anyway, no, nothing personal against the xGODS. I get the idea. We're coming down to the half. They cannot be wasting times on games that they don't feel like they have locked in.
Yeah,
There's so many games that they're confident in on this wheel. If Pokemon's not up there with them, you skip it. So jokes aside, it makes sense.
It makes sense, but it still hurts.
Oh, it hurts. It hurts, but it makes so much sense.
And if you want to go from a game where you're unsure of to a game you're locked in, many consider him the best NHL player in the league. Bo Seif. Asked him today, he said, of course. He looked at me like I had offended him when I asked him what game he wanted and just went, NHL. Why are you even asking?
Yeah.
NHL is what I want, so I'm expecting another showing coming out versus him, who is no slouch himself. People, once again, they don't know. I feel like him is very, very quiet. He doesn't try to pop off and be the loudest person most of the time. He's very much just like, yeah, I'm going to come out and I'm going to play. I'm going to do my job. So him, Stars, and Genghis going up against QWERTY, Bo Seif, that duo once again. And to me, going into last season, if you were watching, the third that they usually played was low-key Brent, knowing how to fit perfectly into what is already an existing duo and make it an incredibly strong and dangerous trio.
Yeah, I mean, if I were the Ravens, I would be pretty upset about the way this has turned out. Just having QWERTY and Bo Seif available for 3 out of the 4 sports games that rolled. I mean, the luck was just on their side. Not only were these 3 players available, they were the only 3 available.
Yes.
So it was perfect, pure luck that goes back, came to them on this one.
I realize how many resets into just exactly what you need to open it back up. And NHL, we playing outside?
Come on, Pokemon. Let's get some Pokemon. We are playing on an outdoor rink right now, yes. And next up, we are going to get Halo. All right. Yeah, as long as this one doesn't get skipped, we've redeemed ourselves for this one. We're going to have some fun. So, we are going to see in the white jerseys, we're going to have the Ravens, and in the black jerseys, we're going to have the xGODS. So reversed in comparison to their team colors, where the Ravens have the darker purple, they will be on white this time.
Okay, let's see. Once again, the Ravens showing their control of these sports games, getting control of the puck early, and willing to just not give the xGODS any opportunity. I think going back to where defenses decided a lot of these sports games, maybe realizing that we don't have to come out and strike first. We just need to make sure that when we strike, we can continue the momentum that we do get here. Managing to get the first shots of the game off towards the xGODS goalie.
Ooh, QWERTY goes for one. Whoa.
99.
Oh, right. 99% of predictions on the xGODS here. Very confident in that team, and they're going to start off hot. So
Did Bosif hear us? Because it sounded like he means like, let me show you that your faith is well placed.
Right.
Really quickly, a nice fist bump, looks to make a play, kicks
good
it over.
pass.
Almost slips by the goalie. Even Bosif has to cover his mouth in surprise that that was not a goal. But now we have the Ravens counterattack. I'm looking at the Ravens. I want them to pressure this goalie a little bit more. They're letting him send the puck out to the side kind of for free every single time they manage to get down there. And
Bosif gets cut off again there, this time by Stars. Can he get control again? But
let's see. Manages to move down. Nope, holds on to the puck.
And he gets another opportunity. But Star is going to make his way down the ice, sends it off to no one. And this is going to be Bosif now fighting for control with Stars at the moment. And he does end up with control of the puck. So he's going to send it over to QWERTY, who goes for a really long shot. And that one's not going to fly when these CPU goalies are on the hardest difficulty. So.
And here we go, back up and down again.
Whoa! Sends that one up from quarter ice. Bosif showing that me making fun of his long shots is a mistake.
Blink and you will have missed it.
Wow. And he goes in for another one.
If you don't know, Bosif immediately showing why his team and everyone in the league kind of fears him as he plays. But what's super important here about how we play NHL and why this game is far from over is if you look underneath the scoreboard, we have some of these specialty pucks, one of them being an ice puck, which will reduce your points of your opponent and give you an extra point, followed by a money puck that's worth more. This game, until you hit 5 points, doesn't end. Otherwise, you got to play out the 3 periods of the hockey match.
So it is tricky to see here because of the green and light blue being on the same team, and they look pretty similar, but that green is Brent, and QWERTY is the yellow. Yellow. So it's cream
once
yellow.
again,
I'm not even seeing these colors on the screen.
I'm letting you know, as someone that has been in their position, it is just as hard to see what color is here. So it looks like you said yellow was QWERTY.
So yellow in white is Stars, but yellow in black is QWERTY, but I don't think they have a yellow. I think they have cyan. So I think that the cyan is QWERTY.
So there's a few colors that very much look the same.
Yeah.
And like it might look yellow or like orange, for example, and then it turns out like, oh, this is just a green, and you're like, what? Why did you make it that color then?
So.
And Ravens with control of the puck, using it and moving it back up, but send it directly to Bosif.
Good defense. And that's going to be, oh, what a great team play. From Bosif up to the middle to Brent, and then straight to QWERTY, who goes ahead and puts it in. I don't. So that'll be him in the purple, by the way. Genghis in the blue, and Stars on the yellow. Star being yellow is easy to remember.
Yes. And here we go on the attack once again. We've seen this time and time again in this game. The xGODS in the black, surging down the field, even with one player willing to take a 1v2 with the goalie involved, immediately gets it back. And this is what I'm talking about, that pressure, not letting him get any free opportunities to give his team control of the puck back, sends it across into a quick goal. Right.
Now we're in a position where this, I believe this is a -2 coming up.
Yes.
A -3.
This game is
that's
far
a brutal one. That's a brutal one. One of these teams is going to solidify a pretty great lead here.
And what is important is if this goes in, the entire lead of the xGODS could disappear in a second. But it looks like the xGODS have no intention of even letting the Ravens take a shot, get an opportunity.
So much control here.
Ooh. Swinging over, looking for the opportunity.
With some really good control.
Sends it up, gives it back.
It's going to be Stars with control now. Bosif taking kicks at him, but Stars is going to get control. He's going to try to bring it up himself. And he challenges the goalie, but doesn't get anything out of it.
I like the willingness to make the play. Manages to get it back to his team for a full reset. Looking for another opportunity, and they aren't able to find it there. If he had noticed his teammate maybe off to the side, might have had an opportunity at an open goal. Nice job living in the passing lane and stopping that play before it's really able to fully develop.
Cordy with control again takes a shot. These passes from Brent come off almost rapid fire. When he gets control, he sends them right to Bosif almost every time. Or, sorry, to QWERTY almost every time, and Bosif stays back on the defense. It's really interesting that we have a player in the league who's so well known for sports games and actually plays more defensively, kind of as a solid stake for his team to just put all their weight on in the game.
It's such an amazing tool to have, because when you can kind of give that freedom to some of your maybe newer players, it helps them to build that confidence and to learn when they can take their opportunities, where you always know, like, hey, I'm right behind you. Don't worry, I'll help you if you fall. But here we go. We have a breakout play. Can Brent find the shot? He tries.
But that will wrap up the second period there now. So we're going to head into the final period of this game. All right, Stars are getting loose.
Have to.
Still wanting to sink this -3 so that they can have their first lead in this game of NHL. And a 2-goal lead at this point, with the way the defenses have picked up, the aggression has picked up, and the offensive plays have slowed down, a 2-goal lead would be a pretty big deal in the last period of the game.
Yes. Once again, back in control of the xGODS. They're looking for another opportunity, another play. Leaving that man back is paying dividends. They never are giving the Ravens an opportunity to really run away. A pretty weak shot, like just taking the opportunity. Maybe there's a mistake there.
Oh, QWERTY on open ice. Ooh,
almost manages.
Oh, and backstick. Oh, my goodness. And not even Brent's able to put it in. QWERTY gets control again. Find some room to play with, and passing it right off of Brent, who takes a dive to the corner. Yeah, great job there from Brent, just finishing that off.
And as you can see, what we meant by that minus puck, it does actually eliminate the 1 point that the Ravens had scored. But the Ravens, if they're able to get started, they can get 2 points here. They get another puck. They can maybe ice. We've seen comebacks time and time again in the league from being down 0-4. The game is not over until either the time runs out or you score those goals. It is incredibly possible. But the xGODS, the pressure, the way they're playing, it would be a miracle, I think, at this point, with how much control they have of NHL.
Yeah, the Ravens at this point do need to score all of the next 3 pucks to win this game. That is their only win condition at this point. So they do have to really, really pick up not only their opportunities, but their success rate, because right now they're practically passing to the goalkeeper for the xGODS here, just giving him opportunities to send the puck right back out to Bosif and QWERTY every time he needs to.
And here we go. Back up the ice again.
Moving up the ice. Oh, finds an opening on the left side.
And looks in the camera.
The game.
Ready to go. They forfeited Pokemon, knowing that something had to come next, and in this case, it looks like the right call, getting that NHL win, reducing that 5-4, and going into a shooter, which the xGODS I know have plenty of confidence in, off of a full reset, which means, hey, you get to pick exactly who you want in. We saw the forfeit in Val, and a lot of that I think had to do with lineup, so being able to pick your shooter lineup, especially for a game like Halo, is going to be big. I'm expecting to see the QWERTY, Bosif, Psycho, Flame, and then maybe a Rafiki or a Loki Brent to round out. That leaves you with options in Havoc that leaves you with options in Havoc and TLG for fighters, for racers, for whatever else might roll up after this game of Halo.
Yeah, and we'll get the timer fixed as well, because we should be coming down close to the 2-hour mark at this point. So when we know exactly what time we're at right now, it did stop during one of our timeouts, but we will have a continuation of the clock, and we will let you know how close we are. But this Halo game is going to have to go before we hit that halftime.
Yeah.
We certainly didn't drop 22 minutes in that NHL game, so yeah, this one's
That would be
definitely
amazing. I'd be like, well, the NHL is a lot longer of a game than I thought. Okay,
Yeah.
we might have to go ahead and see. Halo is a very interesting game because for a very long time we saw very skirmish-heavy maps. We saw pretty much the smaller maps that have existed. Previous season it was actually debuted used by a former Raven, Polo, one of the big team maps to go ahead and take on Eclipse when they were formerly Karma. And now I'm looking at it where we've kind of opened back up into those big maps. Everyone's picking these maps with vehicles, with longer sight lines, where things like snipers become a lot more impactful on the map. And I want to see if either one of these teams have maybe adapted or recognized that change and look to play. And there we go, holding Bosif and actually sitting in QWERTY, Psycho, Rafiki, and Loki Brent up against Wonku, Stars, Genghis, and KIC.
I can definitely see why you would hold Bosif in this situation. I think QWERTY is a reliable enough player to lean on to lead this team through a shooter like this. So it is going to be oddball. It's going to be very objective based. So this is going to be reminiscent of those 5v5 team-based games. This is going to be huge strategy on both sides. This isn't just going to be about who's landing the most shots.
Oh my god. I'm gonna die, you know that, right?
And let's see, and Wreckfest coming up next.
Where?
And let's see. So we immediately see the xGODS move out here, pushing towards the ball. Looks like one or two of them went towards the top side, but they're all pressuring this tunnel. And it looks like the Ravens managed to get a hold of it first, but the good use of grenades immediately
I got two on me.
knocking down, and a nice flank coming out as well.
Great flank from Psycho on the objective. Opens up area for his team to collapse on the oddball. And looks like not going to be able to quite find another one there. So the respawns will be coming in here for the Ravens. This sniper in play. First shot misses. That oddball is going to go
Is
up top.
Cassie able to find him? Is not able to find the second shot. And now they really know that this sniper is here. Is going to try to swap out. Isn't able to get the kill. And ultimately losing control of that power weapon could spell danger.
All right, a good kill with the oddball. That translocator spot is an interesting one, and especially if you're going to be holding the objective, it's interesting that you hang on to the translocator. But in a pretty good position in tower right now, both teams.
And we see this a lot of times on live fire. One of the go-to spots in game modes like oddball is this tower. It becomes really defensible. You have lanes that you very clearly can see where people come from, and even when they push up towards the tower, you have the ability to kind of funnel them into different areas. Great job by Stars taking these fights, finding these kills.
Finding the kills, but actually the ball does get played by the Ravens. So it's going to go back to bottom mid, and now xGODS are going to find control of it.
That was amazing. Maybe Stars playing his life there. Losing sight of the objective just for a second was long enough for the xGODS to retake control of the play. Both teams are incredibly even right now. We're only looking at like a 10-point differential between the two.
Yeah, I mean, Stars on a killing spree right now. He just picked up the sniper. His tracking has been fantastic so far this game. Decent no-scope. I don't think it did land, but it was very, very close. And yeah, it looks like his tracking with the assault rifle is definitely his best skill here. It's really helping him win 1v1s by just a few shots. Control on tower again. I think the Ravens are going to have to play this ball. And another double kill coming out from Stars. Stars is going really big here. Just utilizing the assault rifle, which is rarely even considered a competitive weapon in the first place. So finding really good positions. He's going to find this fight, find the melee on top of his head, and find the kill. just controlling the xGODS right now, keeping his team with control by being the main slayer for the team. Let's see if he can land this. He is close to a killing frenzy. He might just need this last one. And there it is, killing frenzy right now for Star. These are the kind of plays that I honestly expected to see coming out of the other side from QWERTY. Right now, Star is preventing any player on the other team from even getting a multi-kill, no less a killing streak going. So 11 kills with no deaths right now. I'm going to refresh the sniper as well.
He always has managed to do it. I know the last few seasons, Stars has felt like he's been a big team player.
Oh, and a nice hit with the no-scope.
And finally showing what people know him for. Stars, once he gets momentum, once he gets an opportunity to get started, is a force that will run over any and every single person in the way, finding these kills, finding these shots.
On me, one. You can reset.
If he and finds another no scope and plays the ball, ends his streak and swallows his pride to play the ball on the outside of the map. A great play. Now we're going to see Psycho here taking out the Magnum, getting a double kill, finally finding control for the xGODS.
Looking at Psycho, you might want to drop. Nope. His team has him covered, managing to get and start to set up a perimeter, set up an opportunity for him to be able to play safe. He saw that grenade, does take a little bit of damage, but is now moving back towards his other two teammates.
Not going to drop the ball, just going to hang on to it until he dies there. So now his teammate's going to pick it up, still going to be on there. And we do see Star using the heat wave here very liberally, using the horizontal firing angle and using it from a distance. So kind of just using it for poke damage right now. I think he really likes playing this assault rifle much more. His tracking is just far above and beyond the rest. So it's another double kill there. I mean, he's prepping himself to head out on another streak at this point.
I'm being honest, he is leaving me speechless. Every single fight, he's taking every single fight, and sometimes we see that lead to players being punished, but every single situation, he is outmaneuvering people with his movement as well as his just shooting ability. Time and time again, rotating, realizing his shields are low, is still setting up to take this play, and immediately re-engages with the fight, jumping up, looking for just anybody. He's ready to continue slaying out.
Oh, he's one in garage.
And they're doing it right now. They're holding control. This is going to be a tighter fight because the Ravens have lost one. So as the Stars regroup here, there's an opportunity for there to come in with numbers. The translocator, I believe it is, in this Casual Slayer game mode is set up currently on its perch. These heat wave shots coming out, going to connect and find a kill before finally
getting shot. He's just like, no, I'm going to finish off the last person. And before we move, I would love to find out what his KD is at the end of this game, because I know he is absolutely taken control of this game.
Multiple killing streaks at this point. He is over 20 kills already. This is only the first round, by the way, of Oddball. This might be a one-round game. I believe it is a one-round game, so I believe 7 points here. And we get a little flash there. Somebody clip it, go back, let us know what Star's KD was in this one. That'll be the one, and a dominant win for the Ravens. Wow, closing that one up really fast.
Low.
Yeah, they wanted to get to Wreckfest before this half, and actually, interestingly enough, with these 3.5 minutes left on the timer and 3:50 left on the countdown, I do believe it's up in the air whether or not we'll play this before the half. I think it comes down to a decision from the setup team.
One of these teams can easily make this call. You do lose all but 2 of your timeouts at half.
Got to be a timeout, though.
And that's what my thought is. You lose them anyway, use them. And a lot of times a game like Wreckfest, maybe not a game you want to start off the half with. I think a lot of people feel it being very 50-50, very coin flippy. You might not want to start off your half with that game. Go ahead and knock it out of the way here. You know where you stand. A win shouldn't affect you too much. If you are the Ravens, even a loss, you know that you have a 4-point lead. xGODS would be great to build some momentum going into the half off of something like Wreckfest.
Yeah, another 5v5 game coming up. This one a little bit more difficult to coordinate as a team. This is one of those 5v5 games where maybe you don't put so much pressure on the how have these teams organized and who's really the better team. This is more of a game of who has the most players that can really function in this kind of just massive chaos platform. So,
And I think the big thing is that today is a Thursday, but it's always a weekday here in the UEL. The bus strat will be seeing, I think, plenty of use here. I'm going to guess we're seeing a minimum of 9 buses. One person usually is like, I can race, and then quickly realizes when I'm in a demolition derby as a car
yeah.
with 9 other buses, it's not going to go well for me. But I think that both teams are willing to also just say, hey, let's communicate. Do you know how the buses work? Every car has its soft spots, even like in real life. Not every car is built like a tank and is going to take damage from every single side. So how well do you know how to maneuver your car or your vehicle to get the most damage on opponents?
So 25-4 was the final KD for Stars, and that's not even counting his assists, by the way, which we saw many of on screen. So he had plenty in that game. So 25-4. That is a KD of over 5.0. So that is a KD of over 6.0. Actually, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I want to even highlight. Remember, one of those deaths was him playing the objective and choosing to. He had killing spree, and I heard the call from his team like, "Hey, reset ball." He wins his gunfight, immediately picks it up and says, "Cool, we're playing ball," and just leaps off the map. Great team play. It wasn't just him slaying up. He was very clearly slaying with a purpose, and his team gave him a great platform to show off on. But again, 5v5 Wreckfest.
Yeah, this one's up in the air for sure. This isn't anybody's game type of game.
Yeah, there's a few teams that I do want to give shout outs to. I know Eclipse being one of them that have actually worked and attempted and always are looking for strategies to maybe deal with the meta in this game. But I don't think it's a game that a lot of people really study. Like, oh, how do I wreck a bus?
Or not get wrecked
Yeah,
by
exactly.
one. Yeah, that's the two options.
Especially with some of the maps, which is my biggest call here. There's one map in particular that I think it's called Crash Canyon that is basically 2 big loops and a middle road.
Mm-hmm.
If you try to dodge a bus, they physically cannot sit more than like 3 or 4 wide. You cannot dodge the bus, and so I would expect, depending on setup, for a team to take that, and we to see that. It's one of the more frequent maps that, if a team wants to go more racer heavy, we'll see Death Loop. I always like to say this: please take your bus into the loop. Is it a good idea? No, no, but it's doable.
And oftentimes players will just get stuck with their bus in the death loop. You don't even have to wreck. You're just like can't get out.
You're just teetering on the edge here. But as this timeout is being called, everyone's getting into game. And looking at the timeouts, I believe it was the Ravens that went ahead and called a timeout, probably looking to secure another point before half. Really, every single point and momentum does end up mattering. And maybe thinking that this could solidify their momentum going into the second half and allow them to run away with the game.
Yeah, and the lineups here, it looks like we're going to have everybody except for Stars and KIC on the Ravens, giving Stars a little bit of a break after his performance on Halo.
And what do you know? Crash Canyon at its best.
Man, here come the buses. And it will be Crash Canyon, like you said, just the 2 loops and a straightaway.
Rocket League.
Interesting.
I'm not sure if Wonku was available. If Wonku and Genghis are available, they've shown off in Rocket League. But immediately, I haven't seen a car yet, which already bodes well for both teams. It just is going to be some good old-fashioned bus demolition derby.
Yeah, which means the most likely... Oh, my goodness. Speaking of soft spots, that was over a quarter of health taken there by one of those impact players. It looks like Wonk there going to make some contact as well.
TLG taking some suspension and tire damage.
Wonk is being brutal right now on the xGODS.
And one of the blue players is currently in the lead. PC6 is currently up in the lead. TLG just, again, enjoying his cruise. Psycho getting a little bit of damage himself. A nice hit there.
And it looks like there's a point advantage right now for the Ravens.
Maybe one of the buses already having gone down on the side of the xGODS. We saw a lot of big hits, but those hits can open you up to taking more damage, especially if you expose your engine early on. Can you get this tip, TLG? Wonku actually below half health as well. We've seen these big hits coming out of her as well. A lot of damage across the board. Somebody is really low.
Yeah, it looks like QWERTY is low. Wonka trying to take it to him, but she's going to take a lot of damage as well. KIC getting through there like, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. Just trying to make it around. QWERTY probably the lowest player I'm seeing right now, but his teammate as well next to him there on PC2.
There's PC2, and this is TLG, whose perspective we are watching.
Yeah, and you can see right there one of the purple buses was on fire, did get taken out already. So
TLG looks like he just wants to race.
Yeah, I mean, whenever he gets the opportunity to pick up speed, he really takes it. He made a collision with Wonka earlier, almost out of necessity.
And Wonka's taken out, but did she manage to at least trade? It looks like one of the blue buses is down, so at least trading your life for a life is probably the best you could ask for, especially with all the damage she did earlier in the race.
Yeah, she did plenty already toward getting these LAX Gods buses damaged up. So we're seeing an advantage right now in both buses and score on the field right now for the Ravens. So all they have to do is hold this lead as they get these buses to take their laps. Maybe a slight attempt at a collision there from him, but doesn't end up going for it. And a lot of these players left in here, whoever that is on PC6, looks like it might be Bosif, is looking really healthy right now and has an opportunity to maybe single out a low health target. I like that, using the bus that already kind of has damage on them to engage on him and put some more damage on him, get him lower. But at this point, when you're 5 laps in and these players just haven't been contacting each other, I don't think any of them are going to really try to go for it. It's going to be the xGODS at this point. It's a 2v2 now, so it is going to be the xGODS at this point that are going to be trying to demo, if anything, because the point gap, the score advantage is always going to go the way of the Ravens for the rest of this one.
And it ends up being pretty huge because maybe Bosif in the lead might not recognize him being right behind him, still on high health himself. Recognize, like, hey, how do we win this? We only have really one more full lap after we come around this bend. I have to make a decision here of how do we win this game. Hoping maybe the first place finish, maybe his teammate can sneak in the second, maybe that bring enough points. But really, bare minimum, I think they need to take out at least one more person.
Yeah, and you saw them going for it there because they needed an elimination at that point. They went for a big play, but I think Bosif was ready for it. I think they probably have eyes out at this point. There's not too many players to watch anymore, so you just have to keep your eyes on a couple people and not get hit, and we'll see if actually they're gonna...
A nice hit, and TLG opening the way up for Bosif to just keep driving and to keep going around and keep playing his game.
They're still not in the lead, but they're making decent time here. Trying to find a final lap of points, but not going to... Oh, they're going to go for the other side. They're going to go for this collision. That's not going to end it, but let's see TLG coming out here in a second. He's calling out, I think, Bosif, that there's going to be a reset, and they missed the collision, so they're not going to be able to take out that Ravens bus there. They're going to wait. They can't let him finish. They have to go for crashes. So
yes, and Bosif looking to maybe try to reset here, but unfortunately the damage taken to the car, putting him in a position where it's not as maneuverable as usual. And I think on this next turn, this is going to be the opportunity where he has to do it, but there's a winner called. I don't think there'll be enough points on the board here. We have to see. Bosif finishes in second. And what do the points end up
and TLG DNF'd as well, so they're not even going to be able to get any points after him.
And that is another Ravens win going into half.
All right, well, we're going to go into the half here for now, but Rocket League is coming up after the break, so we will see you again in 15 minutes.
Hey, logging in games, we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got 'em, falling, rivaling, we lit in any room, server or camp, know when they see us, we stand, we never lead till we end, lead till we champ, once we logging in games, we lit the squadron, ballin', dodging, these moves they hit, we got 'em, falling, people don't win when we in it. We kill it and leaving no chance to hear we claim. That's not how we move in the wheel of games. Ultimate gamers and still the change. Shaking the industry, plenty G's. Winning our team, we some killing bees. Killing these news bodies too, we replenish. Reload the artillery. Hope the hostility. Boosting these trophies we win. We in it online on the grind. Opposition and misery. Leaking they dwell. Call us the winners cause we never fail. This is the team that's making a wave on the streams. Growing and hanging below. Ultimate endgame must lead 1,000,000 degrees. And this is where gamers go pro.
Welcome back from halftime, everyone. Back to our Ravens versus xGODS game here in the UEL Week 14. We are 2 weeks out from playoffs. This is it for the xGODS, Strix.
And it is insane to look at. This is a team that I think everyone had high expectations for at the start of the season, not just with being purchased, the team clearly going through some transformations, picking up new pieces, picking up new players, drafting well. But I don't know how many people had them at second in the Southern Conference, looking to challenge. They're always looking. I spoke with some of them over the half. They're still in high spirits. They still know there's games on the wheel they can win, they can play, and they're ready to continue to compete. Also recognizing, hey, we do play this team again. So this doesn't have to be the tail of the matchup, at least going forward.
Absolutely. There's still a chance for the xGODS to swing back in this one, but they have to take a majority of games from here on out, like a heavy majority. They have to really convince us that they are the better team overall by going on a streak that makes us forget the Ravens' big wins here. Just a reminder for everybody, now that we're coming back from the half, we do have our lineup, our wins and losses from the half. So we started off with, well, we rolled StarCraft, and that was deferred right off of the bat. So that one we ended up not playing just yet, still on the wheel, but they opted for a re-roll. So we ended up getting Mortal Kombat, which the Ravens won, followed by FC, which the Ravens won as well, followed by Madden, which the Ravens won as well, followed by Smash, which the xGODS finally took their first win on, followed by Street Fighter 6, which the Ravens won, then NBA, which the xGODS won. And for those of you who have noticed a trend here, that's right, our first 6 games were only fighters and sports games. We got all of that out of the way right off the bat. So then we went into Valorant. Oh, that's right.
We didn't.
No, we didn't. That got forfeited. So the Ravens take a win on that one because the xGODS forfeit. So we go into F1, and we had a really, really interesting matchup there between Herb and Havoc. And Herb played it consistently enough to take the win on that one. Havoc had to get sloppy at the end, really live up to his name, and just brought the Havoc, and it didn't end well for him. Ended up crashing out. So.
He really tried, almost getting close enough, but I think that consistency we kind of talked about from prior to it ended up playing a pretty good portion.
Right. And then the xGODS slandered my name and forfeit Pokemon. And so the Ravens take a win on that one. And then we went into the NHL where the xGODS were like, listen, we're back, baby.
Yes.
Then they lost Halo. And then they lost Wreckfest.
And
so
I
they
want to
need a
highlight,
big comeback right now.
we played 2 shooters. They forfeited Val, and Stars put 25 kills.
Yeah, I'm starting to
in Halo.
understand why maybe they didn't want to play
Yeah.
Valorant. Not that they're not good at it, but against this team, you've got a guy on the Ravens there who just, why would you ever want to go against a PC shooter ever?
He was insane. And to me, I want to have faith. I want to look up to the mountaintops and see the LAX gods looking down and saying, this one is theirs. And actually, I blinked for a second. The fact that Wonku and Dingus not being in does mean that this is actually a possible game. I think Wonku and Dingus being unavailable to play this game, or Genghis, excuse me, the two of them, if you've seen them all season, especially Wonku, has been on a tear in Rocket League. Very clearly happy the game is back on the wheel and able to really show off. But since their first opportunity to play where they did take a loss, I remember Qwerty very specifically saying, don't make me have to practice this game again. The xGODS have been on the come up in Rocket League. So should be actually a good match here. Maybe finally seeing some of that rotation start to play effect for the game going forward.
Yeah, TLG and KIC are going to be the only players left.
I have to ask for a fighter then. I just have to ask for a fighter.
Gotta be, right?
But which fighter is the question? KOF. KOF.
Okay.
I want to see KOF.
KOF would be very nice to see
because I think that's the most competitive. But
All
Rocket.
right, so we're going to head into Rocket League. It's going to be a very standard game. Not standard as in 3v3, but very standard game. And we're going to have a 4v4, both teams opting to play every player possible, just fill the field. We do have Call of Duty Warzone coming up next. So for those of you
And Qwerty
wow, Qwerty
might be
and
making
he's
a
talking some
statement.
smack over there too.
For those that are new to the league as well, this is a classic matchup. For those that do not know already, in the league, QWERTY versus Stars, both incredibly young talents, both explosive in their own rights, and able to do ridiculous plays after plays and have been a center focus of their team now for seasons. QWERTY not even involved in that last play, letting Bosif and his teammates find the opportunity to make a play.
Yeah, Psycho got food, bro.
Bosif over here saying USA.
Let's get it.
Repping that country as if we're not all from there. But very proud of his American heritage. And we're going to see still hanging back is QWERTY here. Going to put it off the wall, setting up for his team a little bit now, although I have to expect a little bit of this setup is for himself. I do like how he tried to counter that one, but didn't quite predict the bounce of the ball off of the nose of that car. So this one's going to get set up again. He's not going to approach. I think he sees that it's very crowded around the goal, and he's going to rely
A big
on his
whiff.
teammate. He'll close it out for his team. It's like the karate instructor like holding the kids' arms to show them how to hit each other. QWERTY's like, all right, yeah, good setup. I'll go ahead and put it in for you because I will score it so we don't lose this one. But very, very close, guys. That was a nice try.
Yeah, and this is one of the things that I've seen. Funnily enough, the xGODS usually play.
Oh, what a bounce.
As I start talking, Stars picking up, him and Stars working together to find a great play off the wall. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication there. Psycho just a split second late on defending that goal.
Yeah, and I'll be real with you here. I think that was an unlucky pinch is all it was. Credit to Stars for how he's playing so far, but that goal was an extremely lucky setup, and they're going to need more than that if they want to consistently score to catch up. The xGODS have the plays, so the Ravens can't rely on luck to be able to win this one. Finally, though, the Ravens are putting on a little bit of offense. So we're going to see Bosif now getting this one out of the corner, using a lot of that boost to send the ball right toward the net. Good job not touching that one at the end, sending it off course. He let his teammates stop it.
Bumping his teammate, though.
Yeah, a little bit, but his teammate takes off and gonna head toward the corner there. So this one's going to bounce down in front of the net. Let's use set up to score. It will not be going toward Bosif. Going to bounce it off the wall, try to set them up for another, but a good defensive play sends it up. Back to the middle, heading toward the corner, this time on the xGODS side. They stop it in place, and Bosif with a nice little aerial to send it out. Bosif going to make contact, though, with an opposing player. Really tricky position, but gets it away from the wall and away from the goal. So now this player, a little bit set up. He's going to grab this boost here. He knows that if QWERTY's not set, he needs to be. What a touch. That one's going to go to the corner. Not quite in, but it was set close. His teammates just didn't follow up on it. Doesn't go for a goal angle there. Just wants to keep it against the wall. And looks like they just want to roll it up for a nice setup.
I think
and they get it, and Bosif closes it out and puts it in the net.
And this is one of those things I see out of good Rocket League players. They're very quickly able to go ahead and jump in and realize, especially when it comes to aerial control, they can use that and dribble and maneuver the ball in a position that they can't be challenged. On the ground, players can kind of figure out what angles to take, but if it requires both players to be up in the air, flipping and turning, players like QWERTY and Bosif have shown themselves to have an edge.
Yeah, Bosif here. Once again, he makes contact in the air. And actually, the Ravens setting up the xGODS so well. Bosif doesn't follow through, though, so no goal going to come out for the xGODS. Maybe a bit of miscommunication on who was going to touch that one, not wanting to get in each other's way.
I think a great job there challenging the Ravens player rather than just playing off the ball itself, recognizing the only way they can go forward is if one of the players continue the momentum. And now looking for those demos.
Him misses a demo there. Really good on the goalkeeper for the xGODS to stay out of the way. Making slight contact with Psycho, but I don't think him is being as effective as he wants to be on this demo. If he keeps picking up those boosts and keeping them away from the xGODS, not letting them get enough to get these big plays, then maybe he can be more effective. Right now, good block, getting his car in the way of that shot. That one was going straight up the middle of the field. That one on a bounce
off the
is
wall.
going to go to the crossbar.
A nice little floater.
Connection for him. Him going to go ahead and grab some more boost. Finally locks onto the ball again. Probably not going to opt for demos this time. It looks like he wants to get set up for a goal. He's hanging too far back, though. The xGODS defense will be able to react so much quicker than him. He's got to get closer if he wants to pick up on these aerial drop downs.
And it shows me like he has some familiarity, but maybe just playing safer, realizing that maybe he has a player like Stars on his team, Stars who's going to be looking for the action, looking for the big plays, maybe trying to shadow and being a little bit far back. But like you said, eliminating yourself from the play, especially when you might be one of the stronger players for your team, can end up being fatal.
Yeah, and I think seeing that him has the game knowledge, but maybe not the mechanic. This is one of the games where game knowledge actually comes first. You can start to understand what you're looking at. Cordy is, I mean, he's scoring from across the field now. Come on.
He came out of the goal,
And
realizing an
yeah,
opportunity,
that's-
being like, okay, well, y'all are doing that anyway.
All right. So at their free kick line, he is going to score all the way across the field. Great shot, Cordy. But yeah, I think him's timidness right now is showing to be a little bit of a detriment. They need more players willing to set up and capitalize when they have the ball in front of the xGODS net.
And with that timidness, I think what that reminds me of is in the sports games tonight, defense has been kind of the tail of the tape. And being timid gives your opponent the opportunity to run their offense, to be strong, to decide the pace of the game, making it even harder for you to defend. And the xGODS are flourishing.
Both of these teams like to replace defense with a strong offense. So when you... Oh! Wonk going to go ahead and put that one in to make it 2 points now for the Ravens. Not going to go out of this one 1-5. Wonk gets actually a really nice touch in a midair spin, and it goes in right off the nose.
Oh,
Let's see everybody going in. You see past the Herbs here.
Oh, bet that.
No aerial touch.
Wait.
And this
Oh,
one
yeah.
is going to
But this
end
should end the
there.
game. Ooh,
Keep it up.
ball
Yeah,
is
we
still
can't, we
up.
can't. It's
That'll
fine.
touch
The game
Suck
is
God,
over.
suck God, suck God.
LAX
We take that point back.
Gods.
Fighting their way back into this one. That's a great way to start the half, I'll tell you
Yes.
that. That is a really great way to come back into this one as a half. So now we have Warzone, and we are going to have TLG and KIC going in for Warzone. So to throw some names out there for who might be going in with them, I'd like to say for the xGODS, we're likely going to see Cordy head right back in there. I think he's a really strong shooter. It's possible for them to put in Bosif. With the way that Psycho, this is complete spitballing here, but with the way that Psycho has picked up fighting games, I would assume that him and TLG at this point work pretty dang well together. So just kind of spitballing some ideas there. But I do think if you look at the left side of the roster, we're going to see one of those guys go in.
I definitely agree. I think Havoc is another quiet name that I can also throw out there. Is
For just about anything.
It's really funny. One thing that I will always try to bring up to people that Havoc back in the day did do his own Call of Duty montages back during the Call of Duty 4 day. He's one of the older in gamers, but even still is able to sometimes be like, hey, I've been doing this quite a while. Some of y'all might not realize, and is ready to go. But on the flip side, KIC is a strong shooter in his own right. The thing for the Ravens is I wonder if they end up picking Genghis or Stars to go in here. I think either one ends up being a big opportunity. Genghis having shown proficiency in Call of Duty Warzone all season long. I would love to see the rookie go in and get another opportunity to show off his skills.
Absolutely. There are a lot of good shooters on both sides here. There are some real specialty ones, though, that are going to stand out above the rest.
Yeah.
So we expect to see just a couple of people here. And as we see TLG get locked in, we're going to see
All right, who?
They're
and
gonna put
Bo
Bosif.
Seif.
Okay.
Interesting. So
Okay.
one thing I want to highlight, and this is something that has been big, the xGODS a couple of times this season were punished for putting both Bosif and QWERTY in when Fortnite then rolled. They're two strongest players most people recognize. They can solo carry that game. On the flip side, we do see Genghis and KIC going in. So this is going to be an opportunity once again against the vets, against some of the younger players. KIC is in his second season, only having played 3 or 4 games though, is still effectively a rookie in terms of in-arena performances. So looking at TLG, he's been here forever. Bosif, a long-standing member as well. I want to see which one of these teams play, especially with Call of Duty being one of those faster shooters.
absolutely. You'll see kills starting to get racked up really quickly because of the fact that it is a team-based game. So the way that we play it here in the UEL, this 2v2 format doesn't mean that they're going to be going head-to-head in 2v2. As you can see, it's Call of Duty Warzone. So they will be dropping into an online Warzone match in the same team. They will be a team of 4 going against other teams of 4, but you're going to see the two teams split off from each other because they're going to be trying to pick up kills individually to earn points for their team. And this is Resurgence as well, so they'll have a lot of opportunities to throw away a few lives and get the loadouts that they really want on landing at different locations. So it's played a little bit differently, but it's really fun to be able to follow because with them being on the same team, you can observe their scores and the happenings of what's going on with everybody very, very easily. So,
and one of the small things that I think does end up mattering is you also get points for damage. Every individual 1,000-point break points you hit, you'll get a point for your team. So if you get 1,000, you end up getting a point. But if you end up with, say, 999 damage, that is 0 points for your team. And so even just being able to consistently put down damage out on players can end up swinging the tide of the fight and really adds another strategic layer to the game.
And that impacts what kind of playstyle you use, because there is a playstyle in this Warzone of following around the better team and stealing their kills.
Yes.
So if you are stealing kills, but it ends up being a close game, letting your enemy do all the damage is going to be really bad for your final score line.
Yes.
So there's a lot to think about with what kind of playstyle you're actually going to go with in the Warzone 2v2. And oftentimes we do see the teams splitting off from each other if they're confident enough in their own shooting abilities. Now, oftentimes that usually results in one player getting like 12 kills and another one getting like 1 and then everybody else getting none. But we will see what happens. So
and
timer is up, but setup is finished.
We are in queue. We're just waiting, looking for one of those matches. And to your point, I think the Endgamers here do pretty well. We usually probably average like a third place or so overall in Warzone. We unfortunately haven't found our win just yet here in one of our matches, but people are usually competitive, and a lot of the times I do agree that it's the support that matters. Which team is, because a lot of people will bring in, okay, you're a strong shooter, you can give us 15 kills. Do you have somebody that can just give you maybe another 5-10 points, whether it's damage, kills, be there to support you when you need to take some of these what would be 1v4 fights, making them 2v4 and making them maybe a situation where you have that extra person to hold an angle or push with you can make the big difference.
Yeah, in a 1v4 fight, you're usually hoping and praying for a trade. You're like, man, I really hope I can get one before I get slaughtered here by this team. But in a 2v4, you have an opportunity to maybe play slower and play for a fight win rather than how many of these guys can I just get? Can I get one or no? It's so funny how a 1v4 is, I hope I get one, and a 2v4 is like, let's try to win this.
Yeah, I'm taking both of them.
There's a huge difference. Yeah, it's like, let's try to kill all 4 of these guys.
And we see KIC, we're on his perspective currently
Guilty Gear
here, and Guilty Gear Strive. I got to look at these lineups. Depending on lineups, I wonder if these teams will play it, especially with the time and the way the game is going. Some of these fighting games can start to add up in terms of time, and you might not want to be playing something, you mentioned it before with Pokemon, something that isn't a guaranteed win. And KIC moving, I mentioned he was a shooter for those at home that might not know. He can shoot very well.
I really like that skin on his weapon, the like topographical map.
Oh, that's actually, I just noticed that is really nice.
That's really cool looking. I like that.
I think me, KIC, and her.
All right.
Voice chat moderation is active and recording to maintain a safe environment.
Oh.
Is that a
Hashtag not sponsored. Get that off my screen.
We here at the UEL love to drink us a nice Sly energy if we're looking for an energy drink.
Or a drink to calm yourself out.
Yeah. I love that. The melatonin Sly
Yeah.
is one of the best ways to relax.
You got some shaky hands maybe during your games. You've got your last hour of gaming sesh coming up. You know, chill yourself out. Take it easy for the rest of the night. Get a couple of good games in and get yourself to bed. All right, so we're going to start off here watching KIC.
And I want to immediately put out the idea of I want to see which ones of these teams have been practicing. So the new season started, I believe, for Warzone, and this map is the original Warzone map that was just added back into the game. Now, some people maybe have played Call of Duty for a while, but have you gotten on newer Warzone with the new guns, new loadouts, new opportunities? Do you understand how the game works? Immediately willing to turn back around and peek that corner and play.
That'll be one for Genghis already.
Another one.
And
Able to get out the window, but not
one. He will self-revive. No, he's going to be
But his
finished.
teammate should be able to jump down and trade this back. Nice shot by Genghis, at least playing off of his teammate.
No, he runs into the enemy teammate and ends up getting taken down before even the kill. So I did see in there that Bosif had gotten himself a kill as well. So both teams already trying to move through the rest of the combatants that they landed with.
And we see there Bosif checking the score, just ensuring that where the points stand. He could end the game if maybe they have a point lead, realizing like maybe looking to see if he had some teammates, is in a bad situation with 2 or 3 players possibly looking at him, immediately moving out. I like the decision to reposition here.
Yeah, there was very little chance when you had one player running away and his teammate looking at you from the roof. You have to wonder how many other teammates are possibly there. And Bosif does see his teammate go down there. So
TLG
it's gonna be a 1v4 situation. No, he actually is going to third party.
managed to get it down. Getting pushed, isn't able to do it. You see the 2 attackers letting them know that that was a disadvantageous fight. We're back on KIC, looking for more loot, having landed back down again.
Hey, middle person low.
I like the comms immediately. Just the 2 of these players immediately like to play fast. It seems like they're ready to move, ready to jump around, ready to take another fight. Genghis going down though. Cassie coming back in to try to trade. Realizes there's 2 and can't get back around the corner. Is able to get some good damage, but a whole team once again putting him in a position where even if he's able to do some damage, it's really hard to trade those kills. It looks like TLG setting down some claymores, maybe catching a cheeky down, a cheeky kill if somebody isn't paying attention.
Yeah, I am surprised. I actually thought he was going to set up in there since on this harbor down by the boats here, he knows that there are enemies. So I did think he was going to set up on the inside. He's going to go ahead and instead of sliding, he's going to go ahead and dive. It actually works out for him. Can hide behind the door but not close it. Actually makes... Oh, he did make himself a little less suspicious in that situation, but it doesn't work out for him. Really bad timing on that peek. He probably would have gotten walked right past.
Yeah, he puts himself in a pretty difficult position because, like, if you time that correct and maybe catch, they see you at the corner of their eye, you might be able to win that fight. But the moment those first few shots went into the door, I think he just unfortunately sealed the deal for himself.
All right.
And that's going to let them know that you're here. KIC is he able to get this down. You're going to want to do this. You know there was a team in here. You can't stand still too long if you're playing inside a prison.
Yeah, very nice finish from Bosif. Going to go ahead and get another kill for his team while he's on his own as well. So that situation does not always work out. And by not always, I mean almost never. So he was really, really fortunate there. But the way he's moving around, it's very possible they played a lot of Black Ops 2 Zombies. Going to go ahead and send out a drone here and get some good damage. He got the finish.
And that is what is important. And realizing that he was self-reviving, he ends up getting finished off himself, but able to do plenty of damage. Genghis, and it looks like the Ravens have realized they're okay to split up. The 2 players maybe feeling confident that the 2 of them are good enough that, hey, if we're going to run in the teams of 4 as well, we play as individuals, maybe get these cheeky fights, able to get a couple of kills, and the 2 of us just feel like we can dominate these areas. Drops down is going to have to move because the amount of damage he's taken. Plating up, looking for a flank, manages to catch a cheeky...
Yeah, he knew. Great job, Genghis.
And this is something that's really big. I think a lot of players remember Genghis from his very first showing in Warzone and maybe thinking like,
oh man,
had a little bit of a rough time getting used to the controls. I think was forced to play mouse and keyboard, but has now shown that, hey, give him an opportunity in Warzone and he will absolutely run over the game.
Yeah, that's I mean, he just wiped an entire team on his own.
Yes.
His teammate crawled through the window and went down.
This is another one of those showings where I think the Ravens are making a statement that, hey, we can challenge you in these shooters, especially Eclipse, generally known as a shooting team. Ravens are doing a great job of showing, like, hey, we have strong shooters where you're going to need to be on your best performance. And this might be a thing of rotation where TLG is a great player, has a lot of experience, picks up another kill here coming from Genghis, realizes isn't able to get back over the hill, is going to go ahead and give up. KIC realizing, like, maybe I can come up and help my teammate out. Comes off the zip line, isn't able to pick up the kill. Using his movement, trying to take these shots, and finds the kill. Ooh, can he get the finish? Good job.
Does. More points on the board here.
And Genghis dropping back into the war zone. I love the play here.
Yeah, but here comes the enemy that Genghis originally killed. This was the first one that he put down who's going to get his revenge on Genghis there.
Landing with a pistol, getting a little bit more damage.
Yeah, I think the enemy never actually ended up spotting him. It looks like right now we have Genghis with 5
And KIC on Stars'
Yeah,
account should have another
KIC
3
at 3,
kills.
so-
So 8 kills already, and usually when you see the 2 players on one team being higher on the leaderboard for the squad, it bodes well for that team's chances of winning the game. It means they're able to be putting these kills, and if you're putting kills, you're generally getting good damage out as well. But now playing on the outside, KIC isn't able to win a gunfight. It did manage to get it down, ends up going down himself, dropping back in. Looks like they want to end the game, maybe realizing they have enough points.
Yep.
We don't need to play for this first. All we're doing is extending and giving them an opportunity. We'll get a point check here in a second once the game finishes and closes out.
Yeah, it seemed like that one was.
So 8 points for Genghis, 4 points for KIC. I see 3 points coming out of TLG, and maybe Bosif has already left the game, which to me says Bosif knows that the game is pretty much over and done with.
Yeah, the game has already wrapped up, and that'll be a win for the Ravens.
A
So
win for the Ravens. Call of Duty Warzone 2 into Guilty Gear with both KIC and Herb available. I'm going to be honest, if I'm the xGODS, it might sound impossible to hear me say it. I don't think you play this game. One of the things that I respect about TLG is TLG will talk trash, but every single fighting game player he acknowledges and knows where he is, where they are, and he is not going to just make you a promise that, hey, I can carry this if I don't think I can.
Right.
And I think this is a difficult, so you could maybe send him first, see how it's going, but that's still, you know, him, KIC, and Herb, and him has had TLG's number all day today. But with that lineup, that makes me think they might just try and play this.
this seems like a serious Guilty Gear lineup. Yeah.
You don't send this lineup in. I don't. If you expect them to send the exact lineup I just mentioned, Herb, him, KIC, if you're going to play this, you probably would have played one of your other players and kept on TLG or Cycle or Havoc even out of the lineup. But it means like they might want to try and see where they land. Havoc has managed to do some damage against some of the fighting game players, and that's who we're going to be seeing first. Havoc into Kai Keys. Now, what's going to matter here of Herb is Herb used to play Mei, so he knows this character that Havoc is playing, and KOF coming up next, and this is why it's big. Both of these teams don't have their traditional fighting game players available, and it's going to be see how other players are going to be able to play. Nice throw here, and Herb as a fighting game player, for those that are unfamiliar, is a very solid player, but Havoc in his own right has his game plan, runs it, and we're going to see some good damage. Unusual drop there from Herb. He usually is able to confirm his damage, but the wake up super from Havoc keeping him in the game and is fully willing to play. Looks for the dust, gets the slide, runs up and throws, and this is where you can have some difficulty because Havoc just took this round. A nice burst.
Yeah, very nice burst.
Herb realizing just how close that round was. You got to close it out here. Ends up dropping the combo again.
Oh,
Havoc
I knew we
using-
were going to see some Dolphin. That one doesn't connect, but into the jabs.
Yeah, P2. So on your right side, the girl with the anchor and the Dolphins will be Havoc to your face, and Kai Keys will be past the Herbs in red, looking like he realizes letting Havoc play his game spells trouble for him. This run-up throw is getting a lot of mileage, and that run-up dust. He's caught player after player, and watch the damage. One more guess, and Herb can be out of this game before it's even started. A nice burst just to reset the entire situation. Herb, what are you looking for? Havoc looking for it, manages to punish with a Dolphin. Here we go. He's got to spend all of his meter here. He's got him to the wall, puts him through the wall. This is going to be guess for game. Does Havoc just super? Havoc, I think Havoc was looking for super there and accidentally was unable to get it input. You see everyone in the building, eyes glued to the screen. Havoc's game plan, to a lot of people, I would tell you, watch him. He does a lot of similar things, and this is where Herb will start to thrive. Having the opportunity to see what Havoc does, should be finding his answers for these different situations, and we start to see him a nice burst, reset the situation, not in a great place. Runs up, throws. Do you know the dust is coming? I know it's coming. Nice job blocking.
Good block.
Great adaptation from Herb. We've seen what happens when he isn't ready. He still has his burst to get out of bad situations, but Havoc is just going to run up. He's going to try it again.
Tried and true, but this one, we usually see this one get dropped at this point. Yeah, and it's not going to carry through. He's not going to be able to.
I don't know if Havoc knows where the pressure is, but ultimately getting a life off means a lot here. It means Herb has one more life for the rest of these battles.
Yeah, and Psycho coming in is no joke. I've seen Psycho on here before, and yeah, he's definitely, this is one of the earliest games that I see him really put the work in on. He's been focusing on other games lately, so I'm curious to see if he kind of stagnated on Guilty Gear and is only as good as he was, or if he's improved here just as much as he has in the likes of Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat.
So one of the big things is Psycho has made a huge shift. Psycho was playing Potemkin, big grappler, slower character last season, and as the seasons progressed, a new character came out, Elfeld. This is a character that has a lot of potential to just mix you up, having a series of moves called a Rekka that include overheads, lows, and the ability to reset that over and over and make you keep guessing, and has thrived on that character. And we do see it come out here, Elfeld Valentine. Now, I want to see the big thing here. I mentioned it. Herb played May. Stars plays Elfeld. Herb should have information on this matchup, know the character, at least some of what they do, and be able to essentially like pick this apart. I would expect this first round to really tell us how ready he is to fight the character.
Right. A reminder here that all Psycho needs to take is one round to be able to eliminate Herb at this point, and he's starting off with some good damage, an early lead. He doesn't push it too much. He's playing on the defensive now for sure, but he can't get too satisfied with that early damage because he has lost the health lead now.
And this is the big thing. Herb is just knowledge checking Psycho.
Yeah.
What that includes is doing things, and there are very generally predictable answers that exist for them, but you have to know them. If you don't have them, they will continue to be effective, and you end up putting yourself in bad situations. And Herb showing a great understanding of the character by just not letting Psycho get started, not letting him play the game. Cool, I don't care that you can mix me up, make me guess, if I just never let you play. And one more hit will seal the deal here.
And that'll be it. The
run up low kick. And here we go. Psycho, tough fight here. Again, Past Herbs is one of the top players. And now what we're going to see is TLG on Elfeld as well. The big thing, funnily enough, at how close the comparison is, TLG used to be on the Ravens. In fact, played Kai Kisk, learned Kai Kisk while playing with Herb. So this is once again a situation where how much does each know about the other wanting and how they play?
Yeah, there might be a disconnect here. He took his
control and play on. If you don't let me,
you can see the familiarity with the players, but yeah, TLG having that information could be a pretty big deal because now there is a disconnect on it learning information about each other. So by changing it up and not staying consistent to just one character or one play style, he can switch it up on his former team now, and they don't know what he's going for. Meanwhile, he still knows the strategy that they've held true to.
And I believe in their matchup 2 weeks ago, TLG did manage to take that. And so there very much is the possibility of finding a win here for TLG. So I just am looking and seeing and hoping that, hey, he's able to bring this performance up again.
All right. So as we head into this one, I mean, it is a little bit, Herb is warmed up on this Kai Kiske already against an Elfeld, right? Now, maybe not as much as you would expect. Usually you'd be like, you just came off of this matchup, you should be warmed up, but Psycho didn't really do a whole lot, I gotta be honest.
I think that's the most deceptive thing of playing two players that play the same character. If two players play the same character and are roughly at the same level, there becomes this thing of people playing the same. But knowing both Psycho and TLG, they don't play the same. TLG tends to run this very like offensive-based game plan, And at this point, Herb seems to have warmed up
man.
because he took and grabbed him. And I look at Cassie looking across. This is one of those things where having somebody just work with. TLG, you beat me 2 weeks ago. I am not the same player that I was then. I have grown. I have gotten better. There is a reason why fighting games come up in the UEL, and Pasta Herbs is one of the most feared players. You can beat him once, but the question is, can you beat him consistently? And it looks like the answer is he has TLG's number today. TLG trying to get his shots down, manages to dodge the first shot. TLG's just trying to get started, and here we go.
It's a really good approach. That was actually
And
extremely
the
impressive.
DP.
The DP is all it's going to take to kill his health bar there. So TLG will drop that one to Herb. Herb dancing in front of the wrong camera. we get the idea. It was a very, very great showing from him. He just ran through 6 players. 6 lives of 3 players. He only dropped a single
And it's
life.
a very difficult thing. I think it's one of those things that if you are consistently able to play and beat Herb especially, and that Guilty Gear lineup is terrifying. I think that there are maybe 1 or 2 other teams that if you have Herb, him, and KIC in, you can challenge successfully. Now, looking at KOF, this is another game that we can absolutely see a diff from either side in. Stars has been showing some great growth in the fighting games. Wonku has been on the Ravens for a while, so I expected to have some gameplay. And Vape, I think, has had an opportunity over his rookie season to maybe pick up some of these fighters. QWERTY, quietly as well, been on that rise, as well as Rafiki and low-key Brent, steadily working, playing with this strong roster, playing with TLG. I want to see which one comes out. In lieu of having their premier fighter, maybe get an idea of what the backup does look like for each team.
Yeah, and we're going to see that for both teams here, which is really nice because it's not often that we get such an even display. I mean, we've gotten perfect bracket reset or lineup resets the way that we want them to be every single time. I kept talking about how I want to see as many perfect roster resets as we can because I want to see the best players on their best games. But this is just as good.
Yes.
Having evenly matched players, no matter if they're the best on your team or your backup players to assist, having them go against evenly matched players is a show of who has put in more time and made further improvements. Sometimes, listen, the harsh fact of the matter is sometimes you can put in the exact same amount of time, the exact same amount of hours on a game, and there will be a player that just gets it better than you. And having 33 games on the wheel, one of those could be you.
And that's what's so special about the league is even if one of them can say like, oh, I got KOF better, then you can immediately say, well, did you get, I'm trying to think what Tekken hasn't rolled yet. Did you get Tekken better? Are you better at Tekken? And I want to see how this rolls. KOF is similar to Street Fighter in how we play it. It will be 3-3, each player playing one character. Your life comes back a little bit depending on how much you, how fast you went around. The big thing about KOF and how it's different than the other fighters is how what's called neutral. Neither player is like really winning out immediately. In neutral, you're looking to take some advantage somewhere and play to your character's strong points. And Dragon Ball Fighters, we will cleaning up the fighters. It looks like today.
Wow.
Tekken, the only one left remaining after Dragon Ball Fighters.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get it after Dragon Ball.
So looking here, what I should expect if you're seeing traditional, and this is traditional KOF, you're going to see a lot of jumps. Unlike a lot of other games, there are multiple ways to jump in this game and to get in and to get in on your opponent and do damage. So it plays with the feel of how the game overall moves. A lot of people, though, do play it like Street Fighter, a lot more grounded, a lot more careful, but they're all auto combos. If you just get your hit and are ready for it, you can cash out and get some good damage. You don't have to necessarily know all the inputs. So we have a button check here. On player one side, we have QWERTY, Rafiki, and low-key Brent. Low-key Brent on the Joe with Wonku, Vape, and Stars on player two side, and that being Stars on the K-Dash. So both players, I want to see how they both start. It looks like their buttons are set up, and we immediately get to it, and you can already see the jumps and the hops and everyone looking to try to get their hit. I like Stars very much looking like, hey, I want to get this auto combo that I know. Having these buttons, he's not throwing out everything. He's taking his time using these side switches. A lot of movement is in KOF. KOF is just about understanding where you and your opponent are on the screen. And Stars, having lost very little HP, doing a great job of showing why this fighter heavy wheel has been in the Ravens' favor all night. Here we go, back to the ops, but Brent is maybe finding his placement. He's calmed down a little bit, catches the roll, didn't end up finishing out the combo, but that's all right. And now he has a bar to spin. Stars could kill there, ends up just taking a little bit of damage. Let's see what we're able to do. Runs in. Stars in the corner now. It's a scary position. Finally decides to cash out. And
Yeah,
this is
great timing.
one of those small things that matters, is being super careful, super aware of what all is happening, what's occurring, and just realizing, hey, I don't need to save my meter. I don't need to be careful. Let me just cash out. Let me just get my team some damage, which is more important in the short run. And here we go. Rafiki into Stars. Rafiki into Stars. Rafiki usually tends to play pretty technical characters. I'm interested to see how he's going to approach KOF. And,
I believe he's playing, I want to say Terry?
Terry is kind of, well, some Smash players. You mean Terry from Smash?
Terry from Smash Bros? Right?
Yeah.
The character from Smash?
Yeah, is a pretty tried and true classic character in this game.
Mhm.
I think a lot of fundamental tools that work pretty well, but can be a little bit slow.
Was it his, no, oh, he
Whip.
was the one playing Whip, so it will be the next player for the xGODS that is playing
Yes.
Terry.
So Whip here will be very interesting. Can control a lot of space and doesn't necessarily have to get as close. You can see him kind of running up and then stopping at a very specific range. This is him saying, like, hey, I control this space. Play into me. Stars trying to find his jumps, but ends up getting grabbed. I love the use of the pokes here. He's using these long range moves he has to just control whatever Stars wants to do. Where he was able to kind of move freely against Brent, Rafiki seems to have locked him down.
And I think both of these teams have possibly saved their final player on each side for, well, I don't know, because once again, we are looking at some of the backup fighter players that you would key in to usually help out your star fighters. Let's see if this one not going to connect. He's going to go over top and actually open himself up a lot for some heavy damage. And that's something I'm noticing here from K, is that if you get touched once, you're going to lose a massive amount of your health bar.
Yes, and especially, that's a funny tried and true of KOF. And I mentioned those auto combos, and you saw the downside of them as well. Because when you do the auto combo, you have no control of how safe or unsafe you are. It's going to do your special. It's going to do a super. And on block, that can leave you in a position where you're just open to free damage. And against a character, like you said, K-Dash will immediately punish you, and you see the grab. Jumps in, but Stars is ready to hit the jump in.
Doesn't get fully punished on that one, so still has another opportunity. Both players engaging and then just backing off immediately.
Nice jump. I like the play from Rafiki. He's trying to find that range again.
He needs one more. He tries to rush in. He wants to finish this one quickly. Sweeps the leg. Oh! Great job reading that he was going to go for the low block.
You see Rafiki.
Oh!
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. And I think maybe playing a little bit of the mental game there, trying to get in Stars' head a little bit, definitely trying to get his attention. And it looks like, I feel like, you know, Stars is a young player, very loud, was willing to play the mental game, and I do think that maybe the LAX odds being like, look, we can take it, but can you?
Yeah, they can push his temper over for sure. They just gotta get him to relax a little bit, but it's all right. I'm sure, as much as, you know, he has the spirit, and I'm sure he can take the spirit. That's gonna be a quick finish there on Rafiki from Wonk. Wonk gonna just
and
grab that
here we go. QWERTY is sitting down.
All right, so this is that secret fight. I mean, look at his character. He just looks like he hides in the shadows. This dude is just like ready for anything, and you're never gonna expect it.
If you were hiding and expecting QWERTY's character to be fair and kind of like straightforward, I can tell you this character slides, he teleports, he throws literal pocket sand at you sometimes.
Right, so super fair and balanced.
Yes. It's really funny. As you watch, notice he can just go over the fireball there on the ground
Okay, that's
and
pretty
completely avoid it. But it looks like Wonka just said, you got to show me that you can get by it before I do anything else. I don't have a reason to be scared of what you're doing. But QWERTY going in for his auto combo, getting his damage and equalizing the life lead up. And Wonku's like, stop that.
Yeah, Wonka up to 3 charge now, 3-bar charge, so.
Able to get a climax super if she's able to get a hit in. But QWERTY is just challenging on every wake up saying, Wonku, you're going to press a button.
That's all he needs. This will be it. This will be it.
Whoa, Wonku gets one more guess.
One more. There it is. Overhead. Not most would go for the low, but QWERTY says, nope, I've been practicing long enough to know.
And it's now QWERTY versus Vape.
Oh, good start.
And it doesn't look like Vape wants to swap up his buttons. Let's see if he's able to find his opportunity. Getting his jabs out. I like this. Trying to find his space.
Good job pushing him up against a wall as well. A lot of people will settle for the get up and try to get into their next combo.
Yes. I think that patience is sometimes, funnily enough, that's where I can see people's development the most in fighting games is when you start having that patience.
Ooh,
but
that
sometimes you just got to swing. Let's see what we got. Is QWERTY able to take it? Both players were looking. If an auto combo comes out of Vape, the game is over. I can promise you if he manages to land these hits.
Especially now.
But this level 2 is going to do tons of damage.
Oh, he doesn't finish. Is he going to go? No, he goes for the low instead of the override. He connects. He connects. He's going to wrap it up for his team. Takes out 2 players of full health each. QWERTY wraps it up for his team.
And there we go. QWERTY putting his team on the board in KOF. All right, video games, I need y'all to do something about 3-letter acronyms.
Yeah.
It's starting to be a lot to be like, oh yeah, KOF, NHL,
DBZ,
KOD, like
COD,
COD.
Dead by Daylight,
I'm like, please.
NBA.
All of them. But actually, I just realized we also have DNF.
OW2.
You know, sometimes I forget how many fighting games we have.
No kidding.
I'm saying that because I didn't realize that DNF
It's still
and Tekken are still on the
they're
wheel.
both still on the wheel. Yeah. I mean, it is. I think it's pretty easy for people to lump certain fighting games together, and I think the anime style fighters like KOF, DNF, and Guilty Gear, I think can all blend together in people's heads. They're very, very similar art styles, fighting styles. So it's mostly like the charging mechanics and the advanced gameplay that changes between them.
I always love to think of it as fighting games are just like shooters, where someone's like, well, like in a shooting game, you just grab your gun and shoot. And I'm like, in a fighting game, you have a health bar, and whoever's health bar goes down first, they lose. Yeah. But
it's a lot more complicated than that.
Now, I will tell you, DBFZ, I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at TLG and KIC. Whichever one of these players,
so many letters, man.
TLG, KIC, PDH, aka Pass the Herd, HIM, Psycho,
PDF, PNG, JPG, WebM, .com, www. 3v3, Dragon Ball Z. Let's get into it. 15 seconds remaining on the clock. It looks like we're pretty much getting our lineups here set, so we are going to know who we have on each character. We'll just have to see as we load it.
All right, so first thing I'm looking for is going to be a lab coat that should be KIC.
That's the lady. I know her. She's an Android. Yep, I know that.
And Texas Chainsaw.
Don't you mean TCM?
Yes, in fact do. TCM, I want to see. All right, and here we go. This is TLG into KIC. Immediately to start off this game, I can tell you for a fact, KIC here running the lab coat. This character is incredibly strong if you don't know how to deal with it, and I think it's a good idea to put TLG in, but this is what we call a happy birthday, where you get 2 characters. One of them manages to escape, but watch KIC start to run his offense. Both players looking to try to kill the opposing team's best player off the rip. And KIC should be able to finish this up. He should go ahead and spin the meter and just take TLG out of the fight. Ends up dropping the combo and tags Psycho into a raw super dash. Okay, here we go. immediately looks for the overhead, nothing, and catches him. Nice shot by Sacco to find his opportunity to go in. Super dashes across the screen and is just trying to find his opportunity, but KIC finds his touch. Ooh, KIC, up, down. You're gonna, again, these drops will end up mattering a lot as time goes on. Nice block. And KIC's ready. Why are you pressing buttons there?
If you make it, get out of there.
And the level 3 super doesn't connect a nice jump.
I told you to
Just connects with the support in the back.
It's gonna be
So
okay.
now we will get Psycho in on the Rafiki in on the cell.
Yes, and Rafiki doing his best to switch between a few characters, but using his auto combos to the best of his ability. Almost manages to catch him. And KIC said, no, we're not doing this. Let me just go ahead and end this. Tags Havoc in. No, that's him, I believe. Oh, that's Herb. Excuse me. Thank you, players, for telling me. The players in the game were telling me that it's Herb. I appreciate it. Herb has swapped characters as well. It's really funny how often people do switch characters here in the league. But here we go. TLG with sparking. If he manages to find his hit, baits out the 2H, but does get hit. Herb might not be able to go ahead and end the game here. Blocks up. And not having assist becomes huge here. TLG not able to convert off of the combo and ends up getting touched again. And this should be the game ending with the level 3 here. Boom.
Oh, just barely not enough.
And we've seen this happen before where a player gets low and the game theoretically should be over. And immediately challenging Herb to guess time and time again. And the level 3 block here should end the game into his own level 3. Did Herb block in time? He does. That locks him down. But is he able to find the punish? He does.
Yeah. All right, the Ravens go up yet another one, and I really had to hold myself back
DBFZ.
from laughing on that one when I saw the name Super Baby 2, but I will refrain from laughing extremely hard at that name. Why is that? You got to explain that one to me. Why is there a character named Super Baby 2 in Dragon Ball Z?
So there's a character named Baby, and this is
Okay.
trying to remember this. I believe, if I remember correctly, he possesses Vegeta's body when Vegeta goes Super Saiyan 2. And somehow I translate to Super Baby 2. Dragon Ball Z is...
Delicious. Okay.
He's a great character, but we finally get some strategy gameplay.
About time, right?
We've done a lot of swinging, a lot of hitting. We avoided the Pokemon battle. And we're now going to go on Texas Chainsaw. Now, which team has set up? LA xGODS.
Okay, so LAX God's going to be able to choose whether they'd like to be the family or the survivors, and it looks like they are going to choose.
Ravens, you have the ability to do something really funny. I want to see if it happens.
So now, okay, so what's upsetting about this to me is that we are going to lose the symmetrical team lineups. So we aren't going to be able to see quite as clean and even of roster positioning at this point.
Basically, we have to hope for Dead by Daylight to re-even up the rosters once again, which is always unfortunate.
Yep.
It's fun in some cases. I like to see how people handle rosters, but at the same time, like you said, we've been able to see those situations where best player, and that's finally going to break this tradition. Shows you Dead by Daylight and Texas are the same in my head.
Yeah.
Texas Chainsaw. This is an asymmetrical game where one side plays killers, one side plays family members, hence why it's 3v4. The number at home that you need to remember is 3. If 3 survivors get out, it's an instant win for survivors. If 3 get killed, the killers instantly win. Otherwise, it's down to points. You get points by using the different exits. You get points by escaping chases, living chases on the killer side, hitting survivors, killing survivors. And so it becomes this balancing act. And the biggest thing that I think affects this will be the map choice. And that is what I'm actually waiting on, because I don't know how many players in the league know this, that a new map has come out for DBD or for Texas Chainsaw.
Texas Chainsaw.
I'm never going to remember. Now that you said TCM, my brain's going to 3-letter acronym. Yes, DBD. Great. And so I'm interested to see what how the game ends up playing out here. Map choice will really matter a lot. There are some survivor favored maps and some killer favored maps.
Yeah.
And then things being balanced. So really just looking to see what ultimately lines up. But an interesting game. I don't think coming into today, many people would have guessed this. To be very honest with you, last season, the Ravens brought KIC out for their playoff games and managed to take third. So I think they recognize the seriousness of this game. And with the addition of stars this season, the Ravens were in a rough place early on, but they finally found a place to stabilize and really start to show off what a few weeks some synergy ends up doing for the team. And the question about LAX gods, we talked about their strength, but some people called their schedule into question. They said, hey, you've played some of the lower bracket teams. How do you stack up against the top? And sometimes maybe the returning to Earth might help them out in terms of the decisions and how good or bad they are.
This is a really, really good matchup for them to end up on against the Ravens because it's going to tell them what they need to focus on most when it comes to playoffs coming up soon.
Yes. And it looks like we're doing a quick hardware check to make sure sound and things are working correctly. And I will tell you here in a second what map we are on. Usually you can tell pretty quickly based on exactly where we start. This shouldn't be the new map. We are on House Basement. Interesting. Yeah, you aren't in gas station, which we normally see. I think this is actually the first map. That little flash means that someone might have seen her walk in here, and one of her teammates already running around. This is not great to have yourselves kind of crowded in one area.
They are really just cornering themselves. That is not good to see your teammate follow in after you see a little warning symbol that someone might be near.
And so my immediate thought is if we are playing into an Havoc on the Leatherface, which we normally see, if the Ravens did go ahead and pick, or if the xGODS picked Killer and the Ravens picked a map in response, I don't like this map choice, actually. I think Family House is very Killer favored. In terms of map design, it's very condensed. A lot of areas where people want to go to are together. Killers are able to rotate quickly. And you can see Leatherface has the ability to pressure a lot of the survivors almost immediately from the jump of the match.
Yeah, very, very close spawn for them, and Leatherface will always be the one that's first making contact. That's something that even as not being a Texas Chainsaw player myself, I still even at this point have recognized that on this map you have very, very little time to work with right off the bat. He's going to make a connection there with the chainsaw, so he does connect once after missing the first survivor before. He doesn't quite get there in time for a second hit, though. So nobody on the survivor side looking terribly injured.
And if I'm the Ravens, I am a little bit happy here that he found Anna of all characters. That's the character in the blue blouse there. Her ability is to reduce the amount of damage she takes. So if she's being chased like this, she can usually survive a little bit longer, but you don't always want to use that ability early. A good job of using the over rev on the chainsaw. It gives him more damage, lets him move a little bit quicker at the risk of turning it off. And now if he wants to play again or fight her again, he has to turn it back on. I want to see how long it's going to take Havoc to maybe realize this, because you have the noise cue. He realizes that door isn't open, but he's not going to be able to do any damage to any of the survivors until he turns this chainsaw back on, which is a huge point.
Yeah,
and he has to stop.
Right now. Yep.
Where he had somebody right in the correct position. This Leland
be able to corner him, it looks like, or might get slightly outplayed at this point. I do think he lost sightline, so he no longer knows exactly where he needs to chase, and maybe a bit of unfamiliarity with this area. Oh, there he goes. He found his target.
Does get hit by Leland and stunned there for a second. Managed, I think, to get a little bit of a hit off. And now they're just trying to waste Havoc's time. Maybe upstairs we have some of the other survivors doing their best to just get out. Again, you just need to get 3 out. If obviously once you start losing, maybe you start playing for points, but it's going to be big here. And we see Vape just kind of wasting time. He's not super worried. Like, I'll stand here, and if you come back around, I will go again. Vape stepping away from the gap, setting himself up to take some damage, does manage to get the heal off, is going to immediately have to cut back through. maybe playing this game of chicken to the best of his ability.
There he goes through again. Yeah, he is making so much time and space for his teammates right now.
Hi. Maybe Havoc just decided finally just leave. Hey, like, why am I going to chase you over and over again?
Yeah.
And it looks like they are on gas station, and from the escaping from the homestead means that they are now starting to get towards the exit parts of the map.
Right.
This ends up mattering. We've seen gas station have incredibly quick exits, especially the car battery. Most teams have kind of adapted to it, and it looks like Vape realizing that Havoc has kind of left isn't still fighting here, and we go to low key Brent playing up here on the top side. Don't know if the Anna realizes she's being watched currently.
Yeah, really interesting that he's just kind of got a spot on her.
And it looks like they've managed to turn off the generator, which could be an easy exit. He has to wait for the cooldown to pass before he can turn it back on.
Can't just stay on it.
And is maybe a little bit nervous about starting to pursue this chase, lest they get the door open and start to get out.
Yeah, good decision not to go straight for the gate immediately. As soon as they know that you've turned off that generator, they're definitely going to be standing near it. But not listening for any sound cues right now, kind of just standing around.
And that's the big thing about playing Cook. Yes, you have your padlocks to slow them down, but using your power, using your ability to hear better, really can give you a lot of important info. And he should be, in my opinion, starting to check for this generator now. It should have been enough time. You need to get this generator back up and running, because you standing here opens up the rest of the map for your team.
Oh, they closed it.
And that is
hey, Leland.
Opening gate on Gen.
opening up the gate here. It looks like the Ravens do have a game plan here. Maybe trying to bait some attention
I see the
over,
gate is highlighted.
communicating with each other like, hey, this is where I am. This is where we're trying to move to. Does Havoc realize?
Oh, no spot. Nope.
It's a ladder. It's a ladder.
But it does look... So he's not checking the grass super efficiently. Probably just scanning. And didn't see
Oh my god.
the head and all the tall grass. He's still there, checking the inside now
Yeah,
of
it was like literally chickens. There was
one of the
chickens.
shacks.
Oh fuck.
Is now slipping out of the homestead.
Oh, that's a good position.
I think
Where's
that was
that
also
gas
really
station
smart to
homestead?
leave
Where's
the
that
gate open, almost like one of the killers did it,
Yeah.
and not like
I don't know
you
where.
opened it. And just like, okay, well, why is this gate open? Well, obviously the survivors wouldn't just leave it open. Wonku just taking her time, realizing that she doesn't have to worry too much. You don't have a lot of flexibility with your camera here, so I don't love the position.
No, they're over here with me.
Yeah, it looks like they're struggling to find survivors at this point. It's very possible that they've lost all eyes, and the survivors right now have a chance to regroup in every position and figure out a game plan. That's really not good when they're communicating with each other.
Yes, and Havoc seems to be playing off of the fuse box. Usually one of the less used exits. You essentially have to find the fuse and do a math puzzle to turn the fuse, and it opens a door down in basement for you to escape out of. Can catch people off guard a lot of the time. That was one of the other family members, which I think was Hitchhiker. So Hitchhiker, Cook, and Leatherface having like 2 traps and locks to try to control space, I think is generally a good opportunity. Havoc just trying to find somebody here.
Pretty desperate here to use the the over rev just to try to make a lot of distance and figure out where these players are.
And the reason why I think this matters to me, in Texas, your best goal if you really want to win is whenever possible, you don't want to give them an opportunity to react. Get into the bushes, keep still. Nice job by Stars on Connie. Connie is an exceptionally strong survivor. She essentially allows you to immediately progress through a lock at an incredible pace.
Going to be really, really useful for these padlocks then.
Yes, and you see the lockpick in. Havoc doesn't check the bush. Stars manages to sneak away. Did Havoc catch him maybe when he moved?
He did not.
Oh. And they're making it, they're using the field exit here, and 2 family members moving around here. And this is kind of smart, realizing one of his teammates is dying, but kind of can't do anything about it. He kind of has to just sit there and watch.
Yeah, this is a really, really dangerous spot now. If they want to guarantee themselves a win, they have to get everyone. But he was spotted. Star's no longer safe.
And needing to jump back in the well means he's going to take a lot of damage from this fall.
Yeah, and he took a lot of damage from those hits as well.
And now all of them need to escape. So the big thing there was, I don't know if he was spotted. I think that
it looked more like a grass check than actually having.
And he
already seen him.
moved before he could confirm whether or not he was seen.
Mhm.
And we can see the Anna has her power up, but is immediately near one of the family members.
Yeah, it looks like Cook right now.
And I think this was low-key Brent just doing a job patrolling his area. It's something that's really small. And one thing I want to see out of the Ravens immediately here is the ability to pivot. Very clearly, this area you've been working on has been compromised. These maps are big enough that you can choose to go to another area, work on a different exit. And if you are able to get these different exits done, then you can start to pull the family members apart. Anytime you allow the family members to group up, you put yourself in a pretty rough spot, opening up this crawl space to be able to duck through in case he needs to move. Does make some noise, but can't really move from here because Grandpa's going to be yelling shortly. For those that don't know, Grandpa is able to spot you using sonar.
Yeah, and we are entering the final hour of this matchup now. We're only 17 games in. It's a decent amount, but usually we see teams going to an even higher limit. Right now at a 12-5 between the Ravens and xGODS. The xGODS have a lot of ground to make up. Even if they were to win this one, they would have to win 6 more games in the final hour.
Yes, and as this clock ticks down, I think it becomes harder for the xGODS. Games like League of Legends, like StarCraft, games that they might want and feel like they're favored in, all of a sudden those 15-minute timers become less and less reasonable to try to play out. Going ahead and starting to pick the lock here. This does take some time. And for those at home that might be wondering, well, like, why don't you just wait around forever? If you look at that little heart icon, it's going to drain from red to yellow to purple. When you drain purple, your character just dies. So you do have a makeshift timer built into the game that you have to do something. You have to start taking more risks. You lose more health if you do not move, if you do not do things. And with this door open again, can open this door and hasn't escaped. You shouldn't be. I'm so scared about this. Genghis making the run here is going to tell the xGODS that someone has found an escape.
Right.
And if they're smart, they should be checking every single door and every single way out. They have to figure out how they managed to do this.
He should have waited for more of his teammates to be ready to go.
Because now what you've created a situation is 2 of your teammates need to, and best case scenario, teams know where everything is on the map. But from real experience, not everyone knows every single one, the 5 or 6 maps in this game, perfectly by heart.
Yeah, you better be making some great call-outs if you're going to expect your team to follow.
And what I'm hoping is Genghis can get into the spectator view after you leave and be like, all right, make a left here, make a right here, make a left here. And that's exactly what he's doing.
Found it.
Wait, there's no cross space.
No, there's one right there.
Oh! And the crawl space in
there already.
isn't going to be able to get back. This could be huge. But manages to get out of the door. All you have to do is hit the road. If you can get out here.
Stamina right now.
The 2 of them are there.
They're there together. They're not being chased out.
Maybe not realizing that this is the exit. This will be a win the moment the 2 of them get to the edge of the pavement here. And that is another win for the Ravens in Texas Chainsaw.
Now a 7-game deficit for the xGODS. 7 games in 56 minutes. That is a steep mountain to climb. Some would say it's impossible.
You're hoping for some fast games, and funnily enough,
We played them.
yeah, I'm being honest. Like Need for Speed, you got to win this in a couple of minutes.
And then you need Car X Drift.
You need
land
which
real quick.
You got to end. Yu-Gi-Oh! Whether or not people agree with it, this might be a time to just bring the Exodia deck back out and just say, I'm either winning turn 1 or I'm losing.
UFC first round knockout. You need
It is
a lot
possible,
of
but you're now And this is the scariest thing. Because it's a randomized wheel, you're at the mercy of the wheel, and you're hoping. Oh, I need this game into this game into this game into this game. And again, a game like StarCraft, where if I'm being honest, I think the LA xGODS take StarCraft straight up for free, but you cannot waste 15 minutes. And if you're not wasting 15 minutes, then you're now saying, well, can we beat them fast enough and early enough?
And I have seen Havoc do it, so it is possible.
Yeah, but you're making a guess here of can you kill 4? Like, the safest way for them to win is to not.
You would have to go against a terrible team.
Yeah, and the Ravens have shown themselves to understand enough about StarCraft that you shouldn't be able to just get away with that.
Right. So we will see who is going to be the cops and who are going to be the racers here. When it comes to racers, the most wanted is selected randomly, so you want to get your whole team pretty well rounded at this game because any player could be the subject of like main targeting.
Yeah, 100%. And we've seen it. Funnily enough, I want to kind of see Stars on Cop. The last few games, he's played Cop, and he has always been up there with the most wanted. Incredible pressure, not letting them race, and seeing that performance again. I want to see if the xGODS maybe have an answer for that pressure.
Yeah, you're going to get your wish. The cops are going to be the Ravens. So, yeah, Stars is going to be on cops with the Ravens, and xGODS are going to be the racers. So we will see between QWERTY, Psycho, TLG, and Rafiki. We will see who is going to be the most wanted here. I have a feeling Stars really wants Rafiki to be the most wanted. And he wants to do some serious chasing.
Yeah, I think we might get the bye-bye immediate.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a personal rivalry growing between these two over a fighting game, if you'd believe it. For Stars.
It's hilarious. I tell people all the time, like, I feel like fighting games, that is what's special about them. It is always a 1v1, you and your opponent. And the thing about UEL is it's not always just you and your one opponent. It's a team on teams combat going back and forth. And now looking at it, the LA xGODS, it's the Ravens setup, so they have a minute now to make sure everybody's in game. And so we're going to be taking a little bit of time here to just ensure that everybody's ready to go. I think I hear some ready calls possibly coming out. We'll go ahead and get to it. But this game, I think it has a lot of implications. And funnily enough, I want to touch on that point you brought up earlier about this being the xGODS last game. If there is a game to have a loss like this, it's the last game, knowing you now have a month to look at this, to watch the Ravens play another game, and to know what you need to grow and work on.
Absolutely.
Ooh, and we have QWERTY coming out as the most wanted. We'll see how his teammates are able to protect him. I want to see some good communication. And ultimately, I want to see some good Need for Speed.
Oh, yeah. We have had a couple really good games in the last few weeks. We had a streak of cops just getting really early wins in just about every game. And lately, we've had some really long games that did end in earned escapes. So it's been really good lately.
And that's the rough thing.
What did I say? What did I say?
CarX
They're gonna
Drift
start
calling it.
these.
And if Havoc, I believe they left Havoc out. If Havoc is up, Havoc should be able to take CarX Drift immediately after this. So maybe, just maybe, finding this opportunity to get back into the race. And you mentioned these contentious races. Usually, when we see a fast game, it's the cops that end up winning quickly. I want to see how the xGODS maybe create their own fast game here. How are they going to be able to get QWERTY with enough space to be able to get out and to find a win?
Right, and with it looks like QWERTY having already used one of his turbos right off the bat, not a bad idea to get yourself some distance from the cops, give yourself some safe room. Taking the inside, coming a little close to that wall, you don't want to get off of the terrain, but he is in a decent position here. One of the racers here coming up on him, who's going to be able to make contact.
And doing a great job of keeping space, trying his best to maybe bust this racer, isn't able to lock them down long enough, and is now just re-entering the race. The xGODS already having a nice formation, managing just to slow the cops and create space for QWERTY.
Yeah, it looks like the Ravens wanted to go for a quick engagement, maybe just get at least one of them to make a connection with QWERTY.
And a big spike strip.
Yeah, that's going to put him back a little bit. He's going to be coming up from behind now. Actually looks like the cops really have some distance to make up, all of them. They're pretty far back here right now. You cannot let QWERTY get too much distance, because once he gets outside of that circle of the cops, he will be on a timer for an escape.
I'm noticing really quickly, and what's impressive, the last few times we saw him, he'd had a rough time at Need for Speed. He'd kind of fallen behind his teammates, even on cops, and we'd really been focusing on stars and some of the other players. I'm impressed that he's now managing to stay up here at the front. I'm noticing that, hey, 3 of the cops now are pulling up together. He's staying with his team, and this level of team play is creating a situation that will facilitate those easier wins. You don't need players to, have game-changing performances if everybody is playing and keeping up. And I'm really proud to see the improvement. Him has put on a kind of a clinic today in the fighting games, now in Need for Speed, consistently
using that
playing.
Shortcut. Look how much space he closed by using that shortcut. They're nowhere close to the edge of the ring anymore. This gives the cops a lot of time to make it back in. So, yeah, he seriously stepped up. He's on a roll right now. He might just be feeling the pattern. The controls are all working right for him. Sometimes you just get in a groove where you finally figure it out. And it looks like he's feeling it right now, because although the racers have found an opening through the barricade, he finds another shortcut, but does make contact with the wall, which is going to negate a little bit of that time he's going to save.
And he's going to have to burn boost here, because QWERTY was getting close to the edge of that circle. And one thing that I'm just looking here is they need another roadblock here shortly, but they have to get back in range, because as a power-up start coming off of cooldowns, it becomes incredibly difficult for you, if you're the cops, to keep giving a racer space, because you have to start taking bigger and bigger risks and not able to realize that shortcut. So this should give a little bit of range out to the cops, but actually he's able to stay in range here. The big thing is going to be coming out of this turn. What does spacing look like? And if any of the other cops were able to take this shortcut, it does look like one was.
Right, and it looks like him is finally starting to close a little bit of space again after some difficulty finding shortcuts like you were just talking about. He was closing distance for a second there, but these racers are just going really high speed right now. And reminder, it is a 3v4 as well, because Psycho DNF'd quite a while ago, so we only have a 3v4 right now, but you can see that little green dot is right on the edge of our blue and red flashing circle. We've got QWERTY on his way out of that ring, and a really, really good turn there from him actually pulls QWERTY back a little bit more into the ring of cop lights. So it looks like the roadblock. Oh, him running into his own cop there on the roadblock, despite having an opening made for him by the racers.
It's really a rough situation. Again, doing better, always room for improvement. But luckily, it doesn't look like the racers were able to gain much distance in that time.
Yeah, they might have had a little bit of trouble with not only that turn that him made so efficiently around the corner, which we're coming up on another one here, but also that roadblock really stumped them. And you can see how that distance gets closed. Him is really, really surprising us with how well he's taking these.
And a spike strip.
No, a spike strip so well placed.
I didn't want to say it, but I was like, it looked like his teammate, one of the most one of his teammate was lining that up like, hey, yeah, keep on following us. Get a little bit closer. And once he got in on the wall, managed to go ahead and close out. But what him did, and what's super important here, is that him gave time for his team to also catch up. Even if he kind of pulls out of this race a little bit, his team now has another opportunity to go and fight for the win, using the shortcut to hopefully close a little bit more distance. Once again, the really effective use here. System is being jammed. They have to be talking about where the most wanted is. He has eyes on him. And there's now 2 officers on top of QWERTY. Somebody's got to help QWERTY out. QWERTY looking to do a quick 180, maybe go back the other direction, realizing like, hey, I need some teammates.
Oh, wow.
And him looking to be out.
Contact. Yeah, him is out after all that work that he put in.
Backing up, you got to go forward. That's the space you have. You just have to take it.
All of these cars, they finally make it out, but
is there a jammer to save him here? Because he's going to take a bunch of damage off this EMP. One more hit will do it.
They're going to try to drive him into the wall, but they don't get it. He's going to go ahead and turn around.
But this is the issue. He can't take a head-on collision. The cop is up on the bridge. He actually has a little bit of space to play here.
You can see that they are still right there behind him. His own teammate in the way a little bit. Another cop there as well. That was a massive wreck.
Hits the e-brake a little bit hard. All of the racers are down. It is just QWERTY.
He's the last one. He does have a spike strip here in case anyone gets too close, but I mean, he has no assistance to drive these cops off the road. All he would have to do is be the absolute best racer.
And we see Wonku approaching 3 EMPs, sitting by the side. No one else to help here. And that
Eden finished off. Wow, so that'll be another loss for the xGOD. Not only another loss, but 10 minutes off the clock. 45 minutes in a 9-game gap. I think this one is called.
That's a rough one too, because like it's a game that every single one of these games becomes a thing of like, do you how do I say this? Should you have forfeited the game? And that's a hard, like at retrospect, of course I forfeit to save some time, but like there were moments there where QWERTY was just almost there, but impressive play by him and the Ravens to always ensure that the circle was just out of reach. You're one step, but that one step can be the difference between a victory and a defeat.
Yeah, both teams played well for a while there. What was really interesting to me was the fact that although him wasn't there at the end to finish it out, him is the reason they were able to last that long in the first place. He was at the lead of the 4 cops for such a long time, the only one keeping QWERTY within their range.
Yes.
So without him just consistently making these tight turns, drifting these 180 turns.
And we saw how consistently when he had those, he was like, cool, I have my line, I'm going to follow it, I can do this. Okay, I missed a shortcut, that's fine, but I'm going to hit this shortcut, into this shortcut, into this shortcut. You're never going to be really out of view of me for too long.
And if anybody at the arena needs a sober cab to get home tonight, I guess him's got you, because it doesn't matter what kind of trouble you'll run into, he's going to get you home without a single scratch on your car. So.
And now we're going into an LA xGODS setup on CarX Drift. I want to see if they have some ideas. Havoc, great player. There are some maps on this game that are legitimately like 50 seconds. And like, it takes no time, but have you practiced them? Do you know they're going to be wins? Or do you have like, hey, I know this standard map. Yes, it takes 2 minutes, but I know I can win it.
It's a quick enough game in general.
Yeah, I think you take the safe option over maybe being like, do you know how this works?
Yeah.
Maybe, yes, no?
Yeah, and I think Havoc probably with more of a mechanical grasp on the game, because it is something that you have to get over time, is just how to control this slippery car on these maps, some of which have rain that actually make the terrain more difficult to get around.
It's a fun game. I love this game. And we'll see here in a second. Do we see the most played map? We, in fact, do. Castle Road. Castle Road, this is a map where there are ice patches and knowing where the game is icy. Tekken 8 rolling. I believe KIC and Herb will be available.
Oh, man.
And I don't know if you play that.
Well, at this point, it's just practice, right?
Yeah, I think at this point you are fully willing to just commit to getting ready for the next game. The lobby looks to be set up.
Yeah, they're not started for real. They're just a bit of practice roll here.
Bet. And Tekken might be a little bit special. We'll have somebody that, for those that are familiar with the league as well, is one of the legends of the league, especially when it comes to Tekken. So you'll have a good time. It'll be a great time to commentate some Tekken. All right, and we're doing Big B, it looks like. So what this is we're going to be starting from the bottom of the map where we normally would start from the top, and we'll be going up towards the running it in reverse.
Somebody on the xGODS is playing Counter-Strike.
I'm going to be very honest with you. This is something that I didn't want to talk about too much, but yes, because you can interact with your team's car or your opponent's car, you can very much just stop them from being able to do the drifting part of CarX Drift and getting any points. We see Herb here flying up the road as well, trying his best to get as much of a drift going. And this should be havoc to your face that we're now looking at. And you notice how comfortable he is on his line, just making sure to maintain his angles. And when he needs to, maybe get a few more for the multiplier. And the big point here is when all four wheels leave the road, you do lose your drift.
Did fail that drift.
But you notice, quick reset, immediately is able to go back in. One of the small things that a lot of players don't remember is the time limit has to be finished for you to even get a score.
Right.
And so Havoc realizing, hey, I got pushed off. I'm going to lose points. Let me not waste any time thinking about it. I'm just going to go ahead and immediately keep going. And Herb up here once again. In-game PC 10, Herb doesn't have a whole lot of points, but maybe Herb just more concerned with finishing the race, realizing, hey, if I get across the finish line and you don't, 1 point is more than 0, so that's all I need to do.
That's all he needs, yeah. At this point, though, Havoc is still looking really good.
Yes.
You can see that he's 65% of the way done with the race now. He will easily be able to finish without interference. Although because he's drifting and the other players are just kind of trying to interfere, it's possible.
And I want to see if players realize this. So one thing that's different about Big B and doing this map in reverse is most people are used to the top of that hill being the start of the race for Big A.
Yeah.
There's actually a second little hill that you have to go up, and you have to be aware of that to finish this race. If you don't realize that, you can absolutely, especially if you mess up here on this hill, not have the momentum, even with 20 seconds left, to finish the race. So you'll see here in 15 seconds, Havoc crosses the finish line. We'll see if anybody else, it looks like there's a secondary player also ready to finish. PC10, that was Herb. He managed to finish the race, but did not have the points.
Not nearly.
And this time is over. So even with the drift, doesn't matter. Havoc with 9K ends it in one run.
Yeah, and a quick win, something that they definitely wanted if they were to catch up in this one, but under 40 minutes remaining for 8 games that they still need to play.
And here we go, Tekken 8. QWERTY and BoSeef having to go in. You put TLG in, KIC up, and funnily enough, what you mentioned about Texas is now being their undoing. That difference in lineup. Imagine this lineup is just TLG, KIC, and then you're just slotting in your best 2. Here you have to put TLG in. You're saying if DNF rolls, DNF rolls, and I think this is going to be a forfeit.
Yeah, if they're going to do that, then
I think they just realized that, hey, we don't have the time for Tekken as much as we would love to play it, but we will see here if we do or don't.
Unless they're just going to use this one as a practice session. This is all they got in terms of scrimmaging and practicing before playoffs. So
I'll be very honest with you. There's a lot of practice sessions. Two of the best players in the league in Tekken, and Stars, who is no slouch. Stars can probably beat 80 to 90% of the league himself. I don't know if that's the practice session you're looking for at this moment, but we'll see. The setup timer is running down, so if you wanted to get out of the moment lineups are in, you're calling a forfeit. You don't want to like waste any more time. Yes, it goes up to almost a 10-point lead. And I think with the reaction we're hearing from the floor, I was like, with the reaction from the floor, there's one thing that's going to be the call there, which is an FF.
Yeah, they were pretty excited to play, and they're not going to get to. So instead, we're going to head into League.
I would love to watch League. League.
Right.
I think actually the xGODS could play this, namely because it will basically, the most experienced players on either team are going to be Havoc and KIC. Beyond that, there's nobody on either team that is super great, but the LA xGODS have Psycho, who's played a good bit, understands. TLG played last season, QWERTY played last season, BoSeef has played last season. So all of their like secondary players are good. I think Havoc and Psycho are better than every single person but KIC. And the question is, can KIC single-handedly carry League of Legends? It's been done before, but I think here that Havoc and Psycho could be enough.
The problem with carrying in League of Legends in the UEL is that it's played ARAM without the random part. So it's all just single lane, and it's a 5v5 every fight. So just going in as one really doesn't work.
I am being reminded the bots did win 3v5. It is doable.
3v5.
It is doable. Both on we've done it in ARAM and Summoner's Rift. Basically, it has been done. That is to me with like 3 people that know the game well.
Yes.
At the very least 2.
Yeah.
Because you need to be able to make some level of coordination. And I think Psycho and Havoc can do it, but knowing KIC is on the opposite side and understands enough about League, all he really needs to do is ensure this game goes 15 minutes and just be like, hey, just follow me and I should be able to give y'all the opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. The one thing is KIC probably not often, or I should say not as often available for practice sessions with the team. So any strategy development they have, it is a PC game, so it is easier to connect online with a player that's all the way across the country. So it's possible that he has practiced with the team and is in on the strategy. But
I agree. I think in this situation, he would absolutely want Herb and Stars, 2 of the more well-versed Ravens in League, to be in there with him. Because there's a difference between trying to manage 5 people and manage 3 people or 2 people. And so we will see here. Leaving TLG out means that they're going to play this. They're going to play it for a win. What I'm expecting out of each side. So LAX Gods expect Havoc to basically be on some heavy poke champion with the ability to carry. You're going to see Psycho and Loki Brent probably each on, for League players, ADCs. That is an attack damage character. They're generally squishier, but able to pump out a lot of damage. And Courtney and Bosif on tankier picks are what I expect to see. On the Raven side, this is where Chaos comes in. If Stars and Herb were in, great. I know him usually plays mages, and so we might see a Brand. We might see a I cannot think of his name. Zara. There we go. Those types of picks. But beyond that, I know the other players are still familiarizing themselves with the game. Wanku, also being from last season, also has some experience, but it's hard for me to say. I think it's really going to be Havoc and Psycho in terms of being comfortable in the game versus KIC and seeing which one is able to immediately grow on.
Right, and actually I'm noticing now the Ravens never gave up a single forfeit in this game. Even being up as much as they are, there was never a single game that they, and why would you? When they're up 15-6, clearly there wasn't much they weren't confident in.
Yeah, I think that was the thing, is the Ravens as a team, I mean, if to put somebody on blast, it was, I guess I can put myself on blast. The start of the season, I made a statement about the Ravens struggling, and early in the season it looked like that, but they made the right decisions.
Absolutely.
One thing that I think a lot of teams, there is this polarizing view of the league currently, of where there's either never trade a player or constantly trade players. And I'm still looking, and maybe the Ravens are one of the first teams to start to find that happy medium of like, okay, I need to move something. Let's try this. Okay, that works. Oh, what if I do? Okay, that works. And to maybe find, and maybe we find an opportunity to go beyond and be strong enough to contend for the top spot.
Yeah. So we did have a little bit of trouble with the league setup.
I want it so bad, but I don't think for the LAX Gods you can play this. I'm being very honest. Like, if Havoc plays Zerg and maybe plays a open map, he probably can open. He probably can in this game. Like, he can kill like 2 people, and then you can probably kill the other 2 with like a decent push and like by like 8 minutes. But 8 minutes is a lot of. You know what? No. It's 30 minutes left. This is practice.
This is practice. We're not talking about a win.
Send
anymore.
it. Go ahead, send it in.
Yeah,
and for those wondering, they did get their lineups back for League because it was a technical issue and it wasn't working. So it will be up to it. So I'm guessing QWERTY. I said QWERTY. Havoc, Psycho. I know TLG was mentioning that he'd been working on it some. And then I know Havoc is very big about, he will make videos to just be like, cool, I just need you to do this. I don't need you to do anything complicated here, just a very basic build and understanding. And on the flip side, I think we see KIC go in, and I want to see KIC He hasn't had a chance to play StarCraft since he and I talked about, and I started helping him at least learn some of the basic stuff with StarCraft. So I'd be happy to see how well he's able to perform here in the league. So it's Vape, him, Genghis. They are not playing this. I think we might see the first Ravens forfeit.
Interesting. Okay. Maybe just don't want to spend too much time and brain power on it right now. It is a long game, and as you come closer to your win, sometimes there is just no more energy left to go with a long strategy game like this.
Oh, and we finally... It took 3.5 hours, but StarCraft finally came back and said, hey, you can't get away from me.
If they didn't think they were going to win it last time, I don't know why they thought they would win it now. You know, if that's not how they wanted to start, then why is that how you would want to just about finish?
I want StarCraft so bad. I'm being very honest with you. I want StarCraft so bad. I don't get to see, let alone commentate. And I know you feel this. Whatever game, I'm like, cool. This is one of a few games that I know well enough that I'm like, cool. I love this game. I would love it. It's just like, okay, it doesn't roll, or they skip it, or they forfeit it. It never gets played. And I'm just hoping here that maybe the Ravens decided, hey, let's let our other players learn a little bit more about StarCraft, go up against an actual StarCraft player and see where we good.
Yeah, I think I came to the league 8 or 9 weeks ago. I'm sure AV would know if he could check it, but I came here and I said, I know Pokemon, Halo, and Overwatch very, very well. I have commentated Overwatch twice in 8 weeks. I have commentated Halo 3 times in 8 weeks, and Pokemon probably 3 times. So
Yeah,
I have commentated Street Fighter probably 9, 10, or 11 times, somewhere around there.
Yeah, it's one of those. I love the wheel. The wheel is a great thing, but a lot of people have learned, like, I don't say what game I want.
Yeah.
I say what game is like, look, if I play it, I'll be okay.
Yeah.
But not the game I want. I would love to actually see a Yu-Gi-Oh match. I say that as I just say, don't say that. Because I want to see Vape get the opportunity to Vape versus what Psycho has cooked up. Because I assume the LAX guys may be cooking something different. But again, you might just hold it for playoffs at this point. These teams do see each other again.
Yep.
And maybe the LAX gods recognized at a certain point, hold it for playoffs. Continue to grind, continue to get better.
I do think that the Ravens winning this one will mean that the bracket, I don't want to say 100% for certain. Maybe we'll look at it after this game or after this forfeit, but I almost want to say that means it's a lock for the Southern Conference. I don't know if there's any win or loss left for any team still playing. Because at that point, the Gorillas can no longer surpass the Ravens.
Yes, but I've got to have they played twice. Have they played each other twice is the question. And they forfeited. Yeah, like I was like,
okay.
Here's the thing. I think that if I'm being very honest, if there's a game you FF.
You guys suck. They're yelling out there. And we're going to go ahead and get Gears. Oh. This is a good replacement for Overwatch. Overwatch is the GOAT of.
No, I love Gears. I love Gears.
Gears is
I
pretty
love
awesome.
Gears.
I'm also really happy we have another 5v5 at least. This is really cool to see. And there's still 27 minutes left on the clock. We can still see Overwatch.
Oh, we'll see. No, funny enough, I can tell you, Gears, depending on game mode, can absolutely be won in 3 minutes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's
absolutely.
This might not be.
It is Ravens setup. If I'm the Ravens here and I'm just trying to waste time, then you pick what is it? Protect the King.
Yeah,
you just want to waste time and
just do Guardian and just rotate around the map and just never stop. It's like, all right, cool. We'll push them and try, and then every round takes long enough that. But I think that ultimately, again, the Ravens probably had StarCraft. We saw the Ravens put it back at the start of the game. They clearly didn't want to play. We kind of knew. Okay, and it looks like we have another legend. That will be helping with Gears as well. It's funny, like there's so many people that are synonymous with different games. Chat, feel free to guess who it might be.
Yeah.
But different players that are synonymous with different games, to be able to just commentate and see these games. Like Gears is a game for me that's special. I love the game. What game was I playing? I was joking with some of my teammates that, hey, like in Valorant, literally put the Nashor shotgun and give me the ability to wall bounce. And I guarantee you, I can win you any Valorant game. I give you any Valorant game for free.
That's because then that game is called Gears. So, I mean, the Nashor shotgun and wall bouncing. Do you keep first person?
I'd be down to play Gears in third person.
First person. What about first person?
I'd be down to do either.
Yeah.
First person or not.
First
person actually seems
scary, I think.
that would make me nauseous, I think, actually.
Yeah,
Like if I'm just sliding like left, right, and like just spinning my camera around, but it might be fun.
Yeah, so for the xGODS, they are going to get that lineup, and it's going to be TLG and QWERTY, the two remaining members on their lineup, and then they're going to choose Psycho, Rafiki, and Brent, all to go in as well. Ravens here are going to bring in KIC. They're going to also bring in... My eyes are horrible.
Wonku,
him,
and who?
Herb.
I'm gonna, yeah, stars, yeah,
stars. Okay.
Everybody but the two rookies going in here. I having played with the LAX gods and played them in Gears, they're not bad. They have some solid gunplay and like they're very well coordinated and seem to have very good ideas about how they want to play the game. So I think we should have a decently competitive match.
Oh, man. All right, we're going to see another forfeit.
I think they are maybe looking for a specific game at this point.
That's not Overwatch. Apex, I'm a big fan.
So I'm going to guess we get another forfeit here. I'm going to be very honest.
It'd be the last
Unless
one
you just want to play, maybe looking for Overwatch.
Oh, I hope so.
I don't know what game you're looking for at this point. I don't know what game you're looking for here.
Yeah, and, you know, the xGODS picking up 2 more in the latter part of this here makes it look slightly less brutal in this one. It's clear that there are some games in which they can thrive and overcome even really talented teams like the Ravens. I think the Ravens are going to be a big surprise to people who are tuning in for playoffs, maybe a little bit newer to the league, really surprised at why this team is 4-4 in the first place. I think that seeing this new and improved lineup is going to be a big shock to a lot of not only fans, but teams that have to meet up with them in playoffs.
Yes, I really do. While we have a second, the history of the Ravens. The history is Ravens.
Go ahead and bring up the standings, actually. That'd be a good idea. Let's go ahead and bring up the standings, and we'll take a look at that, and we'll talk about that road to Michigan.
To everyone at home when the standings do come up, I want you to grab out your phone. You're going to see a QR code right here in the middle of the screen. Go ahead, scan that, and grab your tickets to join us there. Because the implications, the implications of the road to Michigan are pretty huge. And knowing you play them, again, I think this is one of those things that the Ravens have to know that a month will change.
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot that happens. Yeah, there's so much practice to be done on different games. Think about when we talk about new characters in games, right? The newest character to Street Fighter that just released. There are characters coming. I feel like every time I sit in this booth, we're talking about a new character that came out in Guilty Gear. So there are a lot of things that change in a couple of these game ecosystems that really mix up how everybody is playing, because we don't wait for, some midpoint in the season to change our patches. It's like, is the week over? All right, we're on the live patch. That's it. We're on the live patches.
Last week, I was so sad that Overwatch didn't get played because I wanted to see what people were able to cook up with Venture, the new character.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the game just didn't happen to roll, and we didn't happen to see the character. But exactly what you mean.
Overwatch didn't roll? This is unheard of in the UEL. Remember when we played it tonight?
I'm waiting for it to be the game when there's like a minute left on the clock that rolls, and everybody's like, I just want to go home.
Yeah.
I don't want to play anymore. And it's like, no, how about we stop panicking and we sit down and play some Overwatch?
StarCraft is worst case scenario. StarCraft, when you have a minute left and
people
setup time.
I will promise. Look, I will promise you right now. If StarCraft rolls with a minute left, there is, and like the choices to play it or not, there is me, Havoc, and Billy are the 3 people in this building that would be like, yes, sit down and play. Yeah, sit down and play. We're down. I'm down to run a 15-minute game of StarCraft. Everyone else is like, so the game is just over, right? We're just going home.
We're just going home, right?
Right? And it's like, But StarCraft?
Yeah.
StarCraft guys?
We have an injury on the floor. Somebody got hurt. We have to. Oh no, the timer's up. Oh, that's unfortunate.
All right, 40 seconds. I think we might be getting a shooter here.
I think we might not be getting our standings.
Yeah, I production, please. We also
That's too late. We only have 30 seconds left.
That's the funny part.
We want to go to Michigan. He wants to go to Michigan a lot more than I do.
Hey, Michigan's. I haven't been to Michigan before. Actually, I was gonna say Michigan's really nice, and I'm like, I have never been to Michigan.
Yeah, but if I go to Michigan, I don't get to win $100,000. If you guys end up going to Michigan,
true. That's
you might end up winning $100,000.
Hey, something for the draft next season.
Yeah, they need somebody back here who's actually gonna stick it.
Thank you to the UEL production crew. Y'all are amazing.
Yeah, you are.
You are absolutely amazing.
We appreciate you guys.
And if I'm being honest,
you don't bring up standings.
So
No,
that's actually a funny. This is actually a funny question I want to ask you, as someone that's new to the league. Who do you think, from what you've seen, who do you got favored for this season?
Who do I have favored for winning the season?
Yeah.
Oh man, you know.
Hey, somebody going.
All right, Crash Team Racing after this. All
right, cool.
We close up with if that ends up being the end of it.
Wonku did tell me that she wants her running back. They managed to beat her last time, and she has been grinding the game.
Good. We need to see some of the. There's a huge divide in that game right now between players that really know it and players that just drive around and have no idea what they're doing. So it's really cool to see one of those players is going to come up and kind of stand in the middle, be reliable teammate for one of their more skilled teammates on the team. But as for who I think stands out and who's going to do really well, I would say the Eclipse are looking pretty fantastic, especially since I did commentate their game where they beat the Reapers. I know that even the top team in the other conference is, just barely. It was an extremely close game, so it's not a takeaway for them. But I think the game I'm most excited for is to see if there is a Ravens versus Eclipse. I think that's a situation I really, really want to see. Gibraltar's just standing there. I hear a lot of yelling out right now. I'm wondering
back and forth.
Some sort of technical issue. Not sure that Thermite goes down there.
Oh, getting pushed by two.
Isn't able to swap.
And Bosif ending up getting knocked down here. If I had to pick a dark horse, right? Obviously, I would pick the Cobras to go ahead and win.
Right.
But actually, I think all things considered, if there's one team, I still stand by it. The bots to me are still one of the scariest teams.
Yeah.
I think that every single team acknowledges it, but the bots, especially as a team, have gotten to the point where they can. And maybe there's a technical issue. We're going to be maybe resetting the lobby.
Looks like it.
But the bots can basically compete in fighting and strategy with every team in the league, and then their shooters have come up this season. Their sports are really strong as well. But again, we don't know because
we may have time now to bring up the standings here.
I was gonna say we don't know, but maybe on the road to Michigan. But,
yeah, maybe. I interrupted your segue.
No, you're fine. You're perfectly fine.
That was not sarcastic at all.
CTR, man. Apex is really interesting. Interesting, and also the 3-man do good on me. I gotta give respect to the bots. The fact they've won twice with a 3-man is absolutely insane to me.
Yeah, that's already talented enough. If they can get a solid lineup to show up every single week, that's gonna be a really scary team to face up against. I think people don't understand how real of a possibility. Everybody kind of prepared for. It almost seems like they're ready for Reaper's Eclipse to just run it back. And I think there's a huge chance that not only we don't get Reaper's Eclipse, we could have neither of those teams. That is still completely real possibility.
It's one of those teams that...
And it looks like QWERTY's PC was acting up, so they did reset it, and we're going to be getting back in as soon as he's ready to go.
You brought this up, and I think there was always a gap with the top and below teams, and that's slowly been shortening every single season. And this season is definitely a season where it is any given Sunday. Whoever's playing the best on the day can manage to take games. The top teams are still up there, but I don't think it's a given, to your point, that we just guaranteed win. Teams have weaknesses and they can be exploited.
Yeah, absolutely. All you have to do is be really solid in a certain category of games, have your players that really know what they're doing, and practice some of the openings that you see in the teams that you're preparing for. Because when you come to playoffs, you're not playing against the entire league anymore week to week.
Yep.
You just have a couple of predetermined opponents to be ready for.
And I think one of the big things for this season that's also really small is there's a month between like the end of the season and playoffs. You have plenty of time to learn your opponent's tendencies and maybe make some new ones for yourself. And we see here the Ravens swinging together, managing to get a kill over onto the xGODS. And they have an early lead. The xGODS, I see them swinging individually. I want to see them playing more as a team here. For them to be able to find these wins, you have to be able to shoot together as a team. We do see Genghis kind of running off on his own, it feels like. Yeah. But overall, I see Vape. I think he's using his Pathfinder and just swinging.
Oh my goodness!
Back and forth. Vape
Where
though,
is he?
he has gone down unfortunately. So he took a fight somewhere. But now Vape may be looking to transition to move with his team as well, looking to maybe get a flank here. Is able to pick up a kill. The flatline being a part of the player kit here is really strong. KSC on the Bloodhound here. Pops it. Is he able to see? He does have eyes on players. Is looking to move.
They're going to chase these, I think. Oh, really good turn. Good sound
Nice
cues. It gets the
movement.
elimination. Great job there from KIC.
And this is, again, it's a small thing, but everybody... KIC's downside is he lives in California. If I'm being very honest to everybody else. Like, if you're wondering, like, oh, like, we've been speaking very positively about KIC all night. It is because he lives in California. You guarantee him maybe 1 or 2 matches a season. But as long as he can come in and perform like this, and the Ravens game, if you look at this in the match from 2 weeks ago, this does show a difference in the level of play they were able to present. I think you end up having a situation where, hey, it matters immensely, and those 2 games, as long as they're games that matter, can be huge. Knowing when to back out of the fight there, doing a good job. They're still fighting as a team.
Ooh, finally, KIC taken down there.
Yeah, nice flank by the xGODS, finding their opportunity to get a few kills. And we see QWERTY here on the Gibraltar, pushing up here with the shotgun, drops
Really nice shot
Wonku.
with the Mastiff, only 1 kill away now from tying this one up. Slow, heavy shots coming out. He's going to chase it down on the Mastiff now.
There's something about Gibby moving fast that's terrifying.
Yeah, it really is. Just they make the animation make it seem like he's slow, but he moves just as fast as every character. And now it's tied up 5-5.
And really, the xGOD's still showing this. This is why I think that if I'm diagnosing the xGODS as a team, I think right now the one thing that this new team that has kind of exploded onto the scene needs is to find their consistency. Some of these players and some of these teams have played together a long time, and like their highs and lows are a little bit better known, but after a season you've done well. Now it's just about bringing that consistently to every single game. If we see the xGODS from the first half of the season in playoffs, I think everybody has to be scared.
Yeah, I think their advanced team strategy needs a little bit of work as well. Some of the macro plays. Right now you can see... All right, that was an interesting interaction, but that Bloodhound is going to get out, so KIC just getting out for free. Whoa. All right, that Pathfinder is going to drop down as well. His shields are broken. He is very low. Oh, he whips himself all the way back up to the top. They're going to chase him all the way up here, though, and they can see him with the
Do you know that you're seeing?
Able to connect
Nice few shots.
Commits him off finally. The Bloodhound in the back. That's going to be KIC trying to challenge his whole team on his own. That door is 1 punch from... Oh, Jesus.
And he's gone. You know, he was... by the time the door was open, he was no longer around in the area. It is 8-6 in the favor of the xGODS.
Yeah, and I think if the xGODS can just get some of their macro play, instead of relying on their players' abilities in-game, they need to work on some more team strategy, because the way, when they were only 1 kill down, down. They chased down the final player of the Ravens and gave up this positioning at the mid that made them have to fight back into it. Luckily, they ended up winning that one, but look, now they're only one more in the lead because they had to fight their way all the way in here.
And those are the strategic decisions that you were talking about them needing to work on. Just, hey, you shouldn't give up a position of power for one kill. Unless it's the game-winning kill, sure, okay, then it. But if you know you're gonna have to take more fights here, and here's one of the xGODS is going down, and it looks like we lost a second xGOD.
So this is just gonna.
And you get the crack here, but now they know where you are. You have to leave. You just have to.
Very smart play by him. He's not just playing for a greedy one-for-one trade.
They're up by one. They're up by one.
Bosif with the reposition, realizing like, hey, they're up by one kill. As long as I don't give them an up by two, this just becomes a one good gunfight away.
Yeah, all this will take is one team fight, and we do still have a little bit of time remaining on the clock. Definitely enough for a team fight here, and then probably a reset in a little bit more. So it's still anybody's game. That Pathfinder stalled in the air way too long, and then on PC6, that's Bosif there. This will be the
nice flank
here
from
really
KIC, trying to get a play going. He's pursuing. He saw the Pathfinder, and Genghis, I saw the core, but I didn't see just how quickly he was able to show up and support Cassie and immediately batting back up, ready for another fight.
Yeah, 3 kills is a full team fight. The xGODS here need to play a perfect team fight and not lose anybody if they want to tie up the lead for this one.
But Cassie already saw a low health bar, immediately pushes out, moving back in, but that also tells him that above.
And Thermite going to go very, very vertical. Needs to warn his teammates about that one. He is going to shield up, just top himself up. He knows there's more team fights to come. They're in a very comfortable lead. Hiding behind that tree, one of the xGODS, they're going to have to heal
and themselves. They're going to push in here looking to take him down. And they're able to still win that fight.
They did focus the wrong target. I'm sure there was a call out there that one of the just shielding up in his face.
It manages to get the kill and is finally maybe going to get an opportunity to shield and bring those
finally back. The thing he's been attempting to do for so long. And with a 6-kill lead, the xGODS need not 1, but 2 perfect team fights to tie this one up. And that's not going to happen as they drop Bosif, who gets way too over-aggressive on his own. I mean, look how far his teammates are. There was no chance for Bosif there.
Yes. And here we go. This is the big thing. It was close there for a second, and very similar to this game. I think the Ravens just found their opening is now starting to balloon this lead out to 6 kills, but never really able to just truly run away.
QWERTY does find wonky. Maybe now that it's a 2v2, finds the xGODS a position to stay on the roof. But Genghis is actually going to find one. I think QWERTY's going to be up there by himself now.
That zipline coming out of the Pathfinder seems really good until you realize, like, having someone on the flank like KIC was just free damage every single time somebody decided, like, oh, I'm going to go up here.
Yeah, broken shields before you ever arrive to the fight.
Stepping in, willing to play here.
Ooh, the shields do go up in time. Wow, really good shots from QWERTY.
Great job showing exactly why with Gibby you take that shotgun and you play around your bubble.
All right, and that'll be time there. So Ravens going to go ahead and take another one, go up to 17 with 15 minutes remaining in this game. And it looked like it was going to be a slow start, but now 24 games through. So
in the first hour, we did 5?
Yeah, I think it was. In the first hour, 15 minutes.
We did 5 games,
yeah.
And in the last 2 hours, we've done...
It's been 2.5 hours, and we have done 19 games now.
All right, so CTR might not be the last game, depending on how they end up playing it out. It is a Ravens setup. I'm going to let you know Wanku is going to take them to a devilishly difficult course. QWERTY, yes.
There he is.
Hey, going in, we called it. Ray,
he didn't have a choice.
From the Ravens, we have Pastor Herb as well.
I'm sorry. Actually, yes, he did. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and QWERTY and TLG going in here. Now, the question is, do they play it? Do you give Wanku the satisfaction of getting the run back or let that stew for another month?
I think they'll play it out. I honestly do. I think there's so many games left on the wheel that they would want to skip, like Yu-Gi-Oh! And some of these really long games that drag out. Listen, if we don't get Pokemon, we don't get Yu-Gi-Oh! Either.
Okay, fair. That's actually fair. That's actually fair. No, you're actually completely fair.
It's not a night for brain power, huh? They just kind of skipped over everything where you got to think.
It's interesting. I do think that like StarCraft and StarCraft and the League would have been played, time permitting.
Yeah.
But here we go. We have another wheel spin. Actually, depending on this wheel spin, we might see the forfeit.
Oh!
All right, let's see how this goes.
This one has to wrap up in 13 minutes. All right, so we will let you know who is where when we get our lineups.
All right, and here we go. I'm going to immediately look up, and I'm going to just make the wild call that Wonku is on the top right. For no particular reason at all, other than having watched Wonku play this game, she is incredibly good at it. But we will find out for you shortly.
This is the first time I'm seeing that cat get played.
So top left is Wonku, top right is Herb, and the bottom left is TLG, and bottom right is QWERTY. So if you're an xGOD fan, you're watching these bottom screens looking for a first and second place, and if you are a Ravens fan, you're looking at the top here for those first and second place finishes. And it looks like on the bottom right here, QWERTY with is fighting Wonku for that first place spot. Not letting Wonku get her run back that easily.
Yeah, these two are just taking it to each other right now. The difficult thing being that currently, I mean, I have a feeling it's going to stay this way, but TLG is going to be pretty far behind and unable to assist QWERTY in anything, whereas the Ravens are sticking together and going to be able to use items to help each other out.
Wonku accidentally hit the edge of the map for out of bounds and got reset, placing her in third with now Herb going ahead and jumping into that second place spot.
Yeah, you can almost see that the way that Wonk is playing and the way that QWERTY is playing. Oh,
QWERTY did the same thing. No!
What?
And that all matters, because if you are wondering where players are on the map, if you look at the bar in the center of the screen there, the placements are actually accurate to about the distance. So one full lap is from one transition from left to the right side of the screen. And so you see those two players fighting neck and neck in that first and second place spot, and the other two kind of playing a little bit closer together.
Yeah, this one I think is going to go all the way to the fourth course. I don't think any team is going to get disqualified by points before the final.
Yes.
This is going to be a really close one for first place. Let's get that launch, but you can see with the way that Wonk and QWERTY play, the difference is that Wonk plays very scrappy, high speed, not afraid to bump into some of the other players or maybe use a ricochet off of the wall to just stay on course, whereas QWERTY is a lot more meticulous with his timing and gives himself a lot of space. Like, he just finished right there, just barely ahead of Herb. A lot of finishes coming through at the same time, actually, so it's a really close race, but QWERTY just a little bit ahead in his consistency that gives him the room to make a mistake or two. Something strange that comes out, right? Like, he tried to jump to keep his drift going, and somehow he ended up off the course. That's unpredictable. That's not something that you think is going to happen. It's not really even a mistake you made, because you never think it's going to happen in the first place. But he left himself room to make that little slip up, and because he played so consistently well through the whole map, he still finished that one in first place.
And here we go, going on to the second course, and the Ravens now up there, but immediately QWERTY still contesting this top spot, saying like, hey, you're not getting away from it, and they have to stop QWERTY. So for those that don't know, the way the points work, getting over that fence just barely is huge to be able to keep pace with QWERTY here coming out from Herb. The big thing in this race is if someone gets first in all four races, they can win it for their team. But with the closeness of this race, that is not guaranteed for QWERTY. He's managing to stay ahead and managing to maintain his lead.
Yeah, QWERTY needs to pick up a little bit of momentum and speed here. And I like the way he knows the parts of the map where he should be drifting opposite to the actual turn of the road, because he knows what turn is coming up and where he has a straightaway where he needs the boost off of his drift. So he's very, very well versed in the maps and the game, obviously.
And we get a little bit of a slowdown, isn't able to pick up any more items there.
Oh, man.
But managing to get his speed back up, because second place at Wonku is flying. And this blue energy orb is tracking Wonku got hit by something, but that would have had to have come from Herb, maybe hitting a post that was on the ground, not noticing it. This is one of those small things that a good player jumping. Okay, note to self, that fence is a little bit of a shortcut that you can jump over. And that's the interesting thing, because you learn so much just by watching good CTR players play.
Yeah. Yeah, that can be said for a lot of games here, honestly. That's one of the cool things about how many games we get through, is that you learn about so many different games. I can't imagine there's anybody who plays all of these games, so it really opens the door for you to get into something new and actually know what you're doing off the start.
It is incredible. And I know Wonku wanted her run back, but it might just be that QWERTY has the number on CTR. His gap is still there. He manages to take another first place. We're going to see another second, third finish, it looked like, come out of the other Ravens in terms of Herb here. But what it's going to now come down to is, can maybe find a third place? That would be huge for his team.
I wouldn't say he was extremely far off that time. Maybe if one of the laps would have worked out differently with contact between the players and items, but as it was, he was a little bit too far to be able to contest for third, but I would say it's possible if these close starts go a certain way, where TLG can stay within item range of whoever's in third place and maybe take advantage of that by consistently hitting them. Right now, though, it really is up to QWERTY to hold on to this one. And I know that right now in this position, he's not too worried about it. There's a lot of items still to be grabbed. There's a lot of course still to go. I think he's aware of his consistency and the fact that he knows these maps so well that he can find these inside lines and find the shortest routes, shortcuts even if they're available. I don't think he really worries about that first lap and where he ends up, because there's so much more of a race to go still.
Oh, this map is incredibly small.
Very, very short one. Yeah, they've already finished their first lap here. But now it's time for QWERTY to kind of start jumping ahead. And you see there, he does take second place. Locks on a missile to first place there in Wonk, but she doesn't get hit, so he's still chasing.
But it's still chasing. The lock is finally broken. And here we go. Wonku's coming up on the end of her second lap. Crossing the finish line. Another rocket coming in. And QWERTY is right here.
Contact there. It finally does. QWERTY makes the pass. He will be in first place now.
And here we go. He has to maintain this for the rest of the lap. And if he does,
coming up toward the end,
the xGODS victory comes down to one more race. He just needs to make sure that he's able to finish this up.
Yeah, this right here, he's not taking these inside lines as clean as he was before. I think he's
feeling the pressure.
Scramming a little, feeling the pressure. He knows how close Wonk is. Good, he hits the second one, which is what Wonk has been skipping over.
And there we go.
And he finishes. Wonk fell way too far behind. And as you see, Wonk not taking that second jump pad either means that that was in unoptimal. You know, if you talk about optimization and if those two are head-to-head, just a little bit more on QWERTY's side, knowing how to go from that second boost to the third boost. Sorry, first to the second and then to the third, rather than where Wonk was skipping over the second just to keep the airtime.
And here we go. So the stakes here for everybody at home. QWERTY or TLG have to finish this last map in first place to win. If there is not a first place finish here coming out of QWERTY or TLG, the Ravens will take it because they will have a higher point score if either one of them manages to take first, and they currently control both of the top two positions. So this is going to be, we've seen QWERTY lead or be challenging for the lead the entire game. I want to see how he is able to handle playing from behind here.
Oh man, yeah. QWERTY is starting to catch up on that second place right now. Second and third do have a little bit of distance between them now. Wonk is definitely one of those players where if you give her too much space, she's going to take it away.
Yes.
When QWERTY's been able to challenge her, it hasn't been quite so close. QWERTY's definitely better at the confrontation and dealing with it, but when you give Wonk open space, she can really show that the freedom to optimize the map. Man, QWERTY getting a little sloppy with this one.
That was the first turn that I really feel like he took really unoptimally, running into the wall, losing him that extra little bit of space, and it now looks like Wonku's almost a full half a lap ahead. And this is going to be the gap that he's going to have to find this moment. Maintaining this boost throughout the entire map is going to be huge. This should catch the rocket. Unfortunately, his shield goes away. He has to find a way to maybe dodge this. He does.
He has the, I forget what you call the Tiki Mask,
Yeah.
the evil one, but protecting him. So,
But here we go. Wonku on her final lap. QWERTY not far behind,
Yeah,
but
QWERTY
QWERTY has to make up time here.
he's a little bit slow right now, in a really bad position. Now, finally able to get boost again. Finally going to finish that lap, but now you can see just how far ahead. Also, Wonk taking shortcuts on this one that I have not seen QWERTY taking, so it might be a map knowledge thing.
And this was going back to them having setup. I think a lot of times in CTR, you'll see the experienced players straight up be like, all right, you're good at the first few cups. But what happens when I take you to Rainbow Road, so to speak?
Yeah.
Like, do you know how to jump between the lanes and deal with the twists and the turns and know exactly where you need to play?
Yeah, and we can't really fault QWERTY for 3 first places in a second.
Yeah.
It really, as sad as it is, it came down to TLG being forced to play this game that he's not quite as comfortable with as a lot of others. But TLG can catch a break here because he did a lot for his team today already. And QWERTY might not even finish in second.
TLG may be trying
will.
for a cheeky shortcut. It doesn't end up working out. But there we go, CTR. And with 2 minutes left to play, the real question is, are the Ravens willing to call a timeout to play Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah, because it is a 2, just barely not going to be there. So
8 seconds.
Oh, the Ravens really could just to rub it in. Yeah, I think it's going to be, what is that, like a 3 to 3.5 second difference between our timer and... Oof.
Oh, no. No, I actually really enjoy Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, they called a timeout, so we will get a Ravens call a timeout.
Oh, does him want to get the run back with the Pearly deck?
Might be. Let's take one last look at the standings. I'm like in sync with AV right now. We're gonna take one more look at the standings here, and we can see that after this, with 1:30 left, I have a feeling the Ravens took this one.
Maybe, just maybe.
They will be at a 5-4 record. That is a winning record, by the way.
Yes.
You cannot end this season under 500. You will at the very least finish with a very average record. The xGODS, on the other hand, get to finish with a 6-4, still a respectable record. They just got some work to do, a few things to lab while they wait for playoffs, and they will have the longest wait out of anyone.
And the unfortunate thing is now the xGODS' fate in terms of final placement is not in their own hands, but in the hands of the Ravens' final opponent. If they want to maintain their second spot, they're going to be rooting for whichever team is left there to play the Ravens on the next day.
Yeah.
And we've been saying this all day, but if you want to see who is in the finals, we speculated a lot. Please, please, please pull your phone out and scan that QR code in the middle to get tickets to the finals from Ticketmaster. It's happening in Grand Rapids, Michigan at the DeVos Performance Hall. Please come out and join us and see who walks away with $100,000. You never know. Your team could be the team in the finals. Being in the arena is a completely different atmosphere than watching online.
Oh,
it really is.
Yeah.
You get to hear the cheers, the jeers. And
all right.
This is something that I
Makes sense.
expected.
Yeah.
They didn't want to essentially like play that last game. Just go ahead and take the FF and go ahead and step away. With that, xGODS, what I would say to you is lock in, look at what you need to improve on, find your optimal lineups, play the games, look back on this game, and be prepared. Come in better, stronger, faster. You have a month, work on it. And I can't wait to see what comes up next. UFC technically is available to play.
Yeah, if one of these teams were to call a timeout.
Please don't. I mean, if you want to.
It would just be another... Oh, wait, no. The xGODS couldn't forfeit.
Exactly.
They could deny their
Exactly.
forfeit and make them play it. That'd be pretty messed up. but
Exactly.
I don't see the point there.
I think
I think this one's done.
the Yu-Gi-Oh forfeit to me tells me that we're done.
Yeah.
Like, hey, as a courtesy, just like please let the game be over with.
Mhm.
We will play you again. We'll see you in a month.
Oh yeah.
And
Oh, that's a timeout.
Ravens, y'all are a different breed, Ravens.
Yeah.
Y'all are
I
a
do.
different
I
breed.
will say, if I may get a little bit controversial here. Oh well, Rafiki can't go in, but it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be Havoc and Stars. I was gonna say if it's Stars versus Rafiki, that'd be a pretty funny way to end the night.
It'd be very poetic.
1v1 UFC. That would be pretty hilarious. But
Be a great poetic. Have the match
yeah.
finish up, shake hands, and move on.
oh man, so we're just gonna go into. We're actually gonna do this UFC thing, huh?
Yeah,
But,
I'm not. There are teams. There are two teams. There are teams that just want to go home at night, and then there are teams that are like, "I'm having fun.
Yeah.
Let's
in
keep
quotes.
going."
Fun, more like you're torturing them. But yeah,
And maybe
I
they
will
just wanted
say-
20 wins. Be honest, maybe they just want to get the big 20 there on the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Um,
And I think that there's a difference between respectable confidence and showboating. And I think that the Ravens are pretty big on the showboating. I think if you saw them, you would think that they are sitting at the Eclipse record of 7-0, but the Ravens are not a perfect team by any means. So some of the attitude that they cop, I know this is a little bit of like stirring things up, and it's nothing personal to the teams. Obviously, I do not know them well enough to say so, but it is interesting to me that a team that is just now hitting a stride and still has not had to face some of their toughest opponents with this roster, they sure seem to think that they're the best without having proved it so far. So
we are gamers, and that's just something that I always have to remind myself of. If I beat you today, I am the greatest, and I don't worry about tomorrow until tomorrow comes.
Yep.
I can agree that, like, in this moment, it's always fun to, like, have a little bit of fun. I think the big thing that comes between a lot of teams is there is a level of respect that I know these teams have to have for one another's, especially now as scrim culture is starting to become a lot heavier in the league.
Yeah.
To teams out there, be aware of who you are playing with. Be courteous to them. Most people in the league will be willing to give you scrims, but at the same time,
Come on.
you got to be respectable here. I told you, with a minute left in the game.
All right, great.
Hey, Ravens. Ravens, forfeit. LAX Gods call timeout.
Yeah.
Ravens forfeit. LAX Gods call timeout. Do it.
Or knockout.
Yeah. If you knock out and call timeout, that would be so amazing.
Yeah.
That would be so amazing if you're just like, all right, cool. We are knocking down. So it looks like we will tell you who's on which side shortly, since they are both wearing red shorts.
Yeah.
One has blue gloves and one has red gloves.
It's classic, too. Throwback UFA.
Going ahead and taking these shots. Ooh, big shot to the jaw. Ooh.
All right, our timer is up, so this will be our last game.
I mean, I don't think that there are definitely positions where teams have played literally every second of the clock, but most players don't. We do have confirmation that Havoc is in the blue gloves and Stars is in the red gloves. And this is one of those things. UFC is a very interesting game because, again, it's where those blending of genres really becomes different. It is a sports game inherently, and UFC being a sport. Fighting game players love it because it plays like a fighting game in a lot of aspects. Strategy game players like it because there's a lot of pieces of information you can pull from how a person plays and thinks to develop the strategy of, oh, how am I going to break you down and win the fight? There's a lot of different pieces of each genre that you have to be able to pull in, and I think in the sports category especially, a game like UFC really does test some of those multi-genre talents and abilities you have across the board.
Absolutely. I think there's some flexibility for who you can play in this game because of who would be experienced with it. And It's just like you talked about with it being a crossover genre. Their fighting game players have dallied with it before. UFC 3 and 4 and maybe even 5 now. It was popular for quite a while. People who follow sports religiously, they very much play this game because they don't have to rely on any teammates or anybody else. And then, like you said, strategy players probably would take to the game very well when coming to the league, just because there's so much time to figure out your enemy. And I find that strategy players do pick up fighting games a lot in the league. They tend to pick them up pretty well because it's all about mind games. That's like half of the game itself is mind games, and then it's mechanics. So yeah, it's nice to see that there's a lot of overlap and it all kind of culminates surprisingly in mixed martial arts.
It's so funny just how much I can tell you right now, like, just right now, I'm like, as a fighting game player, my brain goes, I don't want to be stuck against the wall here.
Yeah.
I would like more space. Let me move out. Let me try to pick a different range, pick a different position where I want to fight from. And it's funny how small of an ideal of that can just translate between genres. Neither side, I feel like, has too much of an advantage other than having just constantly pushing stars back to the wall. Every single time I look, manages to get another takedown, looking to maybe make a play here, but doesn't want to go ahead and get himself put into a choke out. And it looks like Stars is, who has who choked out?
Yeah, they
both
kind of had
players.
their arms overlapped and they had locks on each other's heads, so it was difficult. Neither of them in a winning position, just both of them setting up at the same time. Just grabbing his bald head there for a minute.
And now Havoc seems to have completely taken
Yeah.
control of this grapple on the ground. We're trying to see, is he going to be able to lock in the submission? We see a lot of the time, submissions have become incredibly popular here in the league. Star's doing a great job, though, of fighting his way back out and not letting this situation get too far out of hand. And here we are back to our feet, ready to go again.
Not many players really can fight out of a submission that's so one-sided, you know, when it's not just ground game and trying to break your way out, but actually having a hold locked around your waist and being able to get away from that. That's difficult for a lot of players because if you're in that position, it means your opponent knows how to set up submissions, and many players are not experienced enough with this game to know how to break them. So really good on Stars for being able to break it, and really good on Havoc for being able to go that extra mile and not just play on his feet.
Put him right back into the position again, doing his best to try to get this locked down.
Man, he's got the arm and neck together.
And tries to get out, but wasn't able to. He might just be able to do it. Is it going to work is the question. And he
taps him.
And Havoc ensuring that the LA xGODS walk away with a big W in the UFC.
And Star still waving, saying night-night, bye-bye to the LA xGODS.
LA xGODS with his final score of 19-8 fall to the Florida Ravens. But again, everybody at home, I want you to remember a month from now, these teams will meet again for the third time. And don't just assume that today is the same as tomorrow. Every single person should be growing, and all the players here will be willing to fight their way in. And with that zoom out, I'm going to take a wild guess that we might be joined by a few Southern birds, specifically the Florida Ravens here shortly. We must collect the birds, you know.
Right, we have to get them in.
It's spring.
First.
Everybody's migrating back north, so it takes a little bit of time. Some people may have, flown off in a different direction, but we will be here. Again, an impressive showing from the Florida Ravens, showing why they are in that third, competing for second spot in the South. It's an amazing time. I can't say anything to them. Hello.
Thank you, good sir.
Do we have the number 3 on? Great.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
You are good. Slide on in. Come on, everybody.
I wanted to say my one thing and one thing only. I wanted to play TOG and Tekken 8 to show them what martial arts really is.
There you go. Say your words.
And I do want to say one thing as well. xGODS? Looking like some ex-frauds right now. Oh, what is this fraudulent behavior? You fraudulent human being! I'm sorry. I got to All right. I know they're going to harass us. They got to harass us.
I'm going to... All right, first and foremost, great game. I'm going to start there.
Thank you.
All right, and the first question is, y'all know y'all are going to see them in a month.
Yeah, for sure.
How are y'all now thinking, preparing? I know it's a different game. How are y'all feeling after this game and for your last game?
Blowout.
Blowout.
Boom.
Oh.
Boom.
Look at that score. 20 if I didn't tell.
Blowout.
33-0.
If
On
I
the
didn't,
xGODS specifically.
hey, bro, if I didn't sell, we could have got 20.
All right. So overall, again, really well played. I think everybody showed out today, from starting with a sweep, 25 kills in Halo. You got your CTR run backs, great Guilty Gear sweeping gameplay as well. You flew out from California for some reason. I was gonna say Florida. You a Florida Raven, bro. And rookies across the board playing well. Call of Duty. Every single game, I feel like everybody turned up today. Cassie, do you have anything to say? You're not here often, so I'll ask the question.
UEO Ghost is always lurking.
Oh.
Look out for the boogeyman.
Hey, let me say one more thing.
LFL is terrible in GGS.
Say your final thing.
All right, and I do have any sponsors, anybody you want to shout out, anybody you want to show some love to?
Let me say one thing. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
You want to keep the mic? You want to just keep the mic?
Hey, my homeboy's making a brand for mouse pads. $15. I'll send link in the sell promo chat. It's already in there.
Go ahead. Say your thing. That's all I want to say.
Shout out to our sponsor, Hollywood in History.
Thank you.
X-Frauds.
All right. Well, with that is going to wrap up our first day of week 14. So thank you guys for joining us. That's going to wrap us up. And thank you, Ravens. Congratulations on your win.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, 6 p.m.